yesterday. It could do the same again. It's looking very even.
Yeah, it certainly could be. And I kind of feel like Reply Totem now, one more loss to the tally could also mean their exit here in the ESL MENA Brawl Challenge. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. This is going to be the schedule as we're going to have a double dosage of Na'Vi and SK to kick things off. Na'Vi versus Clash, SK versus Na'Vi, and SK versus FA. A nice little matchup which I'm curious to see, considering now FA are back on form as we've got more matches for you. Don't you worry about that. As we've got Reply Totem against 3X, Reply Totem versus Blood Diamond, and Blood Diamond versus Mood Gaming. And we have to say, for Blood Diamond, it was a little bit of a shame because they lost out on both matches, both on the final game, on the final set, and it really was, you just hate to see it, really. 3X versus Mood Gaming will be the last and final matchup of the evening, but so a great display of skill across the board here. And I must say, a lot of these teams, like we said, it's crunch time. We mentioned it in the introduction, and you can tell already from a lot of the win-loss ratios across the board, it's going to be very tough to call. But look at the predictions. It seems like we're all on the same wavelength. Apart from Ark and the audience, they've decided to go with Mood Gaming. Me and D-Man thought we'll bring a little bit of flair and go for 3X. But what's your reason for it, Ark?
I mean, after yesterday's victory, I felt like maybe that's going to spur them on a bit. It's not an easy thing to beat Navi, so I'm hoping that Mood have taken on some learnings and they're going to come out swinging in that game today. But played it a bit safer than I did yesterday. Learned from some of my previous mistakes on that side. Didn't have a great day yesterday in terms of the predictions, but it wasn't that bad, I think, compared to everyone else as well. So I'm not too dismayed about it.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all in the slightest. And D-Man, we've both gone for pretty much the same apart from 3X. And it's pretty cut, isn't it? Just looking at the scores so far and just looking at these matches in terms of the predictions. I think in terms of predictions, we're a lot safer this time, man.
Yeah, I mean, we are, but I'm still... I mean, Free Agents looked really good yesterday.
I know,
so,
I know.
Their SK game, but SK looked like they're back on track. So, I mean, we've obviously all gone with safe bets. The crowd watching us as well. The audience has pretty much gone with the safe bets. Apart from the Mood game, the Mood 3X one, as I say, both on 1-7, so it's an interesting match for either team. But I think it's more clear-cut today, but we thought that yesterday, didn't we?
We did, yeah. We are very awful analysts, aren't we? All of us are. But in terms of predictions, though, I think you're right, though. 3X versus Mood Gaming is probably one of the toughest because they've been very hit and miss across the entirety of the season. And what have they got left in the tank here? What have they got to play for here? It could be more about pride because even then, though, qualifying going 7-7, it's very unrealistic. But we'll see as the night pans out for them. But you guys would love to know your opinions because most of the time ours is invalid. A hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter and let us know what you think in terms of results later on and the matches, not even just today, but maybe in future days as well. We'd love to know your thoughts. And these tweets may get read out later on throughout the entirety of the broadcast. But me and Ark are going to start off with the first match. D-Man, we'll have to say goodbye to you for now, and we'll see you in just a little bit because we'll be back for the second match. And Ark, I've got you to myself once again, as our first match of the evening is going to be Na'Vi versus Clash. But the problem for Na'Vi now is they need to get these W's on the board. It was a real shame, and the fact that they went 0-2 yesterday, it could have definitely gone either way. But let's see what Na'Vi can bring this time around and just reset their mentality going into a fresh day.
Yeah, it was a rough day yesterday, no doubt about it. I mean, the Mood Gaming game was a bit more clear-cut, whereas the FA game went to a 3-2, and that one must have stung a little bit, because Navi looked great at the beginning of that matchup as well, but MMA, Alex, Jason, and Cube looking to do themselves best today. It's going to be an uphill struggle, I feel. It is AC Milan Clash, and after that, it's SK Gaming. So, again, AC Milan Clash are on a 9-0. They've had 0 losses in this competition so far. I think the closest we came to it was a 3-2 against Reply Totem last week. So they are absolutely on their top form. Guille, Chaos, Lanan, and Yoshian. Again, as a 4-man roster, it's going to be switching it up as we go along through the game. So, players can hop in, and if anyone gets fatigued, well, then they can swap out and bring someone else in.
It's definitely a feels bad man moment, doesn't it? The fact that you wake up and go, oh, what are my matches today? Clash then SK, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. They're going to kick things off of one of Clash's best modes as well, Super Stadium Brawl Ball, and then it's going to be Ring of Fire, Pit Stop, Dry Season, and Factory Rush if we get to that point. And bans, interesting bans. Okay, so we do have the Poker and the Brock. Another side for Clash. Even then, that's a very interesting bans entirely because it's not something we would normally see, especially with these two ballers in particular. But Na'Vi have decided just to play it very, very safe. But Clash haven't really seemed to mind it. But one thing I also want to talk about is the fact that for Clash, of course, they want to keep their winning streak going. They want to try and go in with the #1 seed. The only thing for Na'Vi, though, is who do they want to face first, SK or Clash? I think it's better to face against Clash because they know that there's a good chance they may lose. I know it's not really a nice thing to put, but at least this could be a warm-up series knowing that they've probably got a better chance defeating SK in the long run.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. I think it's kind of interesting that they're bringing back the same bans as yesterday. They had against Reply, Totem with that Jesse and Crow. Again, Crow is not that bad. I mean, but definitely hasn't been seen on the ban list for a long, long time, whereas the Jesse as well, I can't even remember the last time I saw her being banned in that sense. Obviously, maps and modes-wise, I mean, you know, looking through them, Ring of Fire, yes, I can understand Crow being a viable option there, but one that we didn't really even see that much of yesterday regardless. Jesse, Super Stadium, maybe. I mean, aside from that, I mean, you're clutching at straws, really. But yeah, it is going to mean, of course, that we're going to see the Ashe not be banned again. And you know, Clash were very quick to bring that one out of the pocket yesterday in their matches. And even when they did, though, on their opposition side, we didn't see it come out either. But I think Navi are going to be playing a bit differently to that same idea. Despite the Poco ban in play, of course, Byron is available. And that's a big, big heavy hitter combo when having the Ashe not be in a banned state. So I think we're going to see a lot of that in this series.
Yeah, we're going to see some dodgy comps, aren't we? Which are definitely going to work wonders here.
Yeah.
And even on Super Stadium, I do worry for Na'Vi. This is like the worst matchup to start with, and it's now going to be the worst map to start for them as well. But Clash, they're probably thinking, great, this is lovely. This is absolutely fantastic. You know, what a great way to kick things off for themselves against Na'Vi. But not only that, we get one of our better maps as well. It's just, yeah, it's all plain sailing for them. But momentum will heavily be in Na'Vi's favour if they do defeat him in some way. And it depends on what comps we're going to see as well. We're going to see something, maybe it's a counter, and what Clash are going to bring, but at least they know for themselves Poco isn't going to be in the mix. So in terms of one of the tankier comps, we don't have to worry too much about that, but we are going to see a few bits and pieces which we normally see, maybe the Max or maybe the Stu on the odd occasion, maybe the Tara. There's a lot of things you can even mention here coming into this matchup, but for Na'Vi though, they can't really think too much about the teams they're playing against in terms of how high tier they are, because don't get me wrong, it's a shame that they went 0-2 yesterday, and today of course they're playing the two teams which are currently gatekeeping the top two spots so far, and now they've got to try and defeat at least one of them to keep themselves in the running. It's going to be very tough, but there's no reason why they can't do it. They're definitely showing some life on the server on a number of occasions.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a tough day. They dropped down to 5th now, so they're just out of that, you know, top 4, which needs to be in to make the playoffs. So today they would have most likely preferred a different matchup on both accounts. It's safe to say. Nonetheless, though, I think you're right. If they can come out with a win here, I think that would be the best possible thing going into a match against SK. So, and a huge upset. Again, you know, Clash are undefeated right now. So everyone is looking towards the team that can take them down. And if that is to be Navi today, then it will send shockwaves through the brackets. And, you know, I think they're capable of it. They are capable of it. I think that the Poco ban for me is a better ban to have out of the mix. It's definitely the better Brawl to have in Brawl Ball as opposed to the Byron here. I think we'll still see Ashe nonetheless, but you're right. You Spike, Leon's as well, all that good stuff. B mids, you know, I love to see that. So yeah, this is what I expected. No Byron pairing with the Ashe because it makes sense just to kind of do your own thing on the side lanes. But it is going to be the ball push forwards at the moment and a quick swift takedown by Navi to make it that 3 versus 2.
Interesting. So Cube gets the first takedown. Nice little lead for them as Alex is just trying to push Yoshi back here at the moment in that left lane. Cube still just buying in their time. There's a lot of patience coming out from Na'Vi. Not something you normally see, but then again, they're forced to it at this point because AC Milan do have that positional advantage. As you can see, Yoshi tried to pull back, but it doesn't matter. Gia does finish up Cube. MMA does take down the Nana here, so they do have the numbers advantage. Gia is just trying to pull all the way back, but one more team wipe could do it. The only problem is that objective is going to be kicked away, so it means to give Clash a little bit more time to play with, and the patience from both these teams, unreal.
Yeah, it really is. As MMA now getting the choke in on the Clash spawn. This is not the position the Clash want to be in. Probably the one that they would normally be in themselves. Oh, a little sneaky shot from Cube, but the ball passed so quickly away. Lenan now has the rush towards the goal, and I can't see how he won't walk this one in. Even with the shots from Alex, it's not going to be enough. That is going to be a goal for Clash to kick things off.
Good stuff from Na'Vi, though, I must say. They were really doing a great job, just great slaying power across the board, and they were being very patient, but normally Na'Vi, it's very uncharacteristic of them just to sit back like this and just treat it like it's a methodical approach or you know, a game of chess, really. But we'll see, though, as Alex just trying to push onto Yoshi here. She's about to win this engagement, but as I say that, though, he's been taken down. Yoshi does finish him up, but at the same time, Yoshi just trying to recover and stay alive here. The ball does go towards him, but doesn't really matter. MMA is taking down Lenan, Gia, and Yoshi. They're desperate to push, but the Barley just keeping it back. Oh, Cube was just trying to go for it, but just didn't get it in the nick of time. Lenan is able to now push that forward. Yoshi also takes another down, which means that Alex has to fall back.
Well, again, Navi were in a good spot, and again with that Barley, I think they should have maybe been able to make a goal out of that. Shot on the goal from Lenan doesn't quite get the payoff. Cubic able to get the ball clear on the right-hand side now. This is the last chance for Navi ready to tie this one up, or Clash will take the first game. It's only Gia in the mid. The ball pushed forwards as well. MMA is not got a super yet. He'd like to have had it ideally in this situation. Pass to Alex. Can he get it back up to MMA? No, but he walks it through and ties it up just in the nick of time. We're going to overtime.
Of course we are. Of course we are. Okay, let's see how this is going to work out for them. Minute left remaining. Is Q. Oh, MMA's taking a huge amount of damage already. He's got to be a little bit cautious how he's going to try and approach this, but at least he can use Barley to try and keep away from the ball if they can. Alex is taking a fair amount in himself. Lenan has been a real nuisance with the Stu, and the Stu's going to, well, was going to play a big part, but Cube's already taken down Lenan anyway. Alex going to try and pass it over to, oh, Cube at least scores on the left side, and this is what I was talking about. A nice little start here from Na'Vi. A great way to kick things off, but we know Clash like to tease us a little bit, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether they did, though, in that instance, to be completely honest. I think that Navi did well to get that final last-minute goal. Yoshi was out of position towards the end as well, so I think they earned it. And again, you know, Barley's a great brawler to have that controlling element, and they kind of seem to think that through going into this matchup. Clash sort of lacked that, and I would be at all surprised to see Guille maybe bring that one out of the pocket in the next game, because it is one that he loves to play on this map. But yeah, I think for the most part, you know, there was a good amount of control. You know, when Navi did lose the ball, it was a little bit of you know, overshadowing. They didn't quite sort of bear in mind their positionings in that respect. But when the time came here to make the moment count, Navi made it count. So early pressure from them, and keen to see how now Clash respond whilst being on the back foot.
I do like the hyper aggression normally, but do you know what? It made a nice change watching Super Stadium and actually watching it from a calculated manner, because we never see that, do we? Normally it's just full in, guns blazing, and just do whatever we can, and then just work on an instinct along the way, and then go for the setup afterwards. But yeah, it's just crazy how calculated that was, because we know that Na'Vi don't play like that at all. Or sometimes it takes a little bit of time for Na'Vi to get into the groove, isn't it? And then we normally see a lot more life on them later on. But maybe it's still early days yet. The fact that they're playing quite calm and collected and still winning, that's some very good signs there from Na'Vi.
Yeah, definitely the way that you want to start things off against Clash. Again, they will respond, so you need to be ready for it as well. And again, when those comps start to switch up and change, the mind games will start to take a toll also. That has to be bared in mind. And we saw some questionable ideas from Navi yesterday in terms of their comp and their decision making. That was the only thing which going into today, I hope that they've kind of left that aside and really like nail this on the head, really. I think it was safe zone where they always tend to play the nanny, and I don't think that was on the rotation for this particular lineup. So probably a good thing. I think it's still a really viable option, just not for me. But again, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Gear sorts that Barley pick here. Spike is still a really, really good choice. I think that with Ash available, though, you know, it's kind of good to have. You can close the gap with that rage meter when it's at a good level, having that additional speed and such. So, you know, but there's definitely some options. You know, again, I don't think we're going to see the max mid and any kind of speed off the back of that. I prefer to be myself, but Navi might consider something along those lines. There you go.
Never mind. Never mind.
It's more of an Navi idea than a Clash idea, I would say, at the minute, yeah.
Ark, it's fine. It's early. It's early, isn't it? So it's fine. We'll get more predictions right later on. It's typical you say that, though, isn't it? And then Cube just goes, oh, so I'll whip out the max. Don't you worry about that. The Ash is coming out as well. And the only thing I worry a little bit for Na'Vi is the fact that, of course, having to throw it on board, it does mean they're going to be a little bit more passive, and Clash may be able to take advantage of that, especially if they get this close to the goal. And this is a good example of it, but it doesn't matter. It's already too little too late for them. So they were pretty happy about that. It's actually Gear is actually running the Barley at the moment, as MMA's actually switched things up. And speaking of MMA's actually taken down Lenan. And now Alex just in the center, just trying to keep that control, waiting for Cube to rejoin with the rest of the fray.
I like the sweet dreams there from MMA, taking no chances there, as Sean goal was there, potentially for Lenan. He's got the amplified shot running through the mid as well. If he connects this, then it could, there you go, pack a big punch onto MMA. Cubic, though, has the speed to hand and does connect it with all of his teammates as well. So that's a good Good forceful defense through the robotic rats to connect nicely from Yoshi. Pass through to Guille. Guille able to throw over the wall here to pressurize the situation. Pass could come through as well. Not needed. Yoshi goes down, but Lanan still manages to get it. And that's a good time too as well. 1 minute on the clock though. Now they can respond to this.
Yeah, Cube having to do that 1v3, heading nowhere near the DPS to try and keep that back. But MMA now, though, it's the first one after kickoff as Cube is trying to sneak it round if he can. But it wouldn't have gone over the line anyway, which is a shame. But good effort anyway, nonetheless. As now, though, Cube and Alex both taking a lot of damage as Guille is actually taking down MMA. And this is going to be... Oh, it's going to be crunch time here. Cube again in another 1v3, but it's just too much HP from this entire team. They may even go for another team wipe instead, actually, before making the push. And it looks like they're going to do just that, keeping the objective away, but that is going to be all done and dusted. Clash equalise the scoreline now in this set, and looks like a comeback is in order for them.
Nicely done. Yeah, nicely done for sure. I did wonder towards the end whether MMA had a last final sweet dreams, Gadget, because if he had, then that may have been a saving grace. And I think that that's, you know, when I saw the speed coming from Q, I thought he must have it because he would like to ideally get that against all of his teammates, and just made the quick decision here towards the end to just cut his losses and get someone into the mix. But it wasn't enough. Clash are very good at turning those screws, and they are doing just that. This first set is still all up for grabs now. And again, a nice response. I did like that switch over back to the barley pick from Guille.
Yeah, and MMA actually came off the bar, didn't they? So they did have a lot more of an aggressive lineup, you could say, but just couldn't make it work. And it was weird, but the fact that Clash made it work more than anything else. And I love the patience with the last goal as well. There was definitely a chance for them to try and score that or dribble it in, or at least abuse the fact that they had a lot more HP whilst they're coming up on spawn. But again, patience paid off. They decided to pick him off. It was Navi's loss really due to the fact that they were coming out in single file. They panicked a little bit trying to get the objective out of the way, but at the same time, just giving away those takedowns, knowing that by the time they come, well, actually, no, they didn't even come up on a respawn by the time they scored straight afterwards, did they? So literally just baited them out of the goal line to really force them out of their hand, and it looks really good anyway for Clash. So Clash looking to be a much better this time around, a lot more, I would say still calculated, but a little bit more aggro across the board from them, and just making good use of the barley, like you've already said. And even with the max out, I don't think it's a bad pick. The only problem is he needs to try and get a little bit more value out of it this time around.
Yeah, I'd agree. It can work for sure. I just feel like with B, you just got a lot of defensive capabilities with that gadget with the honey molasses there to have that slowdown. You've also got such a big, strong, powerful punch to your shots as well. So if you're landing, you know, successfully and accurately, then you are rewarded for that as well. It is a bit difficult to manage against the robotic rats from the Ashe, but ultimately I still prefer it as a mid. And you know, if you got other things to take care of, those, you know, sometimes it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. I think we're going to see probably barley on both sides this time. I think that's that was the thing that we saw. You know, MMA drop that pick, and I think he'll bring that back most likely. Maybe they'll take it to the max as well and bring back the B. I think we could be in for a mirror matchup here, actually, to be completely honest. As you know, it was working far better for Navi when they had those more control-based brawler types, and whether Clash preempt that or want to try to go with something against it, I'm not too sure. I think barley here is kind of a bit of a must for me. It's just very, very good. You know, if you bring the right gadgets in as well, you can choose to heal up your team or have some additional slowdown in the eventuality that Ashe gets too close for comfort. So there are definitely some options, and if you play that right, you know, Sticky Syrup Mixer wouldn't be the worst idea here. Ultimately, you know, with Ashe being such a dominant pick, you want that slowdown sometimes.
Yeah, we certainly do. I'm surprised we haven't seen any bruises or tanks in the mix as of yet. Oh, okay. Alex is whipping out the mortars, and okay, the Byron's come out here. Dynamite. Okay, these compositions are absolutely nuts. Okay, we'll see how this is going to work here. But we've seen Clash do some great things with the Dynamite, and Navi's made note of that as well in the past because they used it themselves, I believe, on Hot Potato at one time. And now we're going to see already Cube just trying to keep Guille back, already taking him down. This is beautiful stuff. There could easily be a goal here as long as they keep the aggression up, but they push back just a tad along, keeping him in this matchup. Alex is... Oh, you can see with the mortars, he's desperate. He's desperate to try and make that push in, and he actually goes straight for it. MMA takes down one. That's going to be a trade back and forth. So surely this is going to be... Yes, it is. Good patience there from Navi. It's not still going on the line. Oh, my God.
A great defense, honestly. I mean, Gale, again, it's a bit of an underrated one. I'm still not a massive fan, but ultimately you can see there with the new gadget of Twister, the amount of deniability of it as MMA now trying to keep the pressure on. Alex trying to find the goal, and they might well do it. There it is. Now he get a really, really early goal under the circumstances, and despite the great in terms of the defense. I think that Clash is struggling with this Dynamite at the moment. There's just a bit too much juking going on from Navi and a bit too much speed.
Yeah, you're right, the game as well, because they were denied twice. Oh my word. And I'm just literally, sorry, Cube was just going straight into the center, no problem at all. And this is what I mean. Great momentum shift now for Na'Vi, and I don't really feel like they're warmed up yet.
Alex. My word, he timed that so well. He got the perfect angle, got the lineup every time, and I think he cycled 3 supers in that final moments. Not a great time to bring out Dynamite for Clash. They do it every now and again. That was one of the times that it hasn't paid off. I think until now, though, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they got like 100% success rate with the Dynamite. So, yeah, but just a bad time to bring it in, really. I didn't see the comps coming, in all honesty. Very out there, and Navi took a big risk there, but definitely paid off.
Certainly did. Maybe it's a risk there after, considering what happened in that second game. I wouldn't say Clash walked all over them in the second game. It was just nitpicking in a lot of occasions and finding a lot of his errors, which just eventually just accumulated into what happened in that second game. But the third game, though, definitely a big difference. And even then, though, Na'Vi didn't have as much map presence, 21,000 less damage, which makes perfect sense, really, considering what happened in that second game, just keeping him on that spawn cycle. But a lot better healing across the board here from Na'Vi. But 5 more takedowns, though, still had the slaying power, definitely took advantage of that, as Clash was just, you know, you could say struggling to recover from time to time. But you're right with the Dynamite as well. I've only really seen it being played on Hot Potato most of the time. Apart from that, that's been about it. I've seen it played on Hot Potato at least in 2 or 3 games, or at least in 2 or 3 sets by Clash. I've even seen Na'Vi bring it out once before as well. Maybe they were just trying their luck with it.
Reply Totem as well, doing a Hot Potato, and I think Clash did it on Pit Stop as well yesterday. Every now and again it comes out of the pocket, but again, I would have suggested doing it at that moment in time when you tied up in the set, really. But again, a good start, a good lead for Navi now, but can they hold on to it? This is the thing. They've got to be able to maintain it, and, you know, Clash, you know, don't say they went easy on them, but they probably really could have picked a sweatier comp. I think it's fair to say, going into that last matchup. It was a bad timing as well. If they hadn't had the Mortis, then maybe they would have got more control. They were, I think, expecting to have that Barley matchup, which is what I thought Navi were going to do also. In that case, it would have probably been better, because they would now have the wall breaking as well in play and be able to, you know, super shot from the mid, really. So I think that was their idea. But going into Ring of Fire next, and, you know, I think we're going to see Dynamite here, that's for sure. I think Byron could definitely be a big factor here. Bell also is a great mid to have. Again, we haven't seen any of Leon or Spike yet, so those could still be on here in terms of the cars, maybe some Sandy as well, but definitely no Dynamite. But I don't want to say that because now Clash is going to bring it out.
Yeah, those comps in that final game just absolutely threw me off. I wasn't expecting a Dynamite of all things either, but, you know, but trying to make it work, it was just a real struggle, really, because when you're using a thrower like that, and you, in terms of his utilities and what you want to do, Na'Vi were just too aggressive for it, weren't they? Really give Clash much room to be on the forefront. It can be a little bit troublesome sometimes. But anyway, that was the last set. Na'Vi are currently up 1-0 against Clash, which, you know, could be an upset in itself already. Do remember, though, Clash have only dropped 4 sets all season long here. Now 5 if you count this one. But will they win a couple more or lose a couple more? We'll have to see here. Just looking at the comps already, almost the same, apart from the Bell and the Byron. We've got both Leos across the board as well. Okay, so we're going to see if it's going to pan out for them here, with Na'Vi continuing to try and work with that momentum if they can.
Yeah, the Byron Ash here, I feel it's going to be very, very strong. Alex, they shuts down the Byron. That's smart. Ultimately, he wants to do that first before prioritizing the next target. So I do like the way that Navi approaches. Also, I think it was FA, free agents, that's brought in the Tara on this map against Clash, and they struggled against this. So Navi now bringing in the Tara as well. It's a bit of an underrated pick, I feel, but one that's definitely not been making the most amount of pick rates recently. But one that I think can actually do quite well here. So already Clash have lost control, and Navi now pushing this mid and are quickly catching up.
Yeah, even though Na'Vi have a small lead, it definitely doesn't change the fact that they've got full map control. MMA just getting very overzealous here, wants to really keep him on their side, and Lingerman did a decent job, but just not enough damage to trade out with any other players. Cube, though, is able to stay alive. He's just trying to outstay his welcome just a little bit whilst keeping Lenan and Yoshi back here, but MMA is back with them now, so this is a perfect opportunity here. You can feel the aggression oozing from Na'Vi already, but they've got to be careful. Gears flanking all the way from the right-hand side. Got to go really behind him and still able to stay alive. Cube is going to get taken down momentarily already. That's going to be a full team wipe and nice little comeback now for Clash.
Very important time, absolutely. And a couple of missed heals there from Lanam, but now starting to hit home a little bit better. They have got the lead, but now Cubic comes in with some taps, and Yoshi now completely out of position and low, taken care of. Can Gie do anything about this? Because Navi are getting very friendly on the mid, and I think this one's all over.
Oh my word, yeah, that is gonna be it. Navi take the first game in this second set. When I saw Gie go round in that right lane and pretty much massively help towards the team, right, we're just like, right, it all depends on Navi's counter-attack, is it? If they went out single file like they did in the second game, in the first set, then it's just not going to happen. They just need to be patient, even though it's getting very close to that 100% mark. And we saw from there, they were. It was very key. You kind of felt like that Clash were more focused on getting positional advantage and getting the angles rather than sticking together and really coming up clutch with the DPS thrown across the board. And Navi seems like the teamwork's actually improved a lot more in this set alone.
Yeah, very observant, you know, in the playstyle to just, again, it's very rare to see Byron and Ash have, you know, a bit of a walkover, really. I mean, it was a close game nonetheless, but normally with Ash and Byron, it's a much wider gap, and it didn't go Clash's way. You know, you saw how Navi prioritized getting rid of the Byron and then use the Invis as well to get rid of the Ash and take that by surprise as well. So they knew they had to focus on those two brawlers first, and then everything else would follow, and it's exactly what they did. I think Tara, again, is an underrated pick here. It's one that I really vouch for. I've seen good success rates with it. So I like the daringness of Navi to go in with such a brawler like that. It's, again, not one that you would first come to mind, but Clash do struggle with it on Ring of Fire, and you can see it working out really well. It's good to have that little sneak attack from the bush as well and take your opposition by surprise with it, and it shows a swift takedown. You need that in Hot Zone and Ring of Fire in general. You know, you need to get rid of people off that zone as quickly as possible to be able to retake it yourself.
Yeah, Navi, even though their map awareness wasn't the best, it kind of helped them at the same time just sticking together, knowing that if anyone does flank from behind, it's all about prioritization. This is where small talk comes into it. If you don't focus on the right person at the right time together and just taking them in an instant, then that's where those angles are definitely going to help towards Clash's way. But, you know, it happened. Gears, it worked once. Will you be able to get away with it again? That's going to be another question, but it also depends on the brawlers as well and depend what they're going to bring. But I do feel like it's working for Navi at the moment, and they need to understand this as well, is the fact that against the likes of someone like Clash, they need to keep this pressure on. Even when it's 2-0, they need to continue, because at some stage it's like not over till it's over, especially against a team like this, because we know that they'll definitely bring some kind of comeback along the way. But interested to see if they are going to stick with the picks or try and get a bit more value, or maybe give us something a little bit different. But yeah, that Tara pick you were talking about as well, definitely thrown a spanner in the works once again. Let's see exactly what. Okay, so Cube is going with the Byron here as well, just going into the center, and it looks like Lenar's going to be going with the Bell, and we do have to sprout the left lane, I believe, from Yoshi here, and we're going to see exactly what they can do. Already Navi just trying to do that early aggression here, but it doesn't work out for them at all, and it's going to be almost a team wipe as Cube trying to stay alive. MMA actually trying to help out. Gear's already gone around that right lane flank.
Also, Invisi Hill as well, and that's really bad for Navi as now. Yeah, Kiev's going to clear up that side and then go straight on the aggressive, you know, with the help of MMA and Cubic to get the takedown. But Yoshi on Sprout, you know, a brawler which he knows and loves, and again, his skill with that is unmatched in my opinion. So I do like Clash's chances now. They're bringing out the big guns right when it matters most. They do not want to be going 2 sets down here.
The score difference at the moment and the control Clash have has been ridiculous. Alex trying to make something work, but he's just trying to get the objective at the moment. He could pull back a little bit just to help himself out, but it seems like he's just been healed in the center whilst he's trying to hold on to the objective. MMA though, still in the center, just trying to do something, but I don't know what happened there. Literally, it's just all falling apart from Navi. Literally just taking down like flies here, all in single file. So Alex is able to stay alive, but they can need at least 2 or 3 team ups to keep them in this, keep themselves in this matchup.
Navi feel very discoordinated to me. You've got to have that Ash Byron be such a solid backbone of this comp. Without it, that's what happens, and I think it was very smart by Clash. You know, Yoshi could just sit behind that wall the entire time and just keep the pressure on and let Gear run riot, and the Bell as well, getting some great value there. So again, you know, despite everyone always saying about Ash and Byron, it just goes to show that there are ways around it and ways to counter it, and it can be a difficult thing to shake off the zone in Hot Zone, but you know, Clash made that look very easy in comparison to the last game when we saw it played out by Clash themselves. They dropped that brawler combo and went with something, you know, out of the box. Maybe anticipating as well coming from Navi.
Yeah, Na'Vi were just in a world of trouble, weren't they? I don't think they were on... I was talking about how much they were on the same page in the first game, but the second game, they just weren't too sure. Like, they were prioritising the takedowns really well, but after Guille getting behind them, but the worst thing is with Guille, even after he did all the damage, he was just being patient, letting them know that he is still behind him and he's just not going to move. Just being a great distraction across the board. And the Sprout plays as well. It's not something you see every day. You were talking about it as well, and it's a very valid point. Just abuses mechanics so well, and just being a pain in the backside across the board. And the question is though, like, surely Na'Vi will try and go for a change after what they just witnessed. Especially, also what I want to add, I did say as well that Guille is constantly flanking around that right lane. They need a bit more map awareness from Na'Vi, and Guille just did it straight out the gates, didn't he, in that second game?
Yeah, very aggressive. You've got to go with that assassination style when you're playing Leon, and ideally, you want to be able to get behind the Sprout and go in yourself to, pick up those takedowns with the Leons. And I wanted to see a bit more of that. We saw that just that one missed wall from Yoshi. Everything else was pretty flawless for me. Ultimately, Sprout has a lot of weaknesses here as well, but you do need to back it up with some control. If you lose positioning and then an Invisible Hill goes out, you can go on the hunt, and a Sprout is a great person to go and try and target. The thing with Sprout is the fact that it's Yoshi on Sprout. He's aware of when he's at his most perilous and when he needs team support, and his positioning plays a big part of that as well. So Clash are always very good on the communication side. Navi though, still, they got that game in the pocket, but they need this one. They managed to do it in Brawl Ball now, but Clash are in a great position to be able to tie up these sets.
Yeah, it would be a shame if it all goes down here for Na'Vi, because, yeah, even taking that first game, they've got 2 chances now to close out this set, but now they've only got this one last one. But they just need to keep it on Guille, make sure he doesn't flank so easily or so comfortably. And if you are going to let him fly by, then just focus on something else. Like, use that advantage there whilst he's taking his time to flank round to take it a 3v2 in the center, just try and push on that. But I suppose at the same time, with the Bell, with the range especially, if he's hitting his shots, then it's going to cause even more issues, isn't it? So it's kind of like a catch-22, which is why Gears is going to go for it every single time in that lineup. But let's see. And Cube, okay, yeah, we have a Meg, and Cube's actually gone for the Bell as well. Just realising that they did need a little bit more range here. Okay, interesting stuff as well. And the Stew coming out from Yoshi instead of the Sprout earlier on.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot from Navi. They dropped the things which, again, can sometimes be very powerful, but it wasn't working. If it's not working, you got to try something else. And I think Meg here is an interesting choice as well. And if he keeps juking like this, MMA in the mid, then he's going to get a good amount of capture points, and then he'll have to go back on the defensive. But look how at the moment, Cubic and Alex are being so passive and just letting MMA get those capture points before going in themselves and trying to time those runs there. But I do feel like Alex might be in a bit of a spot here where Gear can capitalize though, but found nicely there as well. Cubic falls back. The Clash got good control here, and without that Meg Mecha, I think they're going to struggle to retake this.
They certainly are. Down by 12%, but they know Gear is still there, just lurking around, but he's pulled back to the center, so they've got their side of the map in terms of being able to make sure no one's going to flank around. But Gear, you can see he's tempted, constantly trying to push himself towards him, but now he's taking a lot more damage here. Alex could take advantage of this, but not anymore. Lenon's already taken down one. MMA still in that right lane to find an opening, but Guille just not letting up, isn't he? Just not really giving him much room here to breathe. Cube trying to do something at the moment, but Lenon just hit 3 shots in a row, completely shut him down. And with Na'Vi at this stage, they've only got one more chance potentially to try and make this work.
Yeah, Yoshi's doing so much work as well here on the side lanes and just not budging from that spot. Able to come in now with his teammate going down there. He holding firm under that lollipop drop, and that is going to be it. Clash will take a set.
After seeing Lenon hit 3 shots on the road with the Bell, I was like, okay, I think this is done at the moment. It's ridiculous. But yeah, to say the least, it was a nice change from Na'Vi. I kind of felt like at some stage they probably would go for something a little bit more rangy in terms of the comp, and we saw the Bell come out straight away, which is perfectly understandable. The Meg was a nice mix, you could say, right in the very beginning. You saw getting a Meg quite early to try and get as much objective efficiency as possible, just to try and make that work. But in the end, though, yeah, a little bit too separated, too much pressure from Gear once again, but he was actually switching lanes this time around. And you can see from the slaying power as well, 12 extra takedowns and 59,000 more damage. Pretty much says it all there.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage more than Navi on that side of things. And, again, a lot of the damage can come from the Meg, but it was a smart move by Clash, bringing in the Stew instead. And you can't really ever win that side lane against a Meg versus Stew. So they were correct in suppressing the Meg when they had the time to. And, we saw a bit of a shift when they had that Mecha in the middle. And I would like just a bit more aggression actually from the teammates on the Navi side when that mecha was going out to try to get more of a team wipe, get some more time on their side, because they did get a good amount of capture points. That was probably their highlight in that game, really, when that control's on their side. But as soon as they lost it, Clash just held on. They didn't give anything back. They just made sure to lock down that spawn, and that's what you got to do in Ring of Fire.
Now, we were talking about the whole Dynamite situation, and I said I've seen it more times than not on Hot Potato than anything else. You did mention you saw it on Pit Stop on the odd occasion, and guess what? We've got Pit Stop coming up next, so maybe we could see it once more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Clash take an early lead, that they might bring this one out. I don't know if they'll be the first thing they come out with, but at the same time, it depends how they feel. And Clash are not a team which shy from any kind of randomness in their ideas. Again, it plays into the mind games as well. So again, we're still available here. I think that I still love the M, Stu, and Edgar. I think that if those three are available, then that's what I personally would always go in with here. Brock as well being a key ban, because it can break up so much of the map. So very good job that Navi were to ban that one out. Poco as well, not so much, but it could have had a role potentially here. We may see the Baron and Ash again, actually, on the right-hand side or left-hand side on this particular map. But yeah, I personally like the Edgar approach. It's a great way to keep cycling aggression, to keep bringing back the force of action along the way. But yeah, I mean, Stu, I think, is pretty much a must as well. You can do so much with Stu in this map. Being able to hide behind cover, dash around, and try to keep your range at the same time is a great brawler to have.
Certainly is. Stu's is good on pretty much every map almost, if it feels like sometimes. Of course, not on everything, but yeah, it's just a viable brawler, isn't it? It's just, you can really make his worthwhile at some stage, depending on how much value you get from him. But yeah, it's we'll have to see so far, because we know that Clash are they're not in like a 2-0 lead or anything like that. They've only just barely tied things up here. So I'll say it's a slow start for both teams. Na'Vi were looking very good in that first game, but there's something just completely threw them off. Like, as soon as their map awareness drops down by a massive amount and they realise how much pressure they're trying to deal with, normally we'd see Na'Vi really group together and try and tackle that, but we wouldn't see a lot of that in comparison to what we're normally used to. I kind of feel like the majority of that set, they just felt uncomfortable, and we know what shenanigans these teams get up to here on this map alone. We saw some crazy base trades, especially with SK yesterday, just finishing things up within a minute, and that's just the entirety of the set. And we do see an Edgar coming out. Okay, so they just get one across the board, but we do see the collect from MMA as well.
That's a very interesting combo on the Navi side. Not what I expected from them at all here, but it's kind of eradicated a little bit of what the Edgar's strength is, but getting rid of that wall straight away, it's an interesting strategy. It seems to be paying off for the most part at the moment, but the damage and the first sign of it is with Clash. Breaking the mid there from Alex with a silver bullet as well to open up some potential lines of sight onto the safe for Navi. But yeah, it's a strategy that I've yet to see, but one that just makes sense with their region, having a lot of these long-range brawlers. I'm just not sure yet. I prefer the M's. Look at how much value Gear is going to get from that position there.
Yeah, Gear's been in for quite a long time, and when you're in range, it's very, very difficult, isn't it? And even then, you saw that Alex taking down the Nun, and Gear now just sneaking around to the left-hand side, see if he can get away. He could do, actually, but it seems like MMA is just keeping tabs on him to make sure it doesn't push up too far. But I think this duel is going to be very difficult. Gear just full on, just pressuring the safe consistently, not really too fussed about anyone else there, just leaving Yoshi and Lenan to keep him at bay whilst he does extra damage onto the safe. It's a risky play, but I like it. He got away with that quite well.
Well, Lenan is a problem here, and Navi know it. I mean, ultimately, the Colt is very susceptible to a naked jump here, and EA is still alive here with Lenan, and nice takedown there from Lenan, continuing the damage again. I do like this comp. Despite the strategy from Navi, it doesn't seem to be working out so far, and I've got to say, one final push, Clash can seal this.
They certainly could. There's only 8% left. I've only got 35 seconds. Yoshi taking down Q there. It's just going to be a matter of time diving on in with the Edgar. He's going to be pretty damn chuffed about that. Nicely done by Clash. And it's nice to watch a pit stop game where it doesn't end in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit more of a back and forth, and I did like the idea of breaking that early wall and just kind of, having there be a much better chance to defend those big pushes with the Edgars and stuff. But yeah, I think that against other teams that could work. I think Clash though saw through the idea, and Guille more often than not, you can't let the M's get on the safe. You've got to keep that back at all costs. That's where your big damage dealer is going to come from. So the Edgar's kind of more the aggressor, designed to kind of bring everyone back and have to be aware of it and deal with it. But if you get that close, yeah, you're gonna get your safe shredded.
Yeah, I'm wondering if was it MMA riding the or rocking the Colette? I wonder if he'll make a change from that, because you couldn't really get much done, and to be honest, there's not really much point of using the Colette really on this map. Yeah, okay, there is some advantages and disadvantages, especially if there's any stalemates, but after what they just witnessed, seeing Guille just trying to slide by on a number of occasions, just going straight for the safe and leaving Yoshi and Lenan to try to just bide their time and just trying to keep him at bay, not looking for the takedown, just keep him at bay whilst Guille just falls straight short. But it makes you wonder, well, you know, for the Colette, do you really need it if it's going to be that kind of matchup where constantly Clash are going to try and find any way to trade things out, or trying to go for the base trade? So wouldn't be surprised if the Colette was removed in some respect, but again, it all depends on what Na'Vi's looking for in terms of their style and strengths, because they didn't really get a lot of value out of it, didn't they? So we're going to see what's going to happen in this next game and find out exactly what's going to happen. Okay, Cube's actually going to be going with the Edgar here, and okay, right, so MMA is actually switched out for the end, which makes perfect sense, as we were talking about just now about the Colette not really being used that much. And it's almost, I think it's a mirror match.
Yeah, mirror match this time as well. Nice jump there from Anan as well, and still in position. I was kind of wondering whether maybe the collide in the last game was around the idea of the tanks coming out to play, maybe the Darryls and the Bulls, and kind of thought that could be an option here, but both teams going with the comp that I believe is the best here as well. Let's see now. Yoshi is just looking to get this pinch on to Alex here, as the Nana and Cubic just trying not to feed each other as well. Nice dashes from Yoshi, but about the same HP as Alex here. Alex gets the win, so he could break through the mid here, but choosing to keep it, I think, is pretty wiser. Now he's changed his mind, but it could, because it can also take away from the Edgar in that approach, but obviously they want to get the M's in there, and that makes a lot of sense. So MMA now getting some good value for Navi.
But the good thing about this composition as well, not just because it's a mirror matchup, but we haven't seen Guille push as often as you'd like to be. And Nanana's actually doing the pushing onto the safe instead. Alex having to pull back a tad. He's in the center. MMA's already taken down Lenan, so that's the issue pretty much over, but still needs to stay alive here. But look at the damage Guille is doing onto Cube, and MMA trying to do the same thing, but he's going to get cleaned up. This is going to be a great opportunity for Clash to do a ton of damage onto this save, which have done a fair amount so far, but still Na'Vi just edging in the lead.
I like the patience though here of Clash, and Yoshi just did a nice little bait there to get the takedown on MMA. They are showing awareness to MMA. They've got to start to build a bit more damage in the process. Breakthrough for Yoshi, and Alex evades it pretty nicely. Cubic has got super as well, so they've got to be careful of him just jumping over the top, and he's going in for that one now. Goes straight out the aggressive, gets the takedown again, continuing on here. Lenan coming back with the defense. Very much a closer matchup at the minute. Navi's still got the lead.
Oh, good trade as well, considering the circumstances he was putting himself in. Alex's MMA just trying to continuously keep him at bay, but just got to try and survive for 30 more seconds, but I don't know now. Alex had to try and keep Lenan back, and he actually did a great job, killed him super quick. Yoshi now just trying to flank from the right-hand side, but got to be cautious with Guille's M's as well. MMA just trying to have a little duel of it in the center, and he's actually done a good job so far. Guille's super weak, but Clash, they need to make this push now. They're still behind by 12%. Would it be able to though? Guille takes down one, but look at this still. Oh my goodness, the amount of damage they've already done on the other side. The trade was definitely worth it. Na'Vi coming back in this matchup, even in a mirror matchup as well.
Yeah, it was a nice counter push. I mean, when you've got Yoshi there, I mean, not going to deal the most amount of damage to the safe. So just by ignoring him and leaving just the one person on him with the Edgar, it made a lot of sense to go on the aggressor there from MMA. So I like the idea, and this is going to be tied up as a result of that now. Question is, what would they go from here? I mean, normally if the Stu is banned, then it can open up the possibility for again that Darryl, the Bull, and having possibly something else alongside it to try and go super, maybe like a BB or something on the aggressive with the triple tank ideas, or maybe a Baron. I'm not really too sure, too sold on the Baron, but it could be Ash potentially here. Either way, I think that Clash might bring out some kind of surprise here. I think that they would have liked that comp to have done better in the mirror matchup, and Navi were much more savvy to it, so that tells them something in the process. It might be a challenging thing. I mean, ultimately, if you're going with the Darryl, you're a good counter to the M, so that's that brought it out of the mix. ultimately, if you got a Bull, well, then, you're able to keep Edgar at bay at the same time and, go straight onto the safe as well and get a ton of damage at post range. So it could be an idea. It could be an idea here. I mean, at the moment, Navi are showing that they quite favor those ideas. So I think Clash have got to mix things up. They might bring out a Dynamite if that's saying that. I just think it's a bit too risky to do it at this point in time. But hey, what do I know?
It's all right. Oh, you're brainstorming, mate. You're brainstorming. All these ideas flying through. Maybe. We'll see. At the same time, I'm more edging towards they'll just stick with the same comps, really, because it wasn't really... Yeah. It was a very close affair, wasn't it? Mechanically, of course, Na'Vi was edging him, and Clash are probably going to feel like, well, I feel like we can do a little bit better across the board on a number of occasions, because it did get quite chaotic, a lot more chaotic than they probably even anticipated. And Na'Vi got off to a really good lead at the beginning, didn't they? So let's say, okay, so looks like we've got the Barley, the Spike, and the Rico coming out now from the side of Na'Vi. That's definitely going to not do Clash any favours here, but Clash have actually thought to themselves, we're just going to stick with this matchup anyway. There's nothing wrong with this comp still, even against this, but they need to be very cautious with the Spike now.
And it's probably a good job that Clash didn't bring out the tanks, because this is a tank counter idea here. Going full range, getting the throws for the control and the spike for the defense. So, it's pretty down to Lenan here to be able to make the move and jump on the Rico and get that takedown, or the Barley. Having the Edgar here is a great thing to have against a lot of, these brawlers. Realistically, you can get the Barley taken down easily, the Rico as well, and Lenan just ignoring everything, just going straight to the safe, because why not?
Yeah, why not? And he's done it on a number of occasions now this set. So far, MMA just trying to do a little bit of damage into the sensor, and there's absolutely no reason why not. Good super as well. You took on a lot of damage there from the likes of Yoshi and Gia, and this could be an opportunity for them to push on forward. Look at the damage across the board, but MMA is going to easily get countered from that. Take it down straight away. Cube's going to do the best he can, but this is, of course, the weakness of this comp, isn't it? Close range especially, and then pushing towards the objective. This is the kind of bits and pieces they're going to be involved in. Alex still not able to push up with that Rico, having to deal with the Studer in the right lane. But Cube and MMA really trying to work together. Cube's actually taking down there. That was brilliant stuff. A great way for Na'Vi now to try and make something work.
Yeah, now was going for the Barley takedown, but that's the way that Na'Vi got to play this. They've got to stay on and protect those sides of things, because it's a great shutdown for the Edgar pick here. And Yoshi's struggling a little bit with the Rico. Doesn't want to break the wall necessarily, but he needs to get super to do so either way, but he might be considering it towards the later part of the game. Let's see, as Lenan has got his jump now and not being marked by the spike. A bit of potential there to go in, but trying to count the shots from Cubic. Now he's going straight for the safe, and then it's a good thing for Clash to continue the damage rolling in here. Almost at 50% now, and Gia going to pop the super as well. Good aggression, but Alex not getting any value for Navi on this right-hand side at the minute. Yoshi's juking everything he's got to give.
Yeah, you can see their gear just absolutely going mad on the safe. They're already down to 37%. They're trying to get Bimmer onto their side, but yeah, Alex will not be able to get enough done at all, especially getting body blocked and traded out by Yoshi. I like the idea. Any problem is, though, any type of aggressions as they're coming to range, those two throwers are going to be absolutely done for, aren't they? We saw the spike as well on the Barley. There was the odd occasion where they were looking very good, definitely keeping their distance and trying to make the range work. But the only problem is, though, with trying to get any kind of objective efficiency done, they just couldn't, because they just couldn't take down the Edgar.
That's the thing. I mean, again, I think they were expecting tanks here, because it's a risky play to not bring in an Edgar. Again, it's the best thing to have. I mean, the spike, yes, can shut it down really well. But then again, you also find yourself having to then just keep protecting your teammates for the majority of the game rather than doing much else. And I think Yoshi as well was doing a great job for me. I mean, just kind of eradicating Alex in terms of what he was able to do on the right-hand side lane. And, look at that damage as well. Wow. Despite Navi having more on the damage side, Clash able to carry out the objective more efficiently and getting almost twice the amount of heals along the way as well.
Yeah, even with the extra 57,000 heal, it still doesn't make up for that huge damage count. And still, even when it was tied, just only by one takedown, I think it's going to give Na'Vi some hope and some faith here coming this next couple of sets, because they're going to be thinking to themselves, okay, our slaying power is still really strong. We're definitely keeping up with them. We've actually got more map presence, technically. The only problem is they need to take advantage of that and be able to do some better objective work, because yeah, you're right. One of the key factors or key points you made is that it does counter a more tankier composition, doesn't it? I don't know if it's because they were expecting it. I'm not too sure. It's a possibility. We've seen Clash bring up some weird things in the past, but it seems like they just decided to stick with the same comp. That's when I was like, well, it's not like it's still not going to work. It will definitely make wonders The only problem is it depends how much work he can do with the Edgar, but every single time just always took MMA or Cube down, and it was just a real nuisance. And every time they did try and push forward or be aggressive, they just couldn't, could they? Because the amount of pressure they were putting on both those throwers, it was just really hard. And you saw, I think, Alex for the majority of that on their side in the right lane, but just going back and forth with the Stu, just baiting up these attacks. It's been very tough for them. But anyways, it is going to be Clash in with a 2-1 lead, and we're going to go to the next matchup, which is going to be Dry Season on Bounty. We've seen some great things from Na'Vi in the past on this matchup, but, you know, we're going to see the same old comps again and again. It's just a matter of who's going to come out on top of this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bell is always a safe mid here. I don't think we're going to see any of the Bar and Ash, but it is still available if you're just joining the stream. The Ash was not banned this time round. Get Tick and actually double thrower for Navi. What are Clash going to bring to the table? The Leon, which I really like here. That could be great for the countering of the throwers. And the Bell mid, yeah, safe pair of hands for the mid. So I think Clash have got a bit of an advantage here, to be honest. Again, Yoshi on that Sprout is always a dangerous thing, and they're looking to try to utilize their positioning here to get him straight off guard. He's surviving still, goes down there. I think a bit overly aggressive from Yoshi there to start things off.
Certainly was, yeah. Just a few hugs coming out from him in MMA as well at the time. And having these double throwers is going to be crucial there. If they get the advantage in any way, Clash are going to struggle a tad, and it's going to take them a little bit while longer to find any kind of weakness to exploit. But Gia just trying to find that on the left-hand side, but needs to be cautious now. And I feel like Clash, they need to get a few more stars to their name in order to try and secure this victory. I don't think this blue star is just going to cut it, especially with this aggression from both throwers. Unbelievable. Yoshi's already taken a lot of damage. Alex is trying to get away, but he can't. Yoshi does take him down eventually, which does mean even after Clash having to pull all the way back, they were put in a bad spot, but Yoshi's kept him in it.
Great aggression there from Clash. Got to say, fantastic taps from Lanan. Yoshi just putting the wall there to give himself the advantage, and May's calling this corner now, and Guy trying to get the shots around it to get his super, which he'd love to have. Nice mark there as well from Lanan. Clash on the back foot, but they're not looking too deterred by it either. Ticket coming in and taken care of by Guy on the left. Now the Invicta Hill comes in, and let's see where Guy goes.
Dear me, the push still coming in. Gia, you know what he's like, always on the front line trying to make something work. Normally it's Chaos, but of course Gales isn't playing today, so I suppose Gia's going to have to do it instead. 12 seconds left remaining. They need to find one more to be able to try and secure this victory, but Clash is just on the back foot. Are they going to be able to at this point? They keep this pitch up a little bit further, but I don't think they're going to be able to. There's not enough damage here, and in the end, Gia just managed to stay alive, but Cube could have also been traded out as well, really. So good stuff there from Clash. Match point.
Yeah, and again, you know, no Dynamite yet. I think it was wise going into that last match on pit stop. They didn't bring that. They knew they wanted to get that set tied up.
You sound sad,
have
mate.
no room for error.
You sound sad.
Well, I kind of do enjoy watching Clash play Dynamite, because again, like very few teams really can harness the skill needed to pull that kind of brawler pick off. But I think, again, you know, double thrower here, not too sure. I mean, yes, the Tick has a great ability to counter the Leon lollipop drop, but you did see there at the beginning how Clash were very aware to that. They placed it a bit further back than they would normally otherwise do, so trying to keep that range more in their favor while still getting some usage from that gadget. You know, Leon's a very great aggressor. I loved as well, I've got to say, the way I think it was Gear went down and kind of stayed in the bush. It didn't pay off in the end, but he had a really nice advantage there by just kind of sitting back and letting the opposition wonder, you know, letting Navi think, you know, where could he have gone, and letting some panic set in. It was actually quite a testament then. I think it was to Cube playing on the Sprout, could be wrong. But he really sort of located that situation quickly and fired all of the shots towards it and helped with that takedown. So now he has some good moments. But again, now against match point, this is normally where Clash would seal the deal.
I kind of feel like Guy he really knows how to make this team sweat, doesn't he? Like, he really does it. It's not just getting behind him, but you're right, though. Like, the fact that he's just sitting there, it's just wasting 10, 15 seconds, and Na'Vi are kind of like, is he pushing? Is he not? Like, you know, contemplating exactly what he's going to be up to the mischief there. But he's like, I'm fine, mate. I've just put my feet up, 10 or 15 seconds wasted. You can sit back all you like, because it's you guys who have to be on the aggressive at the end of the day. And with two throwers, you know what it's like. It takes a lot of time and a lot of work to be able to do that, and it was working for at one stage, but once Yoshi managed to get that initial takedown in the right lane, you saw by then his teammates were on the fence, weren't they? Literally at the very far back you could go, literally on their spawn, but that one takedown from Yoshi gave him a huge amount of leeway. I mean, you saw once again Na'Vi had to continue to make that slow, methodical push again. And it's takes a lot of time. It's not an overnight thing. It's not something you can do straight away here. But we can see now exactly what's going to be happening. Okay, right. So looks like the Rust will be coming out here. The Leon will be coming out as well. So a couple of switches have been made. Even the Tick not in play now for the side of Clash, but still sticking with Sprout.
Well, here we saw, let's take down from Cubic. Yesterday, I think it was Navi who were playing the same combo. They played a bit too late towards the late part of the game. So they need to get this early pressure in, get some takedowns, and then start to really bring in those rough supply drops. They were a bit slow to the mark yesterday obtaining them. So I want to see a bit more value there coming from MMA. A good lead, just the 1 star at the moment from Navi, but they are holding firm in their spawn, and that's a nice amount of value from Cubic there. Now 4 stars and that blue star for his team. So a takedown on the other side as well. So it's quite a close matchup. At the moment, I do favor Clash's positioning, though.
Yeah, I do as well. I really, really do. The problem is, like, depending on how Yoshi pushes him with that Sprout. Oh, okay, so he did make that push. Was just outside the range from Cube's projectile, so it's going to be able to stay alive. Yoshi just trying to find something, isn't he? He's been very aggressive in that right lane. Lenan finally takes down Alex, though, which does mean they have the 1-star lead. And there's a lot of pressure on Clash, really doing work in. Even though they tanked a lot of that damage as well, just trying to create some dents into the armor of Na'Vi, they've managed to find it in the end.
It's marked on the left-hand side, so he's going to be extra cautious. Good taps from Cubic, though, and he'll get the value from the bounces off the back of that as well. But if Cubic goes down, that could spell disaster for Navi. And look at this, he's only 400 HP. Yoshi comes to the shot there. Forced to turn around and deal with Alex, but he probably could have sealed that there and then. Despite it, however, Clash have got a very strong lead now with only 15 seconds remaining.
Oh, Gears are taking that kid. That is it. That is definitely going to be it. The entire team wiped out to facing the Earth there. Clash going to be winning it 19-7. 21-7 now if you want to include the AFK at the end, but there we have it. Clash do manage to take the victory 3-1. I was thinking it could be 5 sets considering what we saw from Na'Vi. It was a better performance at the start, but just way too much pressure there from the likes of Clash.
And it wouldn't be unlike you, Lethal, to cast a 3-2 now, would it? So, yeah, I was thinking the same. Navi had some great moments. And I think when it came down to that set of heists, that's where, if Navi had brought that back as a win, maybe they would have gone all the way here, in all honesty. But they did well regardless. But Clash definitely looked at top form, trying out some ideas. Sometimes they didn't work. And when they didn't, they went back to exactly what they know and love. And when they're on those brawler picks, it's really difficult to get a win across them, really. When they're enjoying things and comfortable, that's when they're most dangerous.
Key word there, yeah, they certainly do know how to make Na'Vi feel uncomfortable. This is the problem you see. When you've got a team like Na'Vi where they can all of a sudden be on the same page and great teamwork just randomly, just like a light switch. Teams like Clash can take them apart, but just make them feel uncomfortable in a lot of ways to really put a halt and control into that aggression or beast mode, as I like to call it sometimes. And we saw clear examples of that. 12 takedowns to 5, that's definitely a statement there. And don't get me wrong, we've got to remember that Clash, in the 10 matches they've won in a row, they've only lost, 5 sets total. That's mad, isn't it? That is absolutely crazy in itself. And now we can see what Clash can do. That's actually the only match Clash are going to be playing, but we are going to see another dosage of Na'Vi. They were playing against SK Gaming after this. Arca, of course, going to get a nice, well-deserved break, and Demo will be back in the hot seat with me for this next matchup. So guys, don't go anywhere as we're back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We've got a new fresh face here. We've got D-Man back here with me for another matchup. I would say fresh, nice and fresh, I would say.
I'll take it.
We both got to take anything at this point, especially this day and age, don't we? But it is going to be SK versus Na'Vi. It should be still a matchup considering that SK have had a few dodgy moments at times, but Na'Vi haven't been looking too bad themselves either.
I mean, yes and no. Like, Na'Vi are looking okay, but they have lost 3 on the bounce now, in fairness. And SK, actually, I thought they'd looked a lot better yesterday than they had shown in the past. It felt like they were starting to wind it back up again. You know, the usual SK dominance. Like, Jeton was popping off with Rico yesterday. You know, these guys, they always know what to deliver and when and where to deliver it. We were looking at the bans yesterday and thinking, okay, they got something in their mind because they've actually stopped banning Poco over the last couple of games. So clearly they like to work that into their system. So it's definitely something they're looking at. But at the moment, you know, second in the table, you know, it's SK Gaming, right? It's SK Gaming. They are the best team in Europe for the majority of this year. You know, 6 out of 8 Brawl Star monthlies. You know, it's nothing to be sniffed at, no doubt about it.
Yeah, they'll definitely be one of the favourites going into that competition and going into this competition as well, really. Across the board, they are the staple stone here, especially in this region, and going to continue to be one of the gatekeepers here for this qualification spot for the finals. But Na'Vi, though, still have a chance, and you made a very valid point. 3 matches in a row they've lost, and some very close ones yesterday. But today, I will say, Na'Vi haven't looked too bad. But the problem is, though, in terms of their recent form, we noticed that Clash really made them feel uncomfortable on a lot of occasions, so they couldn't really work their magic with their teamwork and the communication being on the same page. It was really making their lives a misery here, and I will feel sorry for Na'Vi if they go 0-4, just due to the fact that it's definitely not reflected how they've been performing so far. So we're starting off with safe zone, acute angles, some assembly required, center stage, and then a very hectic but aggressive dueling beetles, and it looks like SK playing a little bit safer here. The Brock and the Sprout ban, with Na'Vi selecting the Poco and the Brock itself.
Yeah, so we were just talking to Art because we saw the bans come through and we were looking at that Sprout ban because SK have, for certainly yesterday, been switching up their bans. Yesterday it was Brock and Leon, then Max and Brock, you know. So Brock and Sprout coming into, so immediately it's generally based on the maps they have. Some assembly required absolutely could be one of those maps. Where it works out well, you know, they're good Sprout players themselves, but, you know, maybe they're thinking, okay, we don't want to have this. I'm trying to think, like, MMA would ordinarily be the thrower player. It doesn't tend to lean to Sprout so much. What does make it interesting is that Spike is available, which could come into its own. But first map, going into that one, it's going to be, as you say, a tricky one. It does mean, obviously, on safe zone, you know, it's a relatively long-range map that we're expecting. I don't think, you know, we're going to have that, like, the Edgar bonkersness that SK and Blood Diamonds had yesterday. You know, just the and done in what was it, like 30-second game or something like that? 2 back-to-back?
It was a 60-second
bonkers.
set. It was just ridiculous. I've not seen anything like it. And if you guys have seen anything like it at home, let us know. Hashtag ESLMobile. We'd love to know what you think is going to pan out in this series or one of the other matches later on. I'd love to know your opinions on it here, and we may even read out the tweets later on. But yeah, it is going to be very... Actually, funny enough, it was SK who done it, wasn't it? So we'll have to see what they can do in this matchup.
I think this will be like more of a classic. You'll probably have Jeton on Colt, probably in against... well, actually, it depends who's playing for Na'Vi. I think it was normally Alex that went on the Colt on their side. We're probably going to have either a Bell or a Piper in mid, probably a Piper in the mid. And maybe a Bell on the other side. I think this is just like the normal that you go with obviously the Brock sort of banned out. It's more a case of whether they're going to throw anything different in the mix and maybe try and catch them off guard on the first game, because the first game is when you can do it, right? You catch them off guard and then go back to default afterwards.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? But I think at the same time, I think I've seen it in 1 in every 100 games on this map where I've seen something completely ridiculous, and it actually worked, just using fire rate over range, and it did work one day. I think Clash did that, but that was a long time ago. I don't know if it was in the planes or the very first play days, or maybe even last season. It might have been that far back, but they did bring something completely out of the ordinary. But I do feel like, yeah, we will probably have the Piper, the Bell, probably the Colt on either side, depending on how they're feeling on. Oh, okay, so we have the Colt and the Rico and the Piper on the side of SK, and we've got the Nani, the Piper, and the Colt. So a few changes here and there, which is definitely interesting in itself, but I don't blame him for that. I like the Rico from Jet.
Yeah, and of course, MMA, he loves his Nanny, doesn't he? He's been playing that a lot recently. But yeah, so Jet actually going on the Rico. I mean, he was absolutely bonkers on Rico yesterday. So I'm all for that. But it's a great start from Alex, actually, it looks like. I think he maybe took a shot from Cubic. Cubic was popping off, and I know you guys love your Cubic spam in chat, no matter who and where they're playing. But SK Gaming, you know what? They've missed the first couple of shots here. Now, he did put the pressure on, but MMA stepped forward and got caught out. Semantic down to 38 health, but he survived.
Why am I not surprised Semantic's already filling up the kill feed? I know it's only one takedown, but normally it leads to more after that. Semantic's just not going to outstay his welcome here. Doesn't want to overextend or give MMA any kind of advantage, but he's dodging and weaving quite well. Every 1-2 shots, he's making sure to get away from. Oh, I love that as well. But MMA actually came straight behind him as well. Brilliant stuff from MMA. And also taking out Skywick. That is huge.
Yeah, Jetno has managed to get in around the side, so it's like a back and forward at the moment. Jet's going to get a couple of shots off, will get dealt with, so his positions as were. It was SK's Jetno that did manage to land a couple of shots. Now Semantic's going to get close. He's going to pop off as well. Gets himself a double barrel run onto that. So nicely done. So just a small amount of damage to deal with MMA. Went down there with the peep, just trying to sneak around the back, but has been dealt with. 11% damage. It's better than nothing, but still a lot of work for Navi here.
Yeah, MMA had an incredible play in that left lane only a 30 seconds ago, but sadly just couldn't get to the safe in time before one of the other players respawned. Skyrix is doing a lot of damage on Alex, but Alex somehow wins that engagement. Now, that's going to be huge for him, but the only problem is Skyrix was able to do a bit of damage onto the safe in the meantime, leaving Alex in that right lane. So we need this push to come as soon as possible, at least in the next 10 seconds. But Alex has already been taken down by Skyrix. Jetting pushing on the right lane already.
Yeah, Skyrix using that homemade recipe just to make sure it hits its home as Alex tries to push forward. Now, chance here, 2v3, they can pile in. Skyrix realizes the danger. One shot, two shot, they've done it. Navi have done it. They've managed to get in there, get the damage down. There's no time to run up the other end and get the shot down. And Navi will steal it by 1%.
1%, that's just horrendous, isn't it? I was surprised they even brought that back because after Alex has been taken down very early on in the right lane, I was like, how much patience does Navi have? Like, are they going to keep this setup? If maybe SK actually pushed them straight afterwards, then it could have been a different story entirely, wouldn't it? But the thing is, though, SK didn't. They thought, okay, well, we've seen how impatient Navi's been in the past. They might even try and do it again, but they didn't. Navi actually kept their calm, kept their cool, knowing that they had 15-20 seconds left for Alex to rejoin the rest of the pack and took advantage of it. Good discipline there.
Yeah, I mean, it was Jet that was making the work, and he was the one that got the damage down, really. Skyrix with a couple of shots there, but you can see that Super not hitting his target on the respawn, and the fact is they got those couple of shots off as soon as, I think it was Semantic on the left that got took out. They realized they were in danger, and the pressure was laid on there. The question is, what do they change up? It was a Nanny versus a Colt, if you remember that left-hand side, which actually I think Semantic was relatively doing well there. Despite MMA landing a few shots and actually getting the damage down. Jet on the right-hand side, though, in the Rico versus Colt absolutely worked well for him. You know, Alex was struggling in that one because he was getting doubled up on by Skyrix in the mid.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Rico, of course, in this matchup. We've seen it on very rare occasions, but there's no reason why it's not a viable option. It does work out for him against the Colt. If it was against the Nani or one of the other lanes, of course, he'd probably jump into a few issues there, but he did make it work. Of course, even though he's continuing to ricochet all these shots across the board onto the Colt, you know, it takes a little bit more time. It means your opponent has a little bit more time to back away, but at the same time, he's got a little bit more range than the Colt, hasn't he? So at least that way, that works some wonders there for him. So yeah, I want to see if he does stick. Maybe if he goes for the Bell instead and just decides to go for a bit more range. I don't know. It's very tough to call because, like I said, with these compositions, there normally are changes, but normally it's only the odd one if there's been a massive difference somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, like the Bell's a possibility. Going to a Nanny is another possibility. Or do they just totally flip the switch? I don't think so. I mean, they're one down, so they can't really flip the switch and just go full on aggressive and get in their face. Because, you know, with say, a bruiser comp, you know, like a do or die comp, going gung ho, it is very much hit and miss. And, you know, it can work. They know they can make it work, but I don't think it's going to be the case. I think they're going to stick with try and test it. Yes, they are. So SK stay the same as the Navi.
Yeah, seems to be. Oh, okay. Jetten's been very aggressive on that right lane. Okay, that's something we did not anticipate, but Alex capitalized on that. As Sky's already taken way too much damage. But what we need to remember is even if they're taken down, Navi won't be on the will be on the march. But the problem is they'll only have center control. They won't be there quick enough to try and do a huge amount of damage to the safe. But say that though, Cubis managed to tickle it just a tad, but 8% can mean a lot in the long run, depending on the circumstances in this matchup.
They're going to get a couple more down as well, because Cubic with the double tap finally goes down. Now SK can push forward here. Alex has got to be careful he doesn't get taken down, because this could be open season for SK, but they do will get that respawn on. Just one shot that got through is all they got from Skyrix's Piper. So not really enough from that one, as Cubic finds Jet, and that buys time for Alex. And if he can get a flank, it's dangerous for Skyrix. Cubic also finds Semantic, and now you can see the super coming out from Alex. He just commits all the bullets into that safe. Another shot comes in, and MMA manages to land two more. He commits to it, and Cubic again continues to land shot after shot. He's dominating the mid.
Good slaying power across the board. A little bit more from Na'Vi here, and Cuban MMA did a great job 30 seconds ago, just body blocking that safe whilst we're having that respawn immunity. Just being really cost effective there. Jetta, note, in the left lane, has decided not to fight Alex anymore, especially after the first game. Skyrix and Cube still trying to find each other here at the moment, as now Semantic now just still making this push, but only being as so, Alex does take him down eventually. It does mean Alex and Cube are left just to have the time on top of the safe here. But look at this, though, such a huge percentage, 65% difference.
Yeah, they really have been dominating this game. You know, as soon as MMA went in there, Jet had to commit. They've switched sides, as you say. Semantic now trying to get onto Alex. He does come out on top there. And Cubic missed a couple of shots, which made by the time Ascaris can't make it count. He misses them, and in goes MMA around the backside. Again, they have to commit. They have to turn to him. He gets another 5% down. 17 seconds to count in. They've got the wipe. The two spawns are coming through, but this is all SK can do now. They have to go for it. They have to survive. It's not going to be the case. It's going to be Na'Vi picking up the first set.
It certainly is. What a performance there from Na'Vi. Huge percentage in comparison. It should be SK adapted, not the other way round. And definitely worked wonders here. Lovely to see from Na'Vi. And it just shows they weren't really too deflated from that last set. I just feel like they didn't play too bad. It's just the style of play they have against Clash just doesn't work. They're just put into way too many uncomfortable positions. But in terms of comfort zones there, there's not really much room for opportunity to flank around, is there? It's just basically duels upon duels, a bit of teamwork along the way in terms of being on the same page. But Na'Vi were definitely feeling it this time round.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, the respect in there, the fact that Jet and Semantic had to switch sides, they switched channels to sort of see if they could make it work either side. And it kind of was towards the end, but it was just too little too late there, and you can see how tight it was. But it was Na'Vi that made the most of it, right? Like, despite the fact 21-20, Na'Vi picking up both maps there. So not sort of coming out on top in the duels effectively, but the tacticalness of when the kills came in. A lot of that was down to, obviously, MMA getting around the back, and he may only get one or two shots off, but it buys time. The entirety of SK turns around to go towards him, and then they get shot in the back by Cubic, who was doing absolutely fantastic on the Piper this time out.
And the last time these two guys played, it was actually 3-2. It did go to the full 5 sets, and it could be happening once again here. We are going to be going to acute angle here for gem grab. This is where SK could excel a lot of their value across the board with the brawler picks. I want to see what they can do here. It's going to be very tough for them. We know SK, you made a great point earlier on, actually, because I'm so used to seeing the inconsistencies come out from SK. It's weird to say about putting inconsistencies and SK in the same sentence, but they did look a lot better yesterday. You are absolutely right, and I'm hoping they will show a lot more signs of life later on, because the fact that they still couldn't adapt to what Na'Vi was doing was a big point in itself. But you've got to remember, that was a map where, you know, you can't flank. It's just a matter of winning these duels and having a lot of patience. It's very, very tough, but this is where individual skill can shine across the board.
Yeah, so obviously acute angle to be in the next map. would be, I mean, with Sprout being banned out, could have been used on this map. Brock almost certainly, but obviously banned out as well, and the Poco to go with it. It does mean that probably Stu will be quite strong here as the possible gem carrier. That's looking for the speed angles there. The Q angle, it's a tricky map because it's got a lot of diagonalness to it that you can kind of get caught from, you know, any direction, as it were. So it's really about taking control. Possible Gene could be strong in here as well. We'll see. It is going to be the Gene, it is going to be the Leon, and the Stu for SK. And the same, no, tell a lie, the Meg, is coming out for Na'Vi, which we saw very strong yesterday performances from Meg. Not too sure on this map, though, but we'll see how it works.
Yeah, we sure will. Semantic coming in guns blazing already, taking down Alex. And Jetting and this, but a little bit careful with Cube. Cube's getting a little bit overzealous. And do you know what? Not overzealous in the bad way either, but he's still got behind him. If he stays alive, this will be huge, though, and he needs to stay alive. This will be crucial for them, but it's all about the small talk from SK. Who are they going to prioritize first? It looks like Skyrix and Jetting still trying to deal with Cube, but it looks like on the other side, MMA managed to try and get that mech, get the gens, and also trying to clean up the two on the bottom right-hand side.
Oh, we're not looking down the bottom there. MMA trying to deal with it, and he did. He went in, he got the swipe onto Skyrix, and took the gems away while the camera decided to go to the mid. So that is a great steal from Na'Vi that was all set up originally, of course, by Alex on the Leon. Sorry, Cubic on the Leon. Making it work and just causing them a lot of problems. So 7-2, another gem that will almost certainly be picked up by MMA here. So it's the Meg they use as the carrier because of what's happened.
I did feel sorry for the observer then, back and forth. It was very tough to call exactly how things were going to pan out there. Cubo looking to be on the aggression. Semantic can smell trouble already. He's backed all the way up, but the problem is he's not able to support Skyrix, but does come back anyway, just in the nick of time. Takes down the Cube. Great stuff there from Semantic. Got a little bit worried at one stage, but it will be Na'Vi with the gems, with the countdown as well. Hasn't taken down Semantic, but still has the gems there. 12 seconds left, and now they're going to give Na'Vi enough time to come on and respawn. Cube is just going to be literally larving in the center, and that's going to be a win for Na'Vi, and that's 3 games on the trot, D-Man.
Yeah, that was really well played as well. I mean, honestly, it was all about Cubic, wasn't it, on the Leon? The two of them were committed to kill Cubic, and they just couldn't get him. They just couldn't get him, and that's the problem with the Q angle. You're chasing each other around these little islands, effectively, trying to get onto it. And by that time, MMA came in with the Meg, and then suddenly got that mech and just came in and just obliterated them because there's not really that many places to hide. So as soon as he gets that mech, as soon as he gets in that mech, he's just swiping away. You see the pull there, gets the swipe off, takes Jetting down instantly. Nothing SK could do about it. And a really strong performance from Na'Vi so far, to possibly be 2-0 up already, set point already on the cards.
Yeah, it's one of the few maps where we see the map geometry abused heavily, very heavily, and the point you made with Cube, it was, and he must have wasted, 20 seconds at least? And this is where small talk does come into play. Who do you want to prioritise first? So clearly said to Semantic, look, let's hold the left lane for now. We know you can't get the gens, but let's deal with the trouble behind us in case they do push at all angles, and then you're pretty much stuffed at that point because you're going to be pincered in, sandwiched, and then it's a full team wipe. Instead, though, Cube was just in the bottom right. Okay, fair enough. He didn't take him down. He did a fair amount of damage, though, but he wasted at least 20 seconds. And then whoever was playing with the Meg at the time came with the Meg, wasted even more further time there. It must have been at least half a minute wasted in total.
Yeah, and it was the right call to go. I mean, you can't leave a Leon on your back. You absolutely cannot leave a Leon there. I would say for SK, I didn't check whether the super was available, but I think that's a time where maybe just use the hand. Just you know what, commit to it. Use the hand. Don't try and save it for maybe a superhuman hero play, pulling off one of those magic moments. The fact is that they just got dealt with. I don't expect too many changes, probably from either team. I think they're probably going to be sticking to the same. Whether they're going to keep with the Meg, while it was viable that time out. I would say a possibility for the Amber maybe in there, or even an Ems, I would say is a viable. But other than that, I think we're already hitting pretty much most of the brawlers we're expected to see.
Yeah, we know MMA likes to play the Amber on the odd occasion. It's definitely one of his comfort picks, isn't it? But they're in a comfortable state of mind at the moment. I don't think they might bring it in the third game just to really throw SK off. But SK is so experienced at this point, I don't think too much really does throw him off. It's just about being able to mechanically defeat your opponent by any means. But that was looking very good. And 3 games on the trot now. Na'Vi could make it fourth. And okay, a mirror matchup, but it looks like SK brought their own meg out.
Yeah. So they've decided, that's a really good idea. We'll take that one, thanks. You know, SK were the first to use the Meg in the league as well, so not too surprised to see them turning around again. It's Semantic that's been playing it predominantly. This time they deal with Cubic. That little annoyance has been flushed out. Now MMA is going to be coming out that mech in just a moment as well. So he's already taken a punch of damage, and now Semantic's got a mech of his own. In he comes. Oh, I think the pull from Skyrix actually pulled Alex out of the way. Would have killed him there. So miscommunication from SK Gaming, possibly costing them points here, but luckily they survived.
Yeah, MMA still in his mech, but not for much longer. It's pretty much deteriorated in that left lane. Look at how far back SK are. They've really been put against the ropes. The teamwork is shining through, all on the same page. As Na'Vi just coming in, just doing a lot of work onto Jeton, pushing every member back, even on the respawn. They're not giving SK any room to breathe here. Na'Vi looking very solid, but it's all about that consistency, keeping them at bay.
Oh, I tell you what, it's so dangerous pulling in Meg when she's in that mech like that. She could just quickly do the swipe, but it's back and forward, isn't it, with the mech? So who's going to keep the mech alive the longest? 6 gems apiece. Jeton does get Cubic down, but he'll be picked off now. Skyrix has to just try and keep himself invisible. That's a great pull, though. The small protection now on MMA as the mech comes out for Semantic. It should be able to drive through that middle, and they will get the damage down onto MMA. Can they finish him off before the mech comes out? No, he's back in the mech again, and this is such a tight game.
Mech on mech, it's like I'm watching a different game at the moment. It's just absolutely bonkers so far. Jeton's already taken a lot of damage, but you can see Semantic's mech's also got half health at the moment, but we've got to be a little bit closer. The pull comes in though. Semantic gets taken down in the end. Countdown's going to start, and surely this is going to be surely it's going to be Na'Vi's.
Absolute clutch moment there to get that pull in. But they've got to be careful because just someone like Cubic could get caught out. You can see here, Skyrix is looking for that grab, but he's been pulled himself. He goes down. Semantic will pick it up. Can he get the mech? The mech here would be huge, but it's not going to be. A Na'Vi close out the set and take it 2-0. Wow.
I think it was, 5-5-1 in terms of the gen counts for each team. Just sadly, they've got the one with 1 gem. He was in the front line. Perfect. That was exactly what they needed. SK just found their groove. It was just way too late, wasn't it? Unbelievable, though. Na'Vi, 4 games straight. We all said, it could be a situation for them this week going 0-4 because of the fact that, they're playing against the 2 gatekeepers in the competition. But my goodness, this is ridiculous. But do not count SK out at all. We've seen them make comebacks before. No reason why they can't do it again. But yeah, they were smashing them for the majority of that. And it's weird though, looking at the damage, SK Gaming in the long run did have a bit more map presence. But after watching that last game, you wouldn't have thought so.
Well, I can tell you the next 3 maps are strong SK maps. But again, you can see SK coming out ahead in the kills, but Na'Vi with the tactics coming out at the right time. And just as I was looking at it, I was thinking that Meg is carrying 2 gems. If they can pull that, that gives them that gem advantage, and that's all they needed in this straight away because they've been pulling him all day long. So Semantic gets dragged in, loses those gems, and Na'Vi take themselves a win. And suddenly we find ourselves with a real chance here of a quick 3-0 from Na'Vi. But I got to be honest, Lethal, it's you and me casting.
It is,
so
yeah.
We know this is going 5 sets. We know the reverse sweep potential is on the cards. And it will probably go to double match point as well, because that's just how it is every time we cast. Which means some assembly required now. As I say, next 3 maps, some assembly required, center stage, Julian Beetles. These are 3 strong maps for SK Gaming. But they have to turn things around fast because they haven't picked up a single map yet. Not a single round, let alone a single map.
Yeah, it's balmy. Think about it. We always get huge upsets, double match point, but this could be a huge upset. There's no reason why not. And Na'Vi just continue to, ride the tide here. We know that Clash, like I said, they have the style to make Na'Vi feel uncomfortable. SK do have that element behind them, but we've not really seen it quite a lot yet. But I kind of feel like to further put them in the groove of things, to see some assembly required come up as their 3rd set. This is now a moment for SK to really start making a go at this, because they already lost a potential couple of games in the past, and especially with Blood Diamond as well. They can't afford to lose more because they're seen as one of those invincible forces. You know, they don't really bleed that often, but we've seen it quite a lot so far this season. But Na'Vi now to potentially take this 6 straight sets, potentially as well on their best mode as well. It's going to be something which we normally see every day. It's a very, very rare occurrence we're witnessing, possibly.
Yeah, no, obviously the Sprout ban is pretty huge for this map. You know, it's a strong stopper, effectively. You know, what could we counter? What could we switch it up? Well, maybe, I don't know, the Lou maybe. Probably switch to the Barleys, I would expect. I expect to see some Barleys coming out here to turn that around. Poco was banned out. We have seen Buzz a number of times recently, actually from Na'Vi as well. Yeah, I think it was Alex that was running the Buzz before. Certainly very strong on this map. Somebody required, I mean, heck, we've even seen a Mortis coming out here recently a couple of times now, who's been in a good place. I was about to question for a cute angle whether someone maybe could bring Mortis to the table, but it wasn't the case. Everybody stuck to the same guns. Probably a Leon, something like that. Maybe even a Max, but I don't think so. Probably you want something to perhaps break that wall at the back and just sort of push through. So we may even see Jet on Colt, a possibility, or Rico, something like that. One of those sort of brawlers. Let's see what they bring to the table as they get things underway. It is going to be the Buzz, and there is the Rico for Jetten, and it is, of course, going to be a Gene as well. So, it is Gene, yeah. So, but that's the Dynamite again, isn't it?
It is,
Alex on the Dynamite.
That's what I got most excited for. But interesting for SK, they've got the Buzz with no throwers, which don't see it as often as normal. Normally see a couple of throws, or at least one with the Buzz to help complement that. But interesting, they've got a little bit more of an aggressive approach here with the Buzz here. Already SK with a nice early bot. Do remember though, Na'Vi have 3 bolts to their name, so they can wait a little bit of time to try and regain center control if they have to. Alex standing his ground, MMA's can be catching up, and so will Cube eventually.
So with Na'Vi's strong defense, Semantic coming in, trying to get on MMA. It's always the danger with the double thrower. They can easily get caught out, especially by a Buzz. So it's read well there. And Skyrix will catch in, but this is looking like it's going to be a Na'Vi second bot. Yeah, with Cubic going in. As I say that, is he going to get caught out? Yes, he is. Didn't manage to return one of the bolts, though, and it will be their bot in the end. A level 5 coming through. So now it's SK's turn to defend.
Certainly is. They should be okay defending this in a relative ease. Cube is taking down the Skywix though, and I don't think it's going to completely take it out. I'll be shocked if it does so, but saying that though, they're actually still going back and forth, so we'll do a little bit more damage than expected, but the pull does come in though, so at least it's distracted things enough. But the problem is, though, 39% is not enough for Na'Vi. They need to win this next bot.
No, but look at the Bolt. 7-0 with 20 seconds to go, and SK hold the mid. So this is problematic for Na'Vi now. Yes, it was a good attack. Yes, it got themselves a decent push in the end of the Bolt. So how is Jetten getting out of there? Good Lord. It does finally go down and drops that Bolt in the process. But 9-0. Finally, Na'Vi will start to bank some bolts, but it's a little too late, I'm afraid. Here comes the final siege, and it is going to be a level 10.
Yeah, they had to make that push quick because there's only about 10 bolts available for the next one. So, of course, with SK having set the control, it wasn't looking too good, but it looks like SK will have no problem going all in on this.
Oh,
and looks like,
that's not a lot of damage.
What on earth happens already?
They've got the double thrower. They have the double thrower, and that's the power of what they have. And Na'Vi come out on top in this first game, and that makes it 5 games back-to-back unanswered by SK so far.
But still, though, that was an immaculate defense, even with 2 throwers. I was just so I didn't expect the bot to be deleted like that. I was pretty stunned because I thought, okay, SK are probably going to try and ride the wave a little bit. That's going to follow the bot, just let it take the damage, and then they'll go all in on it. But that was just unbelievable how much work Na'Vi's done. I just want to see this last a little bit as well, just to see exactly how it occurred and just what they were up to. So Skyrix and Semantic were just on the right-hand side, though, and they were trying to push the players back, but then I think it makes a lot of sense. They realised the bot was going to get taken down very early on, and Alex was pulling all the way back to not take too much damage, and by then, not enough ammunition even to make it work. Of course, the bot's taken down, Alex is going to have a field day. Na'Vi, 5 games on the trot, match point. Hope it's not the first of like 5 or 4 leading into this series. But yeah, Na'Vi much better. Still looking very good, and a good ending considering the start they had.
Absolutely. I mean, that was so good. Yeah, I mean, the setup with obviously with the last call and Dynamite throwing his everything in there, literally. So superb one. I think it's the big barrel of boom or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of it. So, something like that. I tell you what, I love whoever at Supercell comes up with the names for these is very creative. That's what I like to see. There's a certain other game that I had to pull out some names like that, but I think that's the one. But either way, yeah, I mean, double throw a setup from Na'Vi while they really didn't have much bolt control. They didn't control mid at all. You know, they only had the one bot of their own, but boy, did they back it up. You know, it was the perfect timing. They got the wipe on SK, and with a double thrower setup to launch them in there, you can get a lot of damage down, and they proved just that.
Certainly have done. So you can see now Na'Vi got 2 opportunities now to close this out 3-0. We said it before, and Demon's already made a point. It's either 3-2s or a huge upset. This huge upset definitely heading our way, potentially. I'm just still surprised. It is, and it could be one of many. I'm just hoping for Na'Vi's sake. They need this win. We've seen the standings. It's a real shame what happened yesterday, but this will not massively make up for it, but definitely give himself a lot of confidence going into next week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll see what they can bring out here, because SK, they're up against it, man. Match point. Didn't expect this to happen so quickly. And this could be the turnaround that Na'Vi need, you know, after what was 2 dreadful results for them yesterday, losing out both matches to both Mood and Free Agents, 2 teams that really, we all had Na'Vi down to win. It wasn't the case. In the end, though, you know, they just picked up the first set against Clash. They ended up losing 3-1 in that one. But now here, this would be a statement to take SK down 3-0. And for SK, they're up against Free Agents next, who we thought, you know, that's the one I thought Free Agents could possibly take this. SK are up against it.
Yeah, FA actually defeated Na'Vi by 1 game, wasn't it, in that 5th and final set? It was pretty much double match. Oh, that was the Brawl game, of course. How can we even forget about that? That was the second match of yesterday. But here we go here, folks. It looks like it could potentially be the last game, depending on how Na'Vi's feeling in this matchup. Just coming on out. Oh, okay. Not something we normally see. This is a completely different lineup from Na'Vi, especially the B, the Mag as well. Okay, we'll have to see what they can do here, especially with the Primo as well.
Absolutely. We can see if they can work it out, because that's going to be tricky for them. Cubic, though, we know the B. I'm interested because they brought the B out, so they were thinking, are we going to be up against the classic SK Bruiser comp there? So to sort of bring that to the table, but a tie in the first, which means we're going to get a pretty sizable bot in the second. I love the see whether El Primo can get close enough, but really not having too much effect. And they're also just destroying this middle section. That will benefit MMA eventually, when they can get on there. But they've got to deal with the power and the speed of Stu, which is what they do in MMA. Those should get taken down here. It does reduce the mech to nothingness, but they are slowly taking control. But SK, with those 9 bolts, Na'Vi have got a lot of work to do in these next 10 seconds.
They certainly do. They might even just let SK have this one, have a good defense and then go all in straight afterwards here. So you can see what it is. 2 bolts are available and they could even tie it maybe. But the problem is it depends on how they want to go about this. It looks like, yeah, they are going to let SK have this one. But look at that, 9 bolts. That would mean that SK has to pick up every single one available once its bot is tried to make that push.
Well, it's going to get some damage down. It's not going to be a great deal. They are going to follow it up with the Barley spam there. So Skyrix does manage to get the last call in. I say not much. They got it down 76%. That's pretty darn impressive. Yes, it was a strong bot, but now it's going to be SK that will have to defend. 20 seconds and counted to pick up 7, make that 8 more bolts to catch up with Na'Vi and maybe tie things up and stop this last siege happening.
Oh, and anything SK can, yeah, it's out of the comfort zone now. Literally, SK, all they need to do now is just cushion the blow as much as possible, but we've got a big lad coming in. It's going to be a level 13 siege bot now. And let's see how it's going to be defended. And it needs to be. If SK want to stand a chance here, they can't let them get more than 66%. So here comes the bot already coming on in. Might to slow it down just a tad. The Ike's doing a huge amount of damage. Skyrix and Jetton still trying to keep it at bay. But Alex has already gone straight in. Look at the damage already done here. Will they be able to get extra? I don't think they'll be able to.
I think they've cleared enough out. They have. They've managed to hold on SK Gaming against Matchpoint and Na'Vi. But they do slow things down. I've got to be honest. The honey molasses, I think it was, that went down there was enough just to slow things down. They threw down the last call. Everything was sort of dumped on top of that bot to just stop it and slow it. And SK Gaming breathe a sigh of relief and pick up their first game, would you believe it, in set 3. Their first game against Na'Vi so far to go tied and set point. I mean, it doesn't change anything. Na'Vi are still on match point, though.
I think this is the first time this year I've casted an SK match and something like this has happened, but not with Na'Vi. This has just been ridiculous. And yeah, I will say this, Na'Vi played well, purposely letting them get that second bot in order to then defend against straight afterwards. And level 30 C-Spot still isn't too bad at all, but luckily SK cushioned the blow enough just to collect the odd few bolts to make sure there wasn't even more of an impact. Because it definitely could have been the difference maker here. But you're right though, Na'Vi, second match point, and we mentioned it earlier, it could be one of many.
Absolutely. So let's see what they bring to the table. And sorry, my fiance was questioning what I said with big barrel of boom. Like, what did you just say?
Excuse me.
It sounds a little bit different when spoken in German. So she was just questioning in the words I'd use. But yeah, no, honestly, still match point for Na'Vi, you know. But they've got to make sure it counts, right? They can't let this slip away, then go to center stage, and then slip away again to Julian Beetles, because I fear for them on those two maps. So it's now or never, I feel, for Na'Vi. If it goes over to Brawl Ball, I feel SK would take it. And then on Julian Beetles, well, that's a map that SK have done very well on over the season so far. So this, I feel, is Na'Vi's chance to pick up the win or possibly let it slip.
Yeah, we've seen SK do well with organised chaos, and Julian Beetles are definitely one of the most aggressive matchups here. And I don't think Na'Vi even want to take it to a set 5, but it's all about this set. This is going to be so important for them. Still sticking with the Primo, the Stu, and the beater for SK. And we've got the Dynamite coming back here with the Rico and the Sandy. Okay, let's see how this is going to work out. MMA already with the early start there onto Semantic. Alex has taken a bit of damage, but not enough to turn the tide. Jetta's actually taken a fair amount here, and so much DPS from MMA and Alex. Good start here from Na'Vi.
Yeah, you can see Skyra's going to try and get in there, but it is going to be Na'Vi with the first bot out. He does quite a bit of damage immediately, but the Primo is going to try and get in the face of this bot. It is a level 1 coming in, but with the throwers, it is possible to get that damage down. You can see not a lot to defend this one at the moment. Finally, the enemy elastis will go down, and the Ike's going to get some work done, but already 20+%. Wow, make that 45% done. They throw down the Sandstorm, and they get control of mid again.
They could all in on this second bot if they want to, even though it won't be a huge one. They could make the difference, but saying that though, MMA has been taken down though, and it's going to be very tough. Depends if it's going to be a tie or if SK will continue to be able to try and make this work. It seems like Na'Vi do have 5 bolts, but do you know what? All-in wouldn't be a bad option, but you can see SK, there's a potential chance it could happen here. So try to dive in. That's going to be another bot. Oh my God, he had 2 bolts as well.
I think they got it. They just got the white. Now, SK are going to be respawning, but Na'Vi are coming in, fully backing this up. The Dynamite's going to be tossing. Look, you can see he's getting around the side. They're putting the pressure in. The bot comes through. Now goes the damage. 20% and counting. Make that more, 12%. Na'Vi are going to do it. They have got it done, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi take down SK Gaming 3-0. That is a statement.
It really is. A huge upset here so early on in these matchups. And I will say this, I'm glad they did it in that set, because the other 2 sets, it's very dicey, isn't it? Especially going to Julian Beetles right at the very end if we actually did go to that 5th set. But that was a commanding performance, really making that work. MMA and Alex did a great job, had some great teamwork in the left and center lanes, and Cube just been a real nuisance with that Rico, just doing that range damage across the board here. With SK, we could see what they were trying to do towards the second half. They were trying to cushion the blow a bit, but also at the same time knowing they had to put a good defense on to then go all in for the final bot. They just didn't even get the chance. Look at the damage, so close between the two. Literally, what, 471 damage between the two? That's ridiculous.
I mean, what is this right now, right? What is this league? What is happening? Like yesterday, Na'Vi go down to a 0-7 Mood Gaming. They pick up their first win, and honestly, Mood dominated them kind of in that game, really. They look really strong. Now, SK Gaming, where the hell are they? What happened? Na'Vi come rocking in and really put on a show. You know, they came in with some different tactics. They were trying different things. The double throwers paying off, you know, various different things. The Nani paying off earlier on as well. Whatever they did, it worked. It was fantastic. You know, they looked okay in the first set against AC Milan Clash. Look, hell, they took a brawl ball off AC Milan Clash as well tonight. So, you know, they've had a really good showing of the first game. They've only gone 1-on-1, unfortunately. But that is a sign, with just 2 play days to go, that is a chance. It gives them a small lifeline now to get themselves back in it.
Yeah, and it gives them a lot of faith going into next week as well, doesn't it? Considering the performance they've already done already. So congrats to Na'Vi. SK fans are out there still in chat. Don't worry, still got another matchup on their hands, but against FA, which is again a very strong roster coming up shortly. As Ark will be jumping into my seat to join D-Man here for that next matchup. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We've just seen SK lose 3-0 to Na'Vi, Ark. What's going on, mate? What's happening here? They've now got to play free agents, and suddenly, I tell you what, if they lose this game, it's going to shake up that entire ladder because it's going to open up so many opportunities for all the teams.
It really is. I mean, we've had our question marks on SK, simply because this season, there's been a lot of 3-2s. Sometimes it's a victory for SK on a 3-1, but sometimes it's a 3-2. Now we're looking at losses on a 3-0. That's a scary prospect, realistically. Again, like you say, how much you can ricochet through the leaderboards. I don't know about everyone watching at home or yourselves, but I felt Skyx, Chesson, and Semantic didn't bring what we normally expect to see from SK in that first matchup. So I'm hoping they can turn this one around. Not really for my liking, but more for themselves, because again, they're currently on 7-3 now after that loss. So this could again have a big knock-on effect.
And I saw people in chat, I don't know if I haven't confirmed this, but they're saying that that's the first time Na'Vi have beaten SK this year. Which, I mean, I would have to fact check that. I couldn't tell you, but it probably sounds about right, in fairness.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I think so from my memory as well. That makes some sense. And yeah, it's just unlike us to see SK in this kind of position. But I don't know. I mean, Dark Joker, Cyclone, and HK have their moments. They're a little bit inconsistent. Yes. They had a great first week, wins all round. The second play day was a 1-win, 1 loss, so a bit here and there. And then they started taking losses. Play day 3 with that 1 loss, and then 2 to follow in play day 4. But they had a good day yesterday with wins against Na'Vi and also a win against Blood Diamond. So maybe this is starting to turn more towards their favor as the tides are shifting.
So the bands coming in, it is a Brock and Max. So we're back to sort of normal bands for SK there. And Poco Ash sort of standard coming out from free agents. So yeah, we see, as we've been there before. We've been there many times. And actually, in fairness, Purple Paradise, we've had some pretty good games recently. So I'm not going to be too upset about that. Sneaky Fields, Gen 4, Nuts and Bolts, Safe Zone. I like these maps, Ark.
Yeah, if it gets to the 5th final, of course, SK played that already and would have to do a better performance because, again, they struggled against Na'Vi in the previous series. So, yeah, they got to start turning this around. Again, did they get even a single game in that last 3-setter? I mean, there's definitely no sets there. So, I mean, I think the one game they won was in Siege, wasn't it? The one game in Siege where they defended really, really well. So they're definitely behind here. They've got to start to build some momentum, whereas FA are coming fresh to the mark. And one thing I've noticed about FA's playstyle is that they do tend to come in very, very strong and very aggressive, take their opposition by surprise. Definitely a few mistakes. So we saw an instance yesterday where they got overconfident, went for the trick shot on an open goal and missed it. So they definitely lack an experience, but they do make up for some of that in terms of their aggression.
Yeah, to put this in perspective, if free agents were to win this, they would go 6-4 and SK would be on 7-4. That's, like suddenly things are not so clean for SK Gaming at the moment. They have to sort of lock this one down to just make sure they get that chance in the finals.
That's a scary prospect, isn't it, really? I mean, again, last season it was all about Clash and all about SK. They were so neck and neck, realistically, for the majority of the season. This time round, Clash have broken away, and, they're just going from strength to strength right now, whereas SK, we kind of got some questions around like how this is going to end up for them. They really need this win. That's a really powerful fact there, right there. FA again have been kind of in the middle. This is their chance to break, and after that, again, that great play day yesterday with those wins against Na'Vi and Blood Diamond, they're probably coming in today feeling pretty good about this, especially if they were watching the last matchup.
Well, obviously we start with Purple Paradise. We're probably expecting the relatively standards in there. The fact that the Bell, the Piper, the Nanny, stuff like that. Obviously Brock being banned out would have been a choice here. Possibly a tick. We'll see whether that gets tossed into the mix. I doubt it. It's a bit too long range. It is going to be exactly that. The Byron, of course. There we go. The Byron's another option that they brought to the table. But the Gene for Jetten, it could be crucial. We'll see, because the two Pipers wipe each other out, and of course, Jetten did pick up that blue star.
Good aggression from FA from the outset, and Semantic has got that super. Very important to hold on to those. Ultimately, you want to evade any nanny peep coming in, so HK Still trying to earn his first, and I'm sure he'll try to bait out the jump from Semantic as a priority. Vengeful Spirits coming out from Jetton, and a follow-up there. Nicely done from Semantic on the Cyclone. HK getting the hills, but now in a bit of a spot here where he could get some taps from Skyrex, but they did both miss. So Semantic focuses on the Byron. I think that's the wise call here, and a nice takedown as well from Jetton gives SK the lead.
Yeah, puts FA on the attack. Now he can just be defensive now, but it's actually SK that are forcing them slowly back here with that sort of AE spam effectively from Jet, and it's consistently putting damage down onto one or two of them every time they just take a tap. And if that can be backed up with something from Semantic or Skyrex, that's what they're looking for. But now HK goes aggressive, pushes forward, may pay the price though. He's really managed to put a bit of damage down. He's put SK right on the backboard.
Yeah, he really has here, and he's just holding on here. Darkstalker didn't go for the heals, went for the aggression, and Semantic with some good taps to keep FA on the back line here as the peep comes out as well. Nice takedown from Semantic. Follows up, didn't quite finish it off though. Oh my word, this is looking so good for SK, and this jump into the middle from HK there actually kind of paid off, but the pull from Jetton brings it back under control.
Brings it back. Yeah, that's the pull they were looking for as well. And it leaves FA back on 2-star kills as well. Semantic's got to be careful here. Here we go. The push comes in. 10 seconds to go. They're going to try and chase it in there. That's one. Jet gets picked off, but it was answered by Semantic instantly there as he takes down another Cyclone pushing in. Oh, there we go. The homemade recipe just perfectly timed from Semantic. 19-12 in the end. A solid victory for the first game. Somewhat surprised to see the Gene coming in. But it paid off, honestly. The Byron in there obviously sort of limiting the range, sort of. I think they're about even range, right? The Byron and the I guess because it like shoots and then splits, right? It's not so much instant direct damage as opposed to a one-shot.
Yeah, it's hard to make the kind of Gene count. Also, I mean, the healing puffs is where you really want to be able to get your money's worth on that pick. And I think that's where also, you know, we saw a bit of a lack there from FA. I think the Byron, it's a great idea, and they did get some good value. But I just think there's something about having the Gene there as a bit more of a safe pair of hands. Again, it's kind of interesting to see Gene not really get so much value from the pools as you tend to expect in other game modes. But you know, the one that SK did get, it did connect very nicely and did pay off for them. But again, those magic puffs, Vengeful Spirit's a nice little bit of chip damage as well, and in terms of just keeping the healing process on your opposition side a lot slower. I think that FA could probably swap over to that Gene actually, and they are going to do that as well. So bringing in the mirror matchup, I believe, is SK running the same ID? Yeah, so this is going to pretty even out the odds for them, as they, didn't look too comfortable. SK looked a bit more like their former selves in that last game.
Ooh, trading damage well there, SK, but that's a lot going at them, and that's going to come in. Semantic does well to juggle the damage, tries to get the return to sender, almost taking HK down.
That's a 2 HP there, but a nice bit of teamwork there for the pickup as everyone working very nicely together. Now Joker just staying alive. Another homemade recipe as well from Semantic there as well. Doing fantastic work as the peep coming in now as well. Is HK going to try and tank it? No, it could come back around though. Hey, it actually hit the wall there. Oh dear.
I think it did. I think it did. That's actually a bit of a loss for them. We'll see, because they're doing a great job. They've got Skyrex down. They're keeping the pressure in the corner. Free agents have stolen away the blue star, but they still trail just by one. Just grouping together, playing as a clump really well at the moment. Free agents looking to get yet another push. That's going on to Skyrex, but they can't follow it up.
Oh, well, that's the lead over though to FA now. Final 35 seconds fast approaching. Jetton's got the pull, but he's going to have to really hit home onto Cyclone, who's got that jump, so they need the peep to really draw that out, and then it could be a bit of a sitting duck going straight for HK. Return to sender. Return back though. No takedown on either side. SK have got to start to choke this one a bit harder now as the time is fast approaching. 10 seconds left.
It's going to be down to Jetton's pull. Is he going to be able to find the target? Tries to put a lot of damage down. Hits all 3 buttons. Quick fire, rapid fire. 10 seconds to go. They need to push in. They need to chase it. There's the pull. Oh my God, he's back and forth. But the blue star's still in there. The pull comes in, but he doesn't get it down. And HK survives. The body blocks enough. And free agents will hang on.
I was surprised that FA held on there. I've got to be honest, it was a great move for SK to capitalize on that situation, and they did do a great start to it. They just couldn't finalize it towards the end. I mean, I'm not sure how much more they could have done. I mean, trying to decrease the gap a little bit to get more, punch out the pipe shots maybe, but I'm not too sure there. It was a bit of a tight one to call.
Yeah, I mean, a little unfortunate for SK with the peep going into the wall as well. Obviously, that was a bit of a loss for them, so put them on the back foot immediately. Here we go. You can see, went down to a 2v1, but honestly, HK, to land that shot just as the pull hit was absolutely crucial, because he'd have been a dead man. He had the 6 stars above his head with the blue as well. That would have been a hit and run for SK.
A bit of miscommunication there. I mean, you do want to pull them in, and ideally, you know, the shot would have hit had the Jhin had not come into play. But then again, you got to try to hit it on the way through as well. That's a lot of a harder thing to do. But yeah, it just kind of felt like SK was doing all the right things, but all at the wrong times in that last final moments. And they're going to pay the price for it. We're going to play this one out again. And FA have got a game under their pocket, so they could go up here in terms of sets.
Back with the mirror once again, and Jetten trying to get into that blue there. SK really want it, and they will take it away, but he went to Semantic. He manages to land the shot on Cyclone to get that start off early, and a lot of damage going down onto HK, and there's the finishing shot.
Nice, healthy lead, looking much more like the first game now. Shots connecting nicely there from Skyrex as well. Has the peep now to hand, going to bring that out. It could have actually timed out in the last game. It might not have necessarily hit the wall we can see on the spectate, but he's actually not going to bring it out at all now. He's going to come back in and help out. Probably some communication there on the side of SK that said, no, hold on to that. We can wait for HK to have his potentially, and there's a nice turn to center going out there as well. I think Justin's very low there. Yeah, he is, and the peep now looking to connect. The jump from Cyclone, the return to center from HK. We got some value from it. Missed pull though. So I wonder what could have gone a little bit better, to be honest.
Oh, that's the star stolen away. That's what they were looking for. They get the kill in there. Jetten very low off the back of it. And again, it's on SK to be the aggressor. But you can see, this is a little risky for free agents. Attacking as a 2, as HK had gone back. It's a little miscommunication for free agents. May well cost them. Cyclone does a very good job of sidestepping though. Semantic trying to get that side swipe action on. And the spray coming out from Jetten still not quite enough. Where's it going to go? It finds its home. It's square on Cyclone's chin.
And he could have jumped it as well. Nice return to center from HK. Coming in now, jump to hand, but look at how quickly SK dealt with that situation there. They follow up so well onto HK as well. Dark Joker shows the thumbs down as well. Still time to turn this around, but definitely now looking a little bit bleak for FA.
Well, it's all... Hello, Skyrex? Disconnected? What's going on here? 9 seconds to go. There goes another one. Suddenly they realize they're in a bit of pressure. Dark Joker keeps them pinned in the corner. 13-13. They got the blue star. They've gone. What just happened?
I am speechless.
Did Skyrex disconnect or what? Because he wasn't moving at all.
Yeah, I don't know. But then he came back and he was moving around. Didn't seem like a bot coming back into the game. So I'm not too sure. Maybe he had low battery. That could be one thing that could happen. He might have had a low battery signal come up on the screen and then has to clear it and then comes back in. But that time lost there towards the end, I don't think it was a sign of confidence. I've got to be honest, because SK playing until the end. So definitely something amiss. And it's cost them. It's cost them dearly.
I want to look at it right now. It's going to come up any second. Oh, you tease! You absolute tease! Pulling up the stats instead. Oh, well. Free agents take the first set over SK game. We've been here before, haven't we? This is scary times for SK right now.
It is. I think in the chat, people saying that he may have used his tick head. His peep from the nanny side there. But I don't know. I mean, it's unusual. It's very unusual to see SK playing like this. They're so often composed. And I think in these final moments, they had such a good lead. It was like there was time to turn it around. Obviously, that's what happened. But even so, it's unlike them to just throw so heavily towards the end of a matchup and just timed their retreat just a little bit off and didn't keep the aggression up as long as they should have done, really. And yeah, looking a bit stirred today. They're not playing themselves, gotta be honest.
Well, okay, we're moving on to Sneaky Fields now. So, I mean, Nax has been banned out. Obviously, a strong brawler in Brawl Stars in general because of obviously the comps that everyone's been using, you know, be it with a Frank, a Rosa, a Jackie or whatever, just get that speed boost up Bruiser and sort of launch him in there. So it does open up other possibilities. For Sneaky Fields, certainly we know that SK have brought a couple of different comps to the table in the past. What are we expecting here from, say, free agents, though?
They like a lot of their max here, but obviously the ban being very, very then more targeted in that sense. And I think it's a smart move from SK. They've also been doing a lot of research into watching their games to see their playstyle out. And we saw them actually, I think, as well, banning the max yesterday when it came to Brawl. They obviously like to keep that controlling element under their thumbs. And I think Rose can still do well, but ultimately there's going to be more counters to it on that side as well. I think the poker ban quite key then on the side of FA as well. So I think this could be opened up to quite a lot of things that you wouldn't tend to expect to see, actually, to be completely honest, because I think Stu is going to have a big place now. They've got to be careful of that Rosa still. It's not going to necessarily not show its face just because of the Poco and the Max bans in play. I think Spike's a really, really good shout. I think possibly some Sandy as well is a good one to be able to shove anyone lurking in the bush.
We also saw Jet playing Rico on here yesterday, and he's played a lot of Rico today, in fact. Maybe he's just burnt himself on that one, but I think Spike is a very good shout, actually. It's something they've certainly brought out, maybe in an Amber or an Ems, something like that on the side. And I'll say it because you're not saying it. B. Put B out there. I know you want to.
It's going to have, get some map breakage and go to town. Yeah, great for overtime.
Let's have a look. Here we go. Game underway. Let's see what they do bring to the table. Is it going to be anything we possibly suggest? Well, I think we covered all our bases. The Spike, the Ems, and the Sprout coming through. Of course, I forgot Sprout was banned in the previous game, not this game. And the Griff actually coming out for HK. I like that. The Griff, the B, and the Jit Sandy.
Yeah, I think Griff's very underrated brawler here, and one that can work out so well because of the amount of breakage of the map, and the more that then 4 does, the more that B's going to be able to come into her element there. Nice to have some Joker followed up by Cyclone as well. The ball, those things in the mid, is now Cyclone's actually out of position there. A nice quick takedown from Semantic as well. Is HK quite out in the dry there. And now the whole of SK pushing forward. So, again, we saw some issues on the side of FA yesterday in Brawl. They didn't look incredibly confident. They got some good moments, but then they choked as well. So they're going to have to be defending a fair amount of weight behind this push now as all 3 members of SK are pushing forward.
Yeah, no, with a double thrower, you're not going to be able to defend on the goal line, that's for sure. This is going to be Skyring. So he got stunned up on the line. It nicely played there from Dark Jester to just prevent that goal. That was a one-man defensive hope. It's about all he could do there. They're still in trouble, mind you. The Sandstorm's not going to hold them too much longer. Skyri's going to come in once again. And he does it again! He gets him again. I love it.
He just seems to be always in the right place at the right time, but that is 2 gadgets down. So that's going to be something which SK will be taking note of it. They look so confident with the walk-in because it's a case of like, well, okay, you can stop this goal, but we're going to get a gadget out of you, and they're going to be aware of that along the way. Skyx there, staying in position, staying firm, but the Sandstorm going down now will allow a little bit of a cushioning for both Cyclone and Dark to push through here. Now, SK got to be very careful now because they had obviously 2 great opportunities there and couldn't make it count. If FA starts to collect and with the amount of time left on the clock, they could potentially score a goal at the worst possible moment potentially for SK here. HK though has been found by Jetton, and Skyrex is still in the mid control with the photosynthesis star power again, keeping him alive a lot longer than he would otherwise, taken care of now, but the ball's still heavily in that corner on the side of FA.
Yeah, absolutely. Still yet to get that goal in though. SK Gaming were keeping that pressure on, but still remains with 20 seconds to go here. And I fear, I got to be honest, I don't know with it. I still think it's with SK at the moment, even if it were to go into overtime. But it will help certainly Griff, etc., to be able to get that damage down. Now, 12 seconds to go here. They've got to chase it. And now's the time to get HK. He's pinned in the corner. They needed to get the kill down, but that's a great Sandstorm. He does still get the kill on him in the end, though. Semantic's trying to hold this as long as he can. The overtime comes in. There's the kill coming through. They don't have the ball. It's in the top left-hand corner. But it is now free agents that are pushing the pace, and this will really help Cyclone.
Yeah, if he connects these shots, he's going to be absolutely loving your life. And the Sandy is outranged now by everyone, so that's the saving grace here in favor of SK. But they've got to keep this control. A couple of takedowns here, and they'll have a lot of problems. There's already HK going very aggressive on that super side of things and just staying alive in the process. So this seems to be pretty much, I would say, favoring FA. But at the moment, SK have been defending more than not pretty successfully well throughout the course of this game. The question is, can they do it now? Cyclone still got the amplified shot as well. If he connects some of these shots, then it could be changed very quickly here.
Oh, he's taken so low, though. Also, HK taking a mouthful of Semantic there. 15 seconds to go. I think we're looking at a tie game. That's a kill, though. HK can push in and get a really nice volley. They've actually grouped up. This is perfect for FA. Can they close it in? I think they're going to run out of time. They won't be able to get the shot down. This is going to be a draw. And we tie up in the first game.
All those walking goals are probably coming back to now play on SK's mind a little bit. I often like to go for the trick shot there and just bounce it off back wall sometimes in the eventuality of a Stanley, because you know it's coming. Yeah, you never see anyone running anything other than Sweet Dreams now on Stanley. It's such a strong gadget to have. But ultimately, I think for the most part, they went with the right comp and were able to make it work more often than not, and just had more chances in general. FA was able to bring it back though. Definitely going to be on their minds, especially after taking that loss in the first set. So SK have got to really go on the aggressive. They've got to get some more conviction behind their plays and get these goals starting to fly in, because again, I feel like as the goals are not flying in for SK, then it kind of gives more strength actually in favor of FA, because they're going, well, we can defend this, we can buy our time, we're not being walked over here, and that's going to grow their confidence.
And if I'm not mistaken, when it's a tie, they have to come back with the exact same comps, don't they? I believe. I'm pretty sure that's the way it works out. So we're going to be expecting the same thing once again as the players just set that game up and get ready to go again. But yeah, I like the double thrower. Often, especially, I think they brought the spike in, expected possibly a bruise. Obviously, spike's a great counter to one of those, and just that little possibility that maybe the Rosa was in there or something like that, just to counter it hard. But the Sprout backed on top of, you could see how they were working in combination with another. They were punishing. They would pin somebody in a corner or against some back wall, and then boom, well, everything comes in at them. So it was clearly they were on the back foot throughout that on free agents until overtime. For them, they know exactly what they're up against. They need to get a punishing couple of shots, I would say, right from the off here, free agents, for a chance to win.
And on the FA side as well, the Stanley's great to have, as we saw. It was responsible for saving those 2 goals from going in the early game, but it is a risky thing to have going into overtime. Again, SK were able to outrange everything. They knew it, pocketed the ball for safekeeping. So that's going to be something of a consideration as well for FA. Is there anything else that they can bring in to be able to try to have a bit of the best of both as well? But nonetheless, it's not an easy thing to run out the clock against SK. So it did seem to hold itself firm for the most part. And again, I think that the defensiveness of Stanley is quite key here. We saw that first gadget where it was 2 versus 1 and played perfectly actually on the FA side. I want to see a bit more from SK. I'm not going to lie, they should normally be having a bit more of a fast-paced game and definitely getting a couple of goals. And I think, again, a couple of trick shots here and there wouldn't be the worst thing in the world in the eventuality of those Sweet Dreams coming into play again from Joker.
So let's see if it does pay off for them. Semantic taken low at the start there, but nobody going down. Jetton managing to hang on. There we go. First one comes in. Semantic will get picked off by Dark Joker. Hits the Sandstorm. Looking for the ball, though, and you can see Jet. Actually, Jet might be able to sneak past them all here. He's just looking for the moment. The respawn will come in. Skyrix doing what he can, but Dark Joker doing a great job of getting in their face. Now a chance to get the shot in. Tries to put it across the Cyclone. Semantic can't do a great deal about this one, and it will be the first goal for free agents. That's exactly what they needed.
That could have been shut down so easily as well on Jetton's side, because he has to put the hand, and I don't know. SK are just kind of looking a bit all over the place, if I'm being completely honest here. And FA are punishing it, and they're going to continue on this. The Cyclone has got that super in the mid, connects with Skyrex, nicely forcing out the Garden Mulch. A gadget there as Semantic stunned also. This is the best chance for SK here. They've got to start moving up here, but you see, that's not at all what the plan was there. They wanted to ideally get the pass forward to Jet, and now they're going to have to go back to square one, and time is not necessarily on their side. They're going to have to get another team wipe or some good takedowns to get the momentum going forward here, and that's not a great way to start it.
Dark Joker is so aggressive right now. I think he's just decided, I'm going to get in their faces. Pops the Sandstorm again. Semantic picked off. This could be a 2-0 already coming in. Dark Joker's looking to try and get the pass through. The super from Jet is going to be enough, but he gets the shot away anyway on his deathbed, and it will be a 2-0 for FA.
I can't believe he got the shot up. He was so low on HP. He saw him pop just literally after he left his feet. So I was surprised to not see the ball sat where he was, in all honesty. That was great from FA. And again, that confidence is growing. I feel like this could go the way of FA. I think our predictions today could be well shot out of the water at the moment.
I think we only got 4 yesterday, didn't we? I didn't have a good day overall. I think you only got 3, didn't you? Or 2 or something like that. I think it was a woeful performance overall. But yeah, really nice play. We saw the problem there with free agents, and I love the fact they've gone back and talked about it and just said, right, It's a double thrower, guys. We've got to get in their faces. We've got to be aggressive, and it paid off. Absolutely paid off in spades.
That last moment, I think it was literally, oh my word, I'm surprised it got off this, but it was fantastic to see. And again, you know, if FA keep this up, they are looking like the stronger team. You know, they had that slip up yesterday in Brawl Ball more often than not, but today it seems like they've got this a bit more under control. And yeah, and again, as you rightly put, before going into this, you know, SK currently on a 7-3 after their loss to Navi in the earlier sets today. And if FA win this, they're going to be in a fantastic position.
Absolutely. It's going to open the door for everybody once again. Open season throughout the day. We'll see how it works out. Of course, Blood Diamond got a back-to-back game as well. Suddenly we could see SK falling off the second position. Who knows? Because this is set point once again, and suddenly if it goes 2-0, then we're looking a bit scary again for SK. But okay, so let's talk adjustments. Let's talk changes. I think maybe drop a thrower. Throw in maybe an Ems themselves or an Amber, something along them lines, or maybe even a Leon, actually. Leon could be sneaky. Sneaky. A bit of speed in there and stealth to sort of back it up. I like the Sandy, though, that was coming out there, but the Sandy does lack range.
Yeah, it does lack range, and that's why you saw FA just really capitalize in the early game in that last matchup. They learned from their mistakes in the first game, and that's the thing. They are learning as they go and experimenting and realizing the kind of key to the comps, really. The Griffin B is smart. I think that's the core focus, really, for SK. They've got to either go with that or have something ideally make a shoot a breakthrough or something along those lines to then combine with some long range. That's exactly they're going to bring the Stu. No breakthrough the speed zone. So going for speed and brute force, yeah, with a Frank, and that might not spell well against the Griff, in all honesty. If Jessen's not careful, he might get shut down a lot at close range.
Yeah, you can see he's struggling already, and that's going to be Semantic getting caught out as well. They tried to double up on it, and that's a problem. So with the double stews, but that's nice work from Skyrix. Now, let's see what he can do to try and back this up. As you say, Jetten, and not able to push forward because every time he's a fistful of coins.
Yeah, without the Pokos, of course, it's banned here.
Oh.
It's a tough thing to make work, in all honesty, and that's a good takedown. Semantic trying to come back, but the pass through to HK. Skyrix is the only person here to be able to contest this, and he does so very well because he had that amplified shot. He knew he could get the takedown, but if he'd missed it, then that could have been costly for SK.
But they've got to try and bring the ball forward now. Cyclone very low, but he still manages to get Skyrix down. Semantic tried to move it and follow it. Might get punished for it. That little player's backfired on them, and SK find themselves in trouble. But now Jen removes that entire middle cover. That's what he needed. The wall break to come in, looking to try and get that cheeky super shot through. Not going to work out. Realizes he has to go down with a hammer. Skyrix saving the day once again as Cyclone comes in. Oh, I tell you, this is a tense one.
It is. Ideally, Semantic needs to get that ball forwards and get that super shot ready and just get it from the halfway line because Jetten's done the work by opening up all those walls. They've got to get their positioning on point here, and Semantic making the great play forwards here, and Cyclone's going to go down as well. Dark Joker trying to deter Jetten there. Oh, but a bit of a missed shot. I don't think it was going in regardless, but again, these are mistakes that we don't tend to see from SK, and they are starting to be punished for it by FA.
Tell you what, Semantic and Skyrix are doing overtime right now. Dark Joker pinned in the corner, but he's getting that bouncy castle heel off, and Skyrix is unable to flush him out. Semantic, sorry, should be able to get him down, but they've just realized, you know what, we don't care about you. We'll leave you in that corner. There's the shot, and there's the goal from SK eventually coming through. And that's a problem now for Free Agents because all that cover removed is opening things up.
Yeah, that was really the key to this. Getting Jetten to break that wall as soon as he possibly could. He's actually going to break the entire right side now to try to minimize the amount of walls that's available to Joker. But honestly, yeah, Skyrix is going to pocket the ball here. Got to be a little bit careful of Cyclone coming in, but a nice slowdown from Skyrix as well as Semantic coming in there to pick up the pieces. But that was a lot better. It was a risk, but it paid off.
Well, they managed to hang on. So one apiece, set point both ways now. I think the Frank's going to get dropped here. I'm pretty sure about that one from Jet, and he really had a torrid time with it there, but he managed to make it count. He was the one that got the wall break in the end to get the shot away, but I got to be honest, Semantic was doing some huge work in there. Skyrix hitting some absolute clutch shots as well to save the day.
Yeah, and that wall break from Jetten's so important. I was surprised that, honestly, FA didn't keep the B, though. I mean, that was a big risk to take. Ultimately, they were playing prior to that every match with the Griff and the B. It was just that last game when they swapped it out. So, yeah, I mean, had the B been in play there, then that would have been much easier to take care of with those amplified shots. So big risks coming up for SK here, but that one paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, okay, let's look adjustments. Let's look at it. Let's think about the Frank. The Frank didn't really work in their favor. If they want to stick with a bruiser, I would go with even a buzz, maybe, I don't know, just to get something in their face. But obviously, the whole point of using the Frank is to break them walls away and remove a lot of the cover, open things up for the B to get a lot of the shots down the Stew, of course, to be mobile. So if they're to remove that, they're looking at another wall breaker option. I mean, they could still do it with the Stew, I guess, in there, but maybe I don't know, maybe they switch back to another thrower. Keep with the Stew, keep with what they've got, and switch back in Spike or something like that. Let's see what they pull out here. Both sides of the table, the Rico, and actually it's the Griff. So they're like the Griff idea, and they've gone with themselves. So the Stew and the Rico, the only difference.
And they come back with the B as well. I think that's smart, just in the eventuality of any tanks, and also to be able to give Skyrex a better mid aggressor there. Let's see, Symantec making a bit of a play. Jetson going over to use the Griff is another great idea, just kind of matching the same ideas that FA were loving. Could have been a super pass shot there, but the slow eventuality is there. Breakthrough from Symantec.
Nice.
Lovely there. Beautiful.
That is the sort of goals we expect to see from SK, and they get themselves 1-0 up here on a set point to try and tie up the series. Symantec goes aggressive and draws out HK Super, completely whiffs it there. Keeps those quick double taps working out well. Symantec dashing left and right, keeping them in, and Jetton gets the perfect angle, Corbin in, and this will be a quick 2-0 from SK Gaming. They will take the set and even things up one apiece.
See, that's the SK that I know.
Yes.
And that they look so much better there. Clearly, whatever discussions are happening in the background are working far better, because they've been struggling to break their losing streak at the moment. That was far more likely to how we see them play Brawl Ball. Fast games, very fast paced, very aggressive plays from Symantec on that left hand side, and everyone just doing their bit.
Absolutely working wonders. 2 quick goals and more like the pincer control there, as Symantec putting the pressure on the left, Jetton putting the pressure on the right. They're absolutely working well in tandem with one another, and you can see in the end of the day they come out on top in the damage and the kills, as well as you'd expect with the healing going the way of free agents. So it takes us to our third set now, which with Gemfort. So actual pretty similar comps, I think, to what we just had there, really. I mean, we've certainly seen, obviously, Griff being paid off. I absolutely expect a Stew, possibly pulling the Genes back out, maybe for the actual gem carrier themselves. But other than that, the Ricos down the side, I think these are all similar things we're expecting in there, possibly the Amber too.
Yeah, I mean, Griff is like an interesting thing. I think it was Evan that pulled it out, actually, and combined it with the Piper and took that risk. And but at the same time, SK do like to bring in Pam here. That's kind of a counter, pretty big counter to Piper. So I think if FA are considering that today, they're going to have to think very carefully around the prospect, because Symantec loves to play Pam here. I think you're right as well. I think Amber can have some great plays. We've seen like the kind of Rosa ideas coming into play. With Max being banned here, I think it's quite key as well, because Max is a very strong mid currently in Gen 4. So another key ban there coming well into play. As a result of that, we may see a little bit less of Rosa, but nonetheless, bringing in those abilities to heal with the Grow Light gadget, the various pushes around the map, you have to consider that a little bit in terms of your comp. You'd like to be able to go in with something that can break up some of that push if you do an R face with a Rosa.
Yeah, probably the Leon as well, as we've seen some very solid Leons. Everybody knows Gem Fort. I think it's probably like the most played map that everybody's sort of been on throughout their Brawl Ball history. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of any others that may be in there. I guess, like, because Gem Fort's is Gem Fort the one in the tutorial as well? I think it is, right?
I haven't played the tutorial for a long
time. It's been a good few years for me. I'm trying to. I'm sure it's Gem Fort in the tutorial. I'm sure it is, because it's like the default map that everybody's played. Either way, anyway, anyone else just newly started, please answer that one for us. But either way, Jetton, it is going to be the Rico for Jetton once again, and of course the Leon will come out. And as you mentioned, Symantec loves his Pam, and Pam's going to be the carrier.
I think this is a good start from SK right now. Skyrex is not going overly aggressive here, just coming back. And I do like the Tara lane, and Tara is a Brawl which FA played very well as well. So let's see here as, Jim's hands over to Skyrex. It's not the ideal person to carry them. That's, going to go straight into the hands of someone far better on the side of FA.
Yeah, but HK, oh, he gets away with it. The Tara pulling out a clutch maneuver there. Dark Joker just about surviving, and Cyclone around the corner. The Lollipop's just going to go down, but I got to be honest, this is looking great for Free Agents, bringing basically SK's comp 2 straight to them. Oh, the black hole, and SK are absolutely dumpstered.
This is what I was worried about. This is a brawler choice that have FA know and love, and you saw the impact of that double takedown there from Joker. Gems are split though, so yeah, Jetson can focus on Joker here. Yeah, they reset the countdown. So looking now at the top left, Sky's going in. Good taps, and SK with a snatch. As quickly as that, it's all reversed, and SK are retreating back into the spawn.
Wow. Oh, man. Free Agents going to be absolutely kicking themselves. Cyclone has managed to get a couple back on the side here, but it's still not enough. He's trying to regenerate the health. Skyrix is the man they're going hunting, but he's already got the body blocks in front of him. Semantic will put down just as much as he can. He can see the go for the body block. Cyclone comes in. It's not enough time. And SK steal away the victory.
And it seemed very calculated as well. I mean, they made some mistakes leading up to it, but they were able to turn it around when it mattered the most. And I like that little play from Skyrix. Not anything crazy, but just popping the Invisible Hill towards the end, because, you know, ultimately it's hard to find the gem carry if they're invisible. But the fact that the Leon was carrying the gems for me was not the best of signs, but they had to make the play that they did. There's no way that Skyrix was not going to bring back the loot. So it made perfect sense in that respect. And but yeah, I think SK got to look back at some of the plays that led up to that moment in time. They ideally would not have liked to have lost the gems along the way, but at least they were able to make up for it in the end.
Yeah, and it's sort of all from that moment we just saw a second ago there as it traded back and forward in the end, as you say. Hard to find invisible. They knew he was in the corner, but they're just suddenly getting his shots through with the body blocks that came out. So, pretty similar comps overall. You know, great play from Dark Joker on the, I think it was on the tower, wasn't he? Absolutely hit the gravity perfectly, catching the two of them off guard. And they've got to be careful about that. Very interested to see both pulling out the Pam and the Leons, though. You were talking about it there. I don't expect to see too many changes, I've got to be honest. Let's see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, without the Max, I think that the Pam's going to stick around, and Semantic needs no excuse to play it. So yeah, both him and HK are going to be playing that on the mid. The Tara's remaining, so yep, they're going to be going pretty much exactly the same ideas yet again here. Oof. Semantic just staying alive here. Dark Joker low as well, and Jetson coming in to help out, and that's great teamwork from SK to start things off.
Some hot thumb action from Semantic to juggle and dodge all of those shots coming his way, showing why he loves the Pam, but that's actually the reason I don't like Pam, right? The spray. It's literally like a spray and pray. It's like watching me play an FPS game these days now I'm old. You know, just can't hit a damn thing. And it's just like going everywhere but the target you want. That's why I can't get on with Pam. But you know what? It is a tanky brawler that absolutely pays off and is working well for Semantic right now.
And Jetson as well with these taps. Again, he was very responsible for the stopping the gem countdown and turning the game around the last game, and he is continuing that same idea forwards here. Getting pressure now from Cyclone. Did pop the gadget there and didn't pay off. He didn't quite get it off in time, so one less bouncy caster for him. Joker low as well, but Semantic can't really push this now. They've lost all mid control, and putting down the Mama Squeeze. Star Power coming to play. Semantic almost got too close to call there.
Keeping the pressure down. There's not a lot he can do. Dark Joker's coming in, and there's Cyclone, a hit and steal. And it's their turn to get the steal away, and off they go. They get themselves the ace as well as they back away. And now Dark Joker instantly comes through, throws down that gravity to just keep them in position, and comes out on top. Absolute godlike play from Dark Joker. And that is a solid win for Free Agents.
This is why I love Tara here. I always say Tara lane, and more often than not, people don't tend to go it. Because you can see there, if you're able to get control and then reposition yourself in the mid, look at how well you can defend those runaways. And it's kind of poetic in a way, because it was SK that stole the first gems in the first game, and this time round it's FA that's right back with the same idea.
Yeah, stunning stuff. Really making it work out, and it was great to see, honestly, because they were kind of robbed in that last game. So, playing the same comp, playing the same thing, and absolutely pulling them out of position as they tried to chase those gems. There's no hope to run through Atara.
I gotta say, I feel like SK have got to go in with Atara. I think that they've got to start to shut down HK better. It's not the first time he's got a double gravity pull on everyone, and that was 2 consecutively. So he's clearly gaining steam. I think they've got to focus more on shutting him down. Ultimately, if you're able to then win those side lanes, you can keep the Taurus back. And if you've got that super to handle, you're right at the top of the map behind their walls, you can just kind of just go in there and get a free takedown and just kind of cycle effectively. But yeah, I mean, SK, you've got to be careful now. They've made some great progress. So again, going into this matchup, they were continuing that losing streak, and I was worried. I gained my confidence in them back in Brawl Ball, but this is now the pivoting point that they've got to be able to break through, because FA gaining this set would be disastrous for SK. Yes, they are a team which can do great things when they are behind, but I don't know whether today is that day, judging from their loss prior today in regards to the match against Navi. So I don't know that if that happens, they're going to be able to pull it off, in all honesty.
Well, free agents are looking to close out the perfect week. A 3-0 for the week would be magnificent for them. We got the 2 wins yesterday, already taking down Blood Diamonds, was something we didn't expect, taking down Navi as well. Let's see what they can do here, though. Set point both ways, possible something to split the 2 apart. It is going to be the Pam, the Rico, and the Leon for SK this time around, and the Tara in there once again doing work, but they do feel that Jetton on the Rico can deal with him.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, Jetton is the best person for this side lane, but Samantha's going to be really careful with how aggressive he's going into these mids and trying to work a bit better with his teammates to hold it in that same idea. Joker just trying to use that lollipop drop to, and the spirits now. So he's actually swapped the star power over there as well to the black hole one instead of the healing shade. So just an interesting, unless it was the gadget, could well have been the sport from beyond there, but either way, HK got a nice pop of the gadget there as well, utilizing a lot of that depletion in ammo there, and taken down at the same time.
Ooh, not ideal.
SK got the gems, but no control until now.
Yeah, not ideal. Scarix having those 5 gems, which means he needs to be relatively passive on the Leon. Not what you really want from Scarix. You can see he's kind of like hesitantly. He really wants to push. He wants to be aggressive, but he knows he can't. And that maybe actually costs him here. Jetton's now forcefully trying to push that mid. It means Semantic can be a bit more aggressive. Cyclone's on the hunt, though. Just going to try and sneak around the side, puts the damage down, but immediately gets caught in the crossfire, and SK Gaming take control of mid once again.
2 gems to spawn in. HK very low here. Dark Joker has got that super. That's a worry. Scarix has got those 6 gems on the left-hand side, so he's just firing some shots to make sure they can find him early. HK coming in again and connects again with that scrapyard sucker.
Nice super.
Yeah, Dark Joker's just looking to be going on the aggressive, but not in a position to do so yet. SK need one more gem. Oh, missed super from Dark Joker. That's the first time I think he's missed one, and now SK have got countdown.
Yeah, Jetton's been doing magnificent work on this Rico on the side, just continually punishing Dark Joker. 4 gems or not, he has to go looking, but he's all alone at the moment. 6 seconds to counter. The rest of his team are not going to get here in time. They get 1 down, get 2 down. Cyclone pushes in, but he can't find him. And this time, SK will pick themselves up the set. I like the adjustment. I like the Rico coming in. We know Jetton can be a beast on that brawler, and he paid off once again.
I think this is the key moment. The key moment for SK to start to bring this one back now. They've, again, taken a bit of a beating today, but that was a much better way of finishing off Gem Grab. I worried for them, I really did. But they were a bit overly aggressive at the beginning, started to then sort of bring it back under control. And you're right, Jetton absolutely just tapping there. And those early takedowns for Countdown went a long way in just ensuring that the game was theirs.
Yeah, solid work overall. No steals, no shenanigans this time out. SK Gaming just getting it done. But far from clean, as you can see, it was still very, very close. 22-20, decent damage and healing for both sides.
Well, Siege did not work out well for SK earlier today. That's my only concern going into the next map mode. Hopefully they've learned from their mistakes on that side, and they've got strategy in mind. Again, I think that the Max is quite a key ban here anyway, because it's one that FA, as I mentioned earlier, do tend to favor here. Could have been one that they bring out for Siege anyway. So I think bring out the buzzers, or the Mortis pick as well. That's again another brawler which SK do love to play. If Semantic does want to bring that one out, I think now would be a good time to consider it. Jetton as well. It's another map that does cater a lot towards SK style. Jetton can bring out the Rico, maybe have a bit of wall breaking consideration here as well, or bring out the Stewards. Again, that's another brawler which Semantic loves to play and was playing very well in this series earlier. So I think that if they went in with a B here, could work again. I'm just biased towards me at this point, but a few gadgets here and there to break some open area up. Or, some control-based brawlers like Barley could go a long way here as well.
Yeah, it's nuts and bolts is the map we're on. And the concern for me is that obviously it's safe zone after this if we were to go to a 5th map, which is the one they lost to Navi on just a few moments ago. And honestly, it wasn't really a close game. They lost both rounds to Navi in what was a straight shootout. And if you were to say, I don't know, look at Purple Paradise for an indication, because I would say relatively similar to sort of safe zone, same sort of shootout mentality. We obviously already saw free agents coming out on top. So a bit of a worry here, but it is going to be the double. So, okay, so the Sprout in there with the Buzz and the Barley. So the double thrower comps coming out once again. That's going to be tricky because Stu can get in their faces here, but he gets taken down against the Sprout as well. And the full Buzz off.
We couldn't get the value there from the healing tonic, but at the same time, the bolts were safe and sound with Jetson, but it's going to be a tie. Now, the thing that also worries me a little bit is that FA looks very, very good yesterday in Siege. They played perfectly well with the Buzz, getting some great value and cyclability off the back of it. Look at that mid-wall just completely shine down those two bolts. But that will actually delay the round. That is quite a sight to see. Ultimately, yeah, without this bolts being picked up, no new ones will spawn. So actually, it could be a little bit less of a push coming in for either side that win this round.
Well, Scarix has got to make sure he confirms those 2 bolts he picked up. Jet as well. So it is SK currently with the lead. They have just lost a little mid-control, backing away to bank them. That's some nice work, though. HK getting dominated with that Stew out of there. It opens up an opportunity, but Dark Joker, rope-a-dope, in he goes. Cyclone gets the same treatment from Semantic. And now at 7-7, we're going to be tied again. 8-8, we're tied again. No siege coming through. We're just going to have the one last siege.
Well, SK got the Barley here for the control. They've got to really utilize that and combine it with the Sprout. Nice hit us from Semantic. The aggression is there, but again, just leaving it as 2 versus 1 is perfect for SK. They just need to hold on a little bit longer. Again, it's been a rough day for them so far, but this is an all-or-nothing play. Dark Joker coming in with the gadget there, trying to get back into the mix as quickly as possible. He does manage to win the middle bowl here, able to get out alive as well. Oh, following through onto Jetson. This looks pretty good, but look at the dominating lead of SK right now on 18, possibly 20 bolts coming in.
HK with a huge to do to try and get hold of this. I don't think they can pull it back. I don't think they can get 9 bolts in time. No, they absolutely can't. 22. This is going to be an absolute monster bot coming through. It is going to be combining. And I mean, I don't know a name for a big bot. I'm trying to think of the Japanese sort of huge bots that come through there. But either way, it's going to be a beefy boy. It's going to get the damage done. And that will be SK taking the first one.
Yeah, when you got the Barley behind that sort of thing, it's the best insurance policy imaginable. But you could just see there, like, FA didn't even bother trying to defend it. They knew it was going to be a one and done there. But, I think that was possibly the perfect outcome for SK ultimately. Again, some of the defense that they have not been great on Siege. So to be able to win it on effectively one push onto match point now, things could be looking up for them today.
It was the 18-meter giant Gundam. That's what I was trying to think of. You didn't help me out.
Of course it was.
You're not an anime man yourself. You obviously didn't help me out with that one whatsoever. But either way, SK absolute coming in with a monster and coming out on top. So the double throw paying off. The Barley Sprout absolutely working out well for them. And both buzzes, honestly, I couldn't give a plus or a minus for either because both buzzes were delivering their Dark Joker as well, playing really well. I would say, in all honesty, it was the Stew that was struggling because he just couldn't get in close enough because he was getting battered by Barley and Sprout.
Yeah, I think if you're going to have the Stew, it's great to combine it with something that has a little bit of range, but ultimately when you got the Buzz in play as well, you want to keep a lot of those walls. So it depends on your strategy going in, really. I mean, players like Semantic can make it work more often than not, but again, it just didn't work out that well. You're right for FA. They need to kind of rethink that for just a little bit. Double throw works really well with Buzz, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see maybe SK keep that, or again, they're a team which have been known to switch things up quite considerably, but more often than not, they tend to do that when they're looking in a bit better shape and form than they are today. And to be honest, again, I think today is just a bit of an off day for them so far after that loss. They're just trying to recollect themselves after the back of that. What are they going to bring out again now? They're going to bring out the Frank with the Buzz and the Sprout. So really, really high risk. But yeah, I like this from FA. They got the Griff there combining with the Sprout. Now, what else have they got? I didn't quite see it went down so quickly. Again, control all over to FA. Buzz as well. Okay, so I don't know about Griff then, because ultimately you want to be able to break but have the range as well to combine with it. So it's a bit conflicting.
Well, this time SK do get themselves the first bot on the table. Semantic goes in, but he can't get it quite locked down. But the bot will come on the right-hand side. You can see Jet's going to try and back it up. Oh, that's what the Sprout's there for. Cyclone gets the damage down. The Ike is smashing it as well. Finally, Skyrix will get a couple of throws in, but that's all the damage is going to be.
Yeah, HK got caught out there. It's out of position, and that's going to allow Jet to have that super. And if he goes in with a stun, he might consider it here, but I think it's going to be, yeah, okay for now, pushing forwards. Did connect with that one. Cycling going to go down surely to that. Another super to hand. Bolt control. SK looking far, far better off the back of that push.
And they need to be. You can see the score. This is match point for SK Gaming, and it's a match they really need after going down 3-0 to Na'Vi. A massive surprise to everybody watching. SK have had a bit of a rough day, in all honesty. It's gone, well, the way in every single set so far against free agents. Now they're up against this bot once again. They do have themselves 5 sets up here. The Griff doing what he can, but they're not in the strongest situation. They will be able to get the second Sprout off. I don't think they're going to get a third, though, to get the overgrowth down, and they will manage to keep it at bay. So just 10% damage done with the 4 bolts. Now, if they can get control, this is dangerous times for SK here. Jet's going to get caught out, will go down, the same returns. But no, HK lives, and that is huge because it's going to give them that mid control, and they may be able to get their own bot off here.
Jet was saving the super off the back of that push, and he could have used it on that bot push to break the wall and get some value with the Sprout along the way, but he kept it. He wanted to have the pressure, but then he wasted it anyway on that right-hand side and went down. So now this round is going to come in at level 11, and not much damage needing to be done in all. It's just a 2% to tie, and then 3 to get the win. I don't see how SK can defend this without at least the Frank super, but HK on the left-hand side here could do it on his own.
Oh, that's really gone down early from Skyrix, and has sent the bot round before he can even get in a position to block it. And I think SK realized, yeah, he's absolutely messed up there. Skyrix needed to throw that down, the overgrowth down way later. But free agents tie it up once again in the sets and get themselves on set point. Like, there have not been a single clean set yet. This has gone every single game, every single match played. Now free agents, yeah, I was talking about it. I feel SK have to get it done here. I was saying the same with Na'Vi before, because that safe zone, that next map, you know, free agents had the better of them on Purple Paradise. It's a very similar setup.
They looked so good in the first 2 rounds, and just didn't hold on to it towards the end. And it was a risky play with the Frank. It could have paid off. It didn't. I think they've got to go back to bringing in Barley. More often than not, that brawler is great to get the damage needed. So whether you have that Sprout on defense, you're still able to make sure that you get something back in terms of the push. You know, to get 2 pushes and then still only get 90%, or sorry, the 10% damage on your position. It's not much, and as well, you know, you saw when that 3rd push came in, barely anything was needed to be done. Barley's a great insurance policy. If you're going to bring in that in, you know, again, if you want to have that Sprout for defense in the Buzz, then you can have that same combo which SK ran at the opening game, which was the Barley, the Sprout, and the Buzz. But yeah, I think that they're taking a big risk, especially if the Sprouts will super on the defense. You know, that's the thing, really. You've got to have a wall break for it, or you've got to be, you know, able to get something over the river to get the damage that you need. Ultimately, you know, FA here have a chance to bring us to the 5th and final set, and you know, what's that going to do to SK?
Yeah, a non-safe zone as well. Like I say, I worry for them. I really do. And this could be a huge moment for free agents to close out what would be a magnificent week for them already, taking down both Na'Vi and Blood Diamonds yesterday. If they could take SK's scalp as well, I mean, yes, they've just seen Na'Vi doing the same. So they're, you know, that would have buoyed up the confidence coming into this game, thinking, you know what? They are the legends are bleeding right now. They are bleeding quite profusely in the ESL Mobile Challenge. They're dropping set after set after set. The changes clearly being discussed. That's why the game's taking a little while to get going. I am hammering the start game button, trust me. But it ain't happening right now. It's just sort of on lockdown. And when it's Ark that's got it, really. It's behind him. It's tucked in all that RGB that's going on behind him. Yeah. It's in the behind the spike. It's behind spike. That's where the button is. That's where the button's hidden away. But yeah, no, honestly, I think the Frank's probably going to get changed out, as you say. I don't know if they're going to go back to a Barley. We'll see. I think they're going to pull out some sort of Rico or something crazy like that. I think they're going to go along them lines. That's kind of been their fallback option. But Daryl, okay, neither of us called that.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it can roll to the Sprout. That could be their idea, but search going out for HK as well. That was another surprise that we didn't see coming either. I think the left, Django's down now, but it's going to be a 2 versus 1, and that should be enough. Yes, so Semantics just flashing this to ensure that if he needs to go in with a dash, he can, and that's a good opening start. That's Wolves going to push forwards Dark Joker, and as SK don't have the need to defend, no worries about using it. But yeah, I haven't seen Daryl be used it for a long time, I'm not going to lie, so I'm curious as to how this is going to fare for SK.
Dark Joker and Jet trying to trade back and forward. There's going to be the first overgrowth wall going down. Second one will go down and continue. Cyclone doing a very good job at juggling this bot and keeping that damage to a bare minimum. It's going to be a 0. Absolutely nothing in the first attack.
And this is my worry here. They haven't got anything realistically except for the Sprout to throw over the river, and the Sprout isn't the highest in DPS. There goes the stun from Semantic. Gets a nice favorable takedown for it. HK uses a jump over the shot and a nice TP as well, but then picked up by Semantic. Full control to SK, looking better now. They got to keep going there. They're on match point still, so if they get this win, they are in the clear, but FA are looking to bring this one back still. Not that many bolts, though, for the third and final round.
Little confused about Cyclone's overgrowth already being used there to actually block Dark Joker from going anywhere. Should be able to get that in a moment, but you can see SK making sure they can secure the damage, finally going in there, and that is going to get a decent amount, 20+% in the end. Make that 30 and counting. The bot's still going. He's having a great old time windmilling away on that Ike.
Question is now, though, have SK given away the control because of the damage that they had to obtain with the rolling from Jetson? Oh, Jetson comes out of that with a roll and gets the takedown. Double kill for him, but Semantics needs to get these bolts. Yeah, he's going to pick those 2 up there. That should be 5. HK, though, goes down. SK should have this now. That was very close. Surely they can bank this and at least get the tie here. Yeah, that should be enough, but a potential dive still in play. Dark Joker has got the super, but yeah, Cyclone's pin says a lot to me.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Cyclone doesn't really have anything to go in with, you can see Dark Joker, not a lot they can do about this one. SK finally close it out. Good Lord. We thought this was going to be 2 quick games. Well, it was in the first one for Na'Vi. Finally, though, free agents will fall to SK Gaming, and it has been one to forget, I feel, for SK Gaming. They looked great yesterday, actually. I thought they were back on it. I thought, here we go, SK back in action. But free agents looked good as well yesterday and really pushing SK to the limits.
Yeah, I fully agree. You know, yesterday SK had a great day. They looked so much better. They had the brawlers all working in such great synergy, especially in the Brawl match. I remember like just watching them play, and I felt, yeah, this is exactly how I know and love SK to be. Today, yeah, it was rough, and it genuinely could have been an FA win. In all honesty, had they made a couple of less mistakes along the way. But I think that it was that sort of turning point, wasn't it, where they realistically started to bring things back under control in the Brawl Ball, and they had a bit of a flurry of life going on there, and Gem Grab as well had some good moments as well. But FA, I think, did really, really well, regardless. Again, look at the damage they dealt, just not able to play the objective, though, as well as SK in that game of Siege.
Yeah, and for free agents, for a team that, you know, sort of got together, have a bit of fun in the ladder, sort of see how far they can go. They went a long way. They got here into the prize money, into the ESL Mobile Challenge, and they just pushed what is Europe's #1 team to the limit. So congratulations to them for that. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from free agents. It's definitely been some very impressive stuff for them this week as opposed to last week. Last week, I don't know, completely different team it feels like. They've certainly stepped it up, and now they're still, even though they've suffered that loss, they still see themselves with a chance to be in the top 4 as we just have a couple of play days left. We're going to go into a break, and when we come back, we're going to be moving on. It's going to be Reply Totem up against 3X. See you in a few.
Hello, this is Inso. I'm the coach of Reply Totem.
Hi, I'm Skyris from SK Gaming.
I am Auge, the Brawl Stars coach for Navi, and this is the emoji challenge where we have to guess what brawler is probably meant by the emoji that we're going to see on the screen.
I hope I know them well because I'm a coach, so I'm supposed to know them.
Pretty well, I think. Like, I always have a tier list to look on, so...
I think well enough, to be honest.
I mean, it could be 8-bit because of the robot.
Sword?
It could also be some different skins, maybe like Bass with the sunglasses.
Search. It's definitely Search.
Oh, Search, lol. I should have known that.
Mr. P. This easy, Mr. P.
That's Mr. P.
Mr. P?
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh, Mortis, for sure.
Ah, that's Mortis.
Mortis.
Oh yeah, I'm good to go. 2 out of 3 right now.
Oh, what is that? Lou?
Lou. This is Lou.
Maybe that's Lou? Because of the eyes?
Oh my god.
If you stay too long... Oh yeah, nice. Ah, he also has a cup of ice.
Okay. Dynamite. Yeah, Dynamite. Dynamite.
Is it Dynamite? I mean...
Dynamite?
Ah... Oh, the lamp on his head.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Brawl Challenge. I've returned. Joining with me will be Ark for this next matchup. Still got 4 more matches left to go. We've still got plenty to dive into, but it will be the first of 2 matches here for Reply Totem, and they'll be first against 3X. Now, we already know the storylines behind it just a tad, but just for a little update for everyone so far. Reply Totem, they're currently 3 wins, 6 losses, do have the opportunity to keep themselves in the running, but right now they need to win every single matchup. 3X, they are pretty much out of it at this point, but depends how much of a pain they want to be, Ark.
Yeah, and also, you know, is it going to be Maru? Is it going to be Inso? The question is, who is going to be playing on the roster for Reply Totem today, and what kind of Reply Totem is it going to be up against 3X, of course, BBG's Stop Rob Dark and Kakamu? I mean, they haven't had the best season so far, have they? It's that 1 win so far to Mood, and I believe that is going to be, you know, leaving them out of the running a little bit. They're going to have to realistically now hit every single win on their head and hope that the points somehow in line their way forwards. The band's already in, though. Edgar is an interesting one on the side of Reply Totem, one that you didn't expect to see, but one that makes a lot of sense with Hot Potato lined up here, and they like to play the Dynamics. So Ash and Edgar and Stewin, actually, we're going to see a Meg ban as well for 3X. It's a very different ban to what we'd normally expect to see.
Yeah, no Poco, and believe it or not, no Brock. Like, normally we see like double Brock banned, or at least one anyway.
Yeah.
So Brock with an opening there as well, and that'll be huge for Shooting Star. Hot Potato, yeah, you're right. We used to see a lot of Edgar. We don't see it as often anymore, do we? But we remember in the first week, and even before the season began, we still saw a lot of Edgar. But Stu is a big shout as well. We have seen a huge amount of Stu across the board. Spout not banned this time round, and Spout's been quite a popular pick actually for a lot of these teams, especially over the last few playdays.
Yeah, it's again one of those brawlers which is just like under the kind of normal go-tos. I think Brock is going to make a huge difference here. Actually, when I mentioned about Dynamite, I just completely forgot that. Again, when you see a brawler that's banned every single time, you get to a point where you just assume that it doesn't exist. And Brock is going to be able to demolish this map open completely, and that's going to make it a much longer ranged affair. I feel like, I think in the past when this was the case, I think Reply Totem did sometimes bring in the Ruffs, actually, combining it with like the Bell for the mid, and I think it might have been, yeah, Brock, Bell and Ruffs or something along those lines, and just have everything be completely open. It's definitely going to make that one a lot more interesting, but I think Brock in general is going to make every map more interesting because you know, again, a cute angle as well. That's another one which is just honestly so open once you've broken all those side lanes. Hot Potato as well, break that one open. Nelson Bolts, I mean, everything. Maybe not Sneaky Feels in the eventuality of the kind of the max and the tanky comps coming through. Brock tends to struggle a little bit on that front on the defensive, but yeah, it's going to be viable on every map, and we haven't seen it. I'm pretty sure throughout the entirety of yesterday it was banned, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, ridiculous, isn't it? And the fact that they put made the assumption it's going to get banned to get an extra ban for themselves didn't happen. But who cares what I think? I care more about what you guys think at home. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Let us know how you feel like this matchup is going to go, or maybe the next few matchup with our schedule, because we've still got a few more matches left to go here. And we are going to be kicking things off with that double dosage of Reply Totem, as we already mentioned. So let us know what you think in terms of prediction here. Could it be Reply Totem actually getting a 2 wins outright? But could they get knocked out today? When I say knocked out, I mean not qualify. So could be a lot of things to occur here as Reply Totem. They need to make an impact here. They can't afford any more room for error. No more losses here across the board. But I think with the Brock ban, though, yeah, things are going to get sketchy. The composition is going to be quite spicy as well. And as you rightly said, with the structures as well, that, you know, no point abusing any kind of the map geometry across the board, because it probably will get destroyed to a certain extent. It does depend on which map as well. It's going to be very weird. It just feels we're seeing Brock as a viable option now, and just not seeing him deleted before the series starts.
Yeah, I mean, I just went back to check. We didn't see it once yesterday, and again, like, this is the first time today, so kind of one of the may have eradicated the effectiveness actually a little bit of the Reply Totem ban for the Edgar, because ultimately you'd expect to have a lot of walls to be able to hide behind in Hot Potato, but maybe they didn't see that one coming, and maybe they should have considered the Brock in play themselves. But Stu, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Meg, I'm not too sure. I mean, we did see it a fair bit today as well as yesterday, so it has its moments, but definitely not a brawler which is the hardest to counter if you're really expecting it. I think therefore in Gem Grab, you know, we could see a lot of the Bell, or maybe the Gene as well. We saw a little bit of that already today. We also did see, I think it was actually a cute angle, we did see the Meg coming out to play on the SK gaming side, and up against the the might of Navi in that first game, and that was a thing which I think that might be where the Meg ban is aimed at, in all honesty. I don't think we would have seen it in Hot Potato or not really on Siege necessarily. Sneaky Field, yeah, I don't think the Meg ban realistically, for me, is a massive threat here. It might have just been one of those things to get out of the way early to try and give yourselves the best possible start.
Yeah, of course, the Meg can cause a bit of an issue at times. We've seen Meg played a little bit more often, and even though we haven't really seen Meg banned at all, yeah, I don't understand the ban. I suppose it can be quite debatable, really. Maybe because it's just out of their comfort zone. Meta's changed in recent days, where they've seen a lot more Meg. I know it sounds silly, but even just in ranked games and stuff like that, they've seen it a lot more often occur, and they've realised that in scrims they can't really deal with it that well. They'd rather just get it out of the way early, so it's not something they need to think about, even if it's not a viable option, because the rare occur. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think their thought process behind it, but I don't really understand 100%. But I'd love to ask because before the matchup, but it doesn't really matter at this point, because even the maps themselves don't really suit the need for it, does it? So we'll have to see as things go on. A cute angle will be going to kick things off, and Hot Potato. So we've definitely got some spicy maps to really see exactly how well these two are going to do. But, storyline, if you guys are only just joining us in the season, Reply Totem need to pretty much win every single match from here on out to the final play there, which is going to be next Tuesday and Wednesday. And pretty much here for 3x, it could be, but very, very highly unlikely. I don't believe in miracles, but I hope they do to that point, because at that stage, they definitely do. If they want to try and beat the odds in terms of statistically making it even viable for them to come back. But we'll see, though, as Reply Totem, potentially the favourite in this matchup, but 3x have shown some life in the past.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not going to see the Brock out already though for Reply Totem. Maru, though, going to be playing, not Into today, it seems. So the Spike lane's good for me, as well as the Leon and the Jean, so I like the comp. But yeah, it's a surprise with such a map that has so much cover that they're not going to utilise the Brock. I see as Thor always shows himself and just long enough to get the pull. Yeah, I think that was a bit of a mistake really on his side, because a nice tile there to utilise and just peek his head out, and yeah, Maru doesn't miss those.
Maru is back, Inso isn't going to be playing this time around, but Inso is still a good player as well as the coach anyway, so it wouldn't matter too much. But Dark has taken down Maru, speaking of Devil. Mori got the trade out straight afterwards. Stock Roberts just dilly-dallying around on that one tile, but does finally get taken down. But at least he wasted enough time so that Dark and BBGs can then be able to get a bit of damage done across the board. Paul comes in, doesn't actually... Oh, okay, eventually Brazier does take down Dark in the end there, but this is looking very solid from Reply Totem.
Yeah, this is where Mari's at home. He loves to get on the Gene and have any excuse to. Mari's going to go down the top right there, but ultimately he's not relevant to this countdown. So the super coming in here could be good from Dark. It disconnects a little bit with Mari, but not really that much. And honestly, in the miss gadget as well, not going to help the situation. Nice ball from Mari just to ensure the safekeeping of Soy de Brezza. So again, like, this comp is working. I was just surprised to not see the Brock, but as long as it still works, then there's no reason why they would be not playing it again.
Yeah, considering neither of them banned it, you would have thought, okay, they may prefer having that pick as part of the composition. So very strange setup, as you can see from the replays. It was very clean. 3x, I don't think they made just very, very little errors, trying to create this huge impact over the course of time on long games. That was the only issue there. It wasn't that they're out of position too much, or they pushed them forward, or they were too separated. They were just getting outdone in terms of the display of teamwork from Totem. And we saw Maru as well. Normally he is the kind of guy who would create these flanks or create these opportunities, but he was just quite chilled actually. It's very difficult to really cause a bit of a fuss behind your position on this map.
Yeah, and you know, with an aggressive comp like that, with the Stanley, with the Leon going in as well, it gives you some options. The only thing with the Leon here is the fact that the Brock does counteract that, so less value potentially there from the lollipop drops and such. But it's a good thing to have the Brock in the eventuality of the countdown. Just Dark didn't quite connect, and that was the issue there. Let's see though. Yeah, same comp, just different skins on the side of a Reply Totem here, and gonna bring out the, I think, the Gene from Dark side as well. Leon on the right-hand side. Bell Lane's an interesting choice for me. But hey, I mean, let's see how it goes for free exit.
Let's see how it goes. Let's see back on here, as Reply Totem now still going to be the initiate the first move, but it really took a lot of damage in the meantime. Stop Rob definitely took his shoot. Just keeping him on their toes and all on his lonesome. Stop Rob has managed to create a nice little unpredictable flank of his own. It just pushes straight into the middle to see if he can take him down. As Brazel's already taken down Dark, Stopwatch trying to get away with his life, but at the same time trying to keep him back. But you can't stop this regression from Reply Totem looking so solid already this early on.
All right, it's going to be careful here if Dark gets super. Oh, Mario could go for a great pull. Yeah, he does so as well. Perfect timing for him. Mario, though, just staying by the life plant there and hanging the shots because he knows he can get the heal off the back of it. But goes down eventually. There's a nice shot from BBGs. Dark has the pull to hand as well. Stotrop has 2 gems, though. So Mary has a bit of a choice here. He could pull either or. Dark very low at the same time, carrying all those gems. Will be very cautious here in this approach. But one favorable spawn on the side of Totem's side, but Dark should go in for that now. Yep, and that's going to start to bring gems a little bit closer together now. As again, Solar Press just looking to get on the aggressive here. Oh, that was a very well-placed lollipop drop to counteract the magic hand there.
What FreeX gonna be able to do there? Only 2 more gems than required. Reply Totem, but if FreeX keep collecting them, it means it's going to force Reply Totem to have to stay in the center of the map and force out this fight to guarantee their victory, rather than just pulling back. But still though, oh, okay, that's huge from Dark. So it does mean now that Reply Totem can't back away if they do start the countdown. They do need to make sure to try and take at least some of these members down for 3x in order. Oh, okay, the pull comes in, so that's going to stop it straight away as Brazel was cleaned up. Oh, but so is Maru, and Mori's going to get taken down as well. That's going to be huge here for 3x, and now the time is going to be ticking here for Reply Totem.
Yeah, terrible timing for Reply Totem there. They had it under control, and then they just didn't consider the fact that the gems were split enough to keep it going. But look at this pinch code for Solar Press as well. The spike coming in. Nice magic hand from Mari. Can they get this takedown in time? Though not going to happen. 3x are going to take it.
Oh, in fact, as if that even happened as well. That was ridiculous. I thought that was a really good flank. They saw it coming a mile off, just pre-firing that area just to see what's coming in. They did. So looking good here for 3x, much better than what we saw. And like I mentioned just before the second game even began, I don't feel like 3x played awful in the first game by any means. It was just, again, just very minute, very small errors here, just collectively just adding up over the space of time. But Reply Totem were also just very, very aggressive from the get-go in the second game. Definitely had the majority of the map control, but just wasn't enough there. 3x was able to get that takedown when it was required, and there we have it, 3x making it a level pegging game.
And that pull, ironically, didn't really help towards the end. They could have probably got that takedown, I think. But it was the mistake leading up to it, really, where they had the countdown. And I like the Leon play, going in Biz and just kind of like, buying out the time until the gem spawned and then going in. But the retreat wasn't there. They didn't manage to make that work. I think for the most part, Reply Totem were playing better for me. They make some nice ideas. Going for the magic hand and the lollipop drop, why not? They were close to countdown, and that was the one thing that was kind of stopping them being able to aggress the mid. So things like that can go a long way there. But again, just small mistakes, and that's going to let them down if they're not careful. FA are now going to tie things up, and this first set still for the taking. Yeah,
I kind of felt like Reply Totem did play better as well. Of course, the gem count spoke for itself, but it's just a majority of map control they had. It kind of felt like it was more 60-40 for Reply Totem in favour of them, especially just how much they kept them back, especially during the first minute, and just trying to not just make a statement, but just to let them know who's boss really around the map, weren't they? And they were doing a good job of it. And there was a few nice odd plays, unpredictable plays, like Stopwell pushing straight into the centre of the flank round rather than the obvious, right-hand lane, which he was playing for the majority of that, just to catch him off guard a tad. So it was nice to see, but we'll find out now what is going to be happening. Still got the Leon, the Gene, and the Spike there for Totems, and the Brock still with the Gene and Leon. So, probably literally just the Brock and the Spike differences there. Already Reply Totem with the first gem. Brazel Mori just trying to keep Dark and Stopper back in that right-hand side.
Well, that life plant will help Mario out here. It's just like actually shooting to keep himself low. Doesn't really seem to worry too much about it. Nice connection to Dark, though. Out of position now. Totem being a little bit overly aggressive at the moment, but they have got the 4 gems, so Mario in a good spot, but that right-hand side is completely broken now as well. So that coverage that he would like to have had, this is where the Brock pick is going to work out really, really well for F3X. If they keep this up and keep breaking things open, then it's really going to deplete what Mario is able to do in terms of that mid-control. And it's going to be down to Solar Press. Realistically here, to go on the aggressive and try to bring back some of this control which they're lacking.
Yeah, Maru relies heavily on, the bushes and the debris and the structures around to try and create those crucial flanks or plays, might you add. But this time around, it can't be done. It has to be all about coordination for this team, as Maru's done a great job just keeping BBGs at bay. It actually takes him down in the end. Surely this is going to be a complete team wipe for them. Yes, it will. They will be able to start the countdown, but 3x They have time to really try and make this work, but they need to go fast here.
Yeah, Marriage staying forwards there because ultimately he's not available for the countdown. Doesn't need to be. He's not relevant for it. So the has got the busy heal as well. Mari can go to the left-hand side here. Should be safe and sound for Reply Totem. Playing a lot better and brought it back in a nice way towards the end there with that nice team wipe. And yeah, that's going to be the first to go in their way.
Yeah, much better from what we saw. And even really taking away the bits and pieces in terms of how Maru excels, especially on that map in particular, he was still perfectly fine. He just knew that if he can't, do his little hero plays to start creating these game-changing plays for Reply Totem, he can just re-coordinate for the rest of his team, and he's good at doing that as well, and he was perfectly fine. So Maru did a great job there, especially in that left lane, and Mori and Brazier were just doing work on the right-hand side against Top, Rob, and Dark, just catching off guard on a number of occasions. You can see there 52,000 more damage from Reply Totem. It definitely felt like that as well, Art.
Yeah, they were getting such great synergy between themselves in that last game as well. The pinch towards the end was great, and the damage reflects the same story there. Again, not as much healing though, and that would go to sort of make a lot of sense in the respect that we saw a lot more aggression coming from Reply Totem, and I think that they're in a good place today so far. I mean, if they keep this up, I think our predictions could be true. But again, Mari coming back off that hand injury, it doesn't seem to be affecting him so far. But again, it's got to be taken into consideration here as well to some level, because he's just getting back into the swing of things. He's been taking a couple of weeks off, and rightly so, to heal. So we wish him well in that recovery process as well, and that's hence the reason why Inzo's been popping in every now and again to help us out on the game side. But let's see him back playing regardless. It's something that's been missing from the synergy, and like you say, this is a really important match for them. They want to be able to continue on with their fight for this season. So I couldn't come at a better time in that respect.
Maru's just acting like he ain't got any injuries, really. The way he's been playing so far, it's been perfectly fine. But we need to see a lot more wider scale maps to see if Maru is going to be okay. I think he had to rely more on coordination, which is pretty standard for the acute angle alone. But with this next one coming up, we'll do a hot potato, which, okay, it's not in terms of actually being out of a more wider scale map, but in terms of verticality of it, he still has room to try and find these small little openings. But we see Maru may excel a little bit more like on nuts and bolts or something like that. But the thing is that with hot potato, there's no reason why he cannot. And the only problem is, though, with hot potato, we've seen a lot of, I wouldn't say weird compositions, but it's just some composition we don't normally see as often anymore. We've seen a lot less Edgar and just a lot more staple matches. We've seen a lot of Rico, we've seen Stews now and again as well. It depends how much they want to put a spanner in the works, pretty much. And we have seen the odd Bell or two in the centre as well, haven't we?
I think both sides have got to bring out Brock here. I mean,
yeah,
ultimately, this is going to be so open. I mean, with every wall down, I think the comp is going to have to be like a Bell and maybe even a Piper, something crazy long range like that, because eventually, I don't know whether that's the idea from Reply Totem, in all honesty. They're going with the Dynamite, and again, those walls are going to go down. I actually kind of favor the roughs in this. I actually said at the beginning that I felt like Reply Totem would bring out the roughs. They're going to keep to their guns here and try to keep the Brock from destroying much. And I guess they're going to try to not feast Stop Rock. That must be the plan here for Reply Totem, being cautious around those shots, because Mari is going to need them.
You can see Stop Rob just trying to turn the map into Purple Paradise if he can, just trying to take all the structures into the centre. Maybe he prefers it, I don't know, not my cup of tea, but it's up to him really how he wants to play this out. But you've got to remember though, Freaks have been using Brock every single time and every single matchup, and hasn't really gone their way, as Mori's taken down BBGs with Dynamite and is still staying alive. This is looking very good, and we'll talk about the Rico and the Bell coming out, and this is exactly what we've got. And you made a big point with the Brock as well, especially about how they want to try and pan this out. But I do feel like with a lot less structure, it helps 3X excel a bit further, because they would rather rely on duels by aim skill rather than movement and flanks coming from Reply Totem. They know Mori and Mari like to try their best at doing that or taking advantage of it anyway in the meantime. But Mori trying to back away, losing that fight against BBGs, but it doesn't matter. Brazier's here, thank you very much. Mori's cleaned him up there, and Dark is also going to get taken down here by Maru.
Iri's been doing great work, because honestly, to keep that Brock back at the beginning, that's honestly money in the bank. All those walls are still there on that right-hand side, but now getting broken up finally by Storop there. But is it too little too late? I feel like the Reply didn't play this perfectly fine. They must have been scrimming with the Brock ban available, because they don't seem to be worried about it at all. Look at this, not a single scratch on their safe, and that is a statement and a half in Hot Potato. Oh my word.
Yeah, that was just mad, weren't it? I was trying to think of a nicer word to say, but I couldn't. My vocab is only this large, but oh dearie me, that was just madness, wasn't it? Some changes are definitely going to have to be made here. Like the Brock, okay, understandable. You want to take out a lot of the structures to give Reply Totem less advantages along the way, but it wasn't even just that. They were separated quite. Do you know what? I'm actually worried, because I predicted 3x to beat Mood Gaming earlier, and that's going to be for the last match of the evening, but I'm not too sure now. But some changes definitely need to be made, or it might just be the fact that there wasn't enough value. The teamwork just weren't there and just weren't on the same page.
Well, I'm not worried at all, because I predicted Mood to win that game.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried in the slightest. But honestly, for Reply Totem to come into that game playing Dynamite, who requires walls to be able to get a decent trade-off, on the right-hand side, going with Rigger that requires walls to get a lot of value. With the Brock ban not in play, that's confidence right there. That really is, and they played it perfect. They knew they had to get that aggressive play starting straight out the gates, and just to keep that Brock lane suppressed as much as possible, because again, the longer this match goes on for, the less it favors them. So I'm not at all surprised to see a Dynamite, but I was, because the Brock is not banned. That's the thing. They're going to continue on with the same comp, and I mean, why not? I actually feel like, you know, they might have this one despite of the fact that Stormer is still being stubborn to that Brock, which I would personally prefer that actually they play, in all honesty.
Yeah, they've had, this time around, no brawler changes at all, and I didn't realise Reply to them were this good with Dynamite, because I've not seen them play apart from Na'Vi and Clash, but yeah, seeing how they've been doing with the Dynamite, they've actually been doing a pretty damn good job so far. Mori's been pushed all the way back though, but Braze is trying to literally work together with Mori to take down BBGs. Almost has done. There we have it. Brazier has taken down BBGs. Dark is taking a fair amount of damage as well, but Stop Rob, I've rarely seen him push the centre half, if he has pushed the centre half over the last couple of games.
Nicely done there from Mari. The super was on point, and the shots to follow as well. Mari there clearing up the right left-hand side lane. Didn't stay alive himself, but again was juking fantastically well prior to that moment in time. Yeah, the Dynamite pick is quite a common thing for Reply Totem on Hot Potato. I saw it, I think, first in the EMEA qualifiers for the BSC, and then it's sort of been a staple diet for them. And look at Mari just able to continue that, breaking the bush at the same time too. So now coming on the right-hand side, using that last little shred of wall to his advantage here. The push coming back through still is in play from Bricks, but still no damage. Not a single bit of damage. Now's a good chance to get some, but that's not going on the aggressive enough. Not nearly enough control of the mid.
No, not at all. This is the furthest I've seen 3x push all set long. Braze is very, very weak, but still wants to play with fire here, just pushing on up, but it doesn't matter though. As one of the members already taken down. 45 seconds left so far. Maru's taken down Stock Rob. BBG's is way too weak, but pushes in anyway. Oh, dearie me, it's just going from bad to worse, and Braze is directly next to him as well, and Maury's doing even more damage with the Dynamite here, down to 46%. 30 seconds left to go as well. And the problem is, Reply and Totem are just trading out back and forth. They'll trade, that's fine. They'll trade day in, day out, because it's just going to give them the W anyway.
All right, getting the value on the sandbags as well. This is the final push realistically here for 3x, and they are getting some good damage, but look at that. Clean up and out of the match, surely now. Going to have to go to the third and final set to see if Fierce can bring this one back, but the way the Reply Totem are playing right now, for me, I don't know how likely that is. With a Dynamite and a Rico, and so little cover. You can see Maori just like utilizing the one tile of a cactus there, and it was still working out against the Roughs on that side lane. My word, Reply Totem looking incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, definitely. Pure filth coming out from Reply Totem. And you're right, though. I thought the Na'Vi series versus... Sorry, the Na'Vi SK series was going to be the fastest. Only took 7 games, and SK only took 1, and Na'Vi just playing out of their skulls. It was ridiculous. And this one could be even worse here, depending on how Reply Totem will speeds things up a bit, but I'm losing hope here for 3X. I really am, because they haven't got much to play for anymore. You can kind of see that a little bit further. 10 more takedowns here for Reply Totem, just under 13,000 more damage as well. It really does speak volumes here, and yeah, I think the picks were a little bit stubborn. I do agree with you with that to a certain extent.
Well, I mean, I feel like this is going to be a quick 3 and done, in all honesty.
See you
going
later,
into
mate.
Siege up next, yeah, I mean...
Do you want your break now?
It's not like you, Lethal. It's not like you. That's the boss then, yeah. It's up next, and, the Stu, the Meg band from 3X, the Ash and the Edgar band by Reply Totem. But again... Reply Totem are barely even touching that Brock pick. They don't seem like they need it in their arsenal to make what they have in their mind still work. They might bring it out here, or at least put a lot of consideration into the comp in that idea, because ultimately, in Siege, breaking their map open can play a bigger role. So again, I think that B could be a consideration for that very reason, or maybe a Griff or something along those lines to be able to have, or a Primo to break things open. But I favour the Primo less. I think that a Griff and a B for me and a Brock would work out pretty well. It's going to be a different style of Siege. That's all I can say with that Brock ban. Again, we didn't see a single Brock ban yesterday in Play Day 5. Today is the first instance of it as well. So no Brock ban in play. We will see Brock, I feel, for sure going into Siege.
So we thought we had a match underway. Production got baited sadly into it, but we're going to be waiting just a couple more moments till we finish things up here. Absolutely typical, but don't worry, we will get it sorted out pretty soon. But if you're just joining us here, Reply Totem commanded lead so far, 2-0 series. It feels like a lot worse than that from what we saw so far. And yeah, the level of skill in comparison, I feel like 3X aren't even scraping the surface really. Aren't even taking the edge off Reply Totem. And well, the first set was a little bit different. I thought they looked much better, but that was just... you have to cover your eyes really for the majority of that. Like, we barely saw them even push up onto their own opponent's half, let alone anything else. And the fact that there's a map coming up next, of course, Nuts and Bolts of Siege. It's a map where Reply Totem have more room to work with. You can't rely on Stop Rob just destroying everything and making it another Purple Paradise and to try and win these Angels and that. That's not going to work out. But game is going to start here, Ark. It's all good. We are going to go straight into it here, and we're going to find out exactly what's going to occur. But Maru has actually come out with the Brock this time around, and the B and the Griffs as well. On the other side, we've got the Surge, the Sprout, and the Buzz. I like it. So at least we've got the Sprout and the Buzz, which will definitely help things out here. And Reply Totem have got a team wipe. There we go. That's how good they have been so far.
I'm just going to say it. I read Reply Totem like a book. This is exactly what they should have done. I don't know why 3X are running Sprout and Buzz with this Brock ban not in play, in all honesty, because they depend on walls. I mean, you need Buzz to close the gap with those walls. Sprout, sure, can build them, but you need to earn it to do so, and I think they're going to struggle here. Ultimately, Soy Breza can break this open, as can Maru, and the longer this match goes on, the less effective this combo is going to be for Frick. I think this is done. I think this is done already. Honestly, 9 bolts, 11 if they bank these. This is going to be a disgusting first push. Yeah,
this guy coming out next is going to be very hefty to deal with. 14 bolts, it's just getting worse here, and they're literally I completely agree. Here we go. Here's a nice beefy boy coming towards the side of 3X, and it could be even to a point where Reply Totem may just jump it as well, and I don't really blame him here, but instead they're actually just taking out their opponents rather than anything else. Now that puts a little bit more on the eye. The bot has still got his 50% health. Yeah, that's done. That is going to be it. Match point already for Reply Totem. Did not expect this at all.
That is the very definition of being out-comped right there. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know what they were thinking, in all honesty. I mean, even if you had max stacks on your Surge, with that much destruction on the map, what are you going to do? I mean, you got Sprout for defense, but with no walls anyway, I mean, there's so little that can be done. Reply Totem did it perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see and exactly what they did, and just look how effective it was. I don't see a way that Frick's going to go back from this. They weren't even play. BBG's was just standing still at the end there. Look, I mean, that is the very definition of being demoralized, when you can't even bother and your teammates are still trying them. I don't know what the voice comms must have been like in that moment there, but he was having none of it.
Yeah, it's like hope, optimism, gone. Literally, that's kind of what I felt like for him on the side. And can you blame him really? He hasn't really got how much optimism do you have? Like, you know, your job now here in the ESL MENA Challenge is just to make other people's life a misery, to not be able to qualify. But at this stage, they just can't compete. Like, you know, I think the only thing you could say is good experience for them as the freshest team, but a recent-ish kind of team, just to get as much experience underneath your belt in a tournament setting. But yeah, they're just really struggling. I don't know what else to say, really. Like, it's match point, but this ain't going to last too long here, this way, aren't.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't want to call it even before we see what the comps
Please change
are.
your comp.
But yeah, there's gonna have to be a serious discussion with 3x. I mean, I'm all for the reverse sweep dream at the best of times, but I just don't see how 3x can come back from this now. I mean, we haven't really seen any sign of promise. We you know, again, you know, with them playing Brock and with Reply Totem being reluctant until really Siege to play it themselves. 3x have had that advantage in the comp, and now Maori's bringing out Dynamite as well. So, but at the same time, 3x have, you know, clocked onto the idea of maybe map destruction being a thing now. You know, bring out the Colt, but with that left-hand side lane already lost, and bolts flying in thick and fast in favor of Reply Totem.
Oh, did I see that correctly as well? Triple thrower? Okay. It's been a long time since I've cast a game with triple throwers, and they still managed to get this first Siege bot. But Stock Rob is just, yeah, he's weak. He's done. He pushed way too deep. I don't really think it's more his fault. I think he just did it for the respawn to try and help out with the bot straight afterwards. But what is this beating away at the Ike? Okay, right. This could be very quickly. Okay, this is definitely escalating a lot quicker than I expected. Almost managed to finish up that, but instead 6% left remaining. But this next bot, if Reply Totem get it, which they could with that 2-bolt deficit not in favour of 3x, it's going to be a tough road for them.
3x cannot lose any control at this point in time. One last call from Mario, and this one's all over. He's probably about one shot away. He's just going to try and dive it and got taken down very quickly for it. So not the outcome they wanted. This is going to be a tie. Wow, I'm surprised it was even that, in all honesty. But Mari now coming in, trying to get some shots of his own off. One big bomb here. Is it going to connect? Oh, just shy.
It was just shy of it, wasn't it? But 3x though, they have a 2-bolt lead actually. But the problem is, they all can't go on a full-scale attack or all in, because one of these guys can literally just go straight past the bot and just do what needs to be done really to get that 6%. Maru though, looking to probably try and build up for his super so he could push on in later on. Brazier has taken down BBGs. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario. And I don't think they care with the fact that they don't win this box. Even if they don't, it's not really going to be an issue, as it's already been taken down already. There we have it. If the Reply Totem win that outright, and probably in the most comfortable victory we've seen in a while.
Very comfortable Reply Totem today, and you know, I wonder what sort of team we're going to see. You know, not just like physically because of Inso, you know, taking a lot of the lead role since Mara's injury, but I don't think I was expecting that. That's all I'll say. I mean, just simply for the fact that it's you know, the first time that we've started to see the main roster coming back into play for a few weeks. So, wow. Okay, well, 3x had that only win being Mood. They're going to be even worse off now. They're now on an 8-1, 8 losses to 1 win. Oh dear, not the day for 3x.
Yeah, that's it. That's them done now, pretty much. There's no way I can't see in the perfect world how they can turn this around. And I think statistically, it is pretty much impossible at this point. And I think it was impossible anyway. Like, once you hit the 7-loss barrier, that's when it is pretty much done for. Oh, God. See the damage as well. Look at that, just under 50,000 damage, double the takedown as well. Stats speak volumes, and also you can see there as well, Reply Totem just weren't letting up at all. Even bringing a triple throw in the mix, I did actually really like it. It wouldn't probably work to many of the other teams, but yeah, they're just trying to go for a one and done job, wouldn't they, with that last spot. But guys, we've got more Reply Totem goodness here, as they'll be playing up against Blood Diamond shortly. We've still got 3 more matches left to go to tantalise your taste buds going forward this evening. So guys, make sure you do not go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, everyone. Rejoice back to ESL Mobile Challenge because D-Man is with me once again, and we've got another incredible matchup. We do have Reply Totem versus Blood Diamond. And I want to talk a little bit about what you were saying during the break here. As Reply Totem, this is again another must-win for.
This is. I mean, we had it before. We said it was a 6-pointer. Reply Totem came on top, if you remember, against Blood Diamonds last time they faced each other. And this now is a must-win because Reply Totem have gone on to lose some other games that they were very close to winning, whereas Blood Diamonds had a bit of a good run, obviously beating SK, etc. But then they lost a game yesterday as well, didn't they? Reply Totem coming into this one though with. Honestly, maybe paving the way of how to play around Brock, or maybe that was just not worrying about 3x playing Brock. I don't know, but not going for that Brock ban, which we've seen throughout every single game, was very interesting. The fact they didn't even play it themselves, they were just like, you know what, we know to play around it, and they made it work. So very interesting for them in that game up against Blood Diamonds. Now could be a very different deal though.
Yeah, Reply Totem just did not look bothered at all, in the slightest, and they demolished 3x. Now, okay, 3x haven't really got a lot going for them now, but still, I do feel like Reply Totem were very, very strong in the meantime, even though they were outskilling them to a massive degree. Blood Diamond, as you know, completely different kettle of fish here. Rather, Black Sea and Javi, every single one of these players absolutely ooze individual skill, and their synchronization with their coordinated attacks is just incredible in itself. And we are going to be definitely in for a wild ride here, and it looks like we'll be Ring of Fire, Shooting Star, center stage, Hot Potato, some assembly required. Some very interesting map choices here, and it looks like we've got both a double Ash Band, a Meg, and a Dynamite. Okay,
I don't remember when I've ever seen a Dynamite band. I think
same.
I think I might need to ask Ark now, and I don't remember ever seeing a Dynamite ban ever. But there we go. Blood Diamond's getting rid of that Dynamite. It is something the Reply Totem love to play. So it's very interesting that they've removed that from the table. I guess if you think of where they could play it.
Hot Potato, I think.
Yeah, but that's like game 4. I mean, Ring of Fire, maybe? I mean, we've seen some Dynamite on Brawl Ball, but I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not sure a ban. I'm not sure about a ban. I gotta be honest, but it does mean Brock is back on the table.
Yes, I can't believe it. And Poco as well.
And
There's
Poco,
actually
yeah.
quite a lot, yeah, because we're so used to seeing the same bands again and again. It just completely crosses our mind sometimes when we actually see these Brock bands or Poco bands not come up. But yeah, twice in a row now we see a Brock being playable here. And I think it's a little bit different last time. I don't think 3x utilised the Brock that well, in all honesty, but between these two, they absolutely will, depending on the matchup or depending on the circumstances. Like, especially on a bounty match as well, we will definitely see a Brock at some stage, depending on how aggressive they want to look to try and push and try and make something happen early on in the set. But again, yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. But for the Dynamite, you're right, though, we've only seen maybe Clash, Reply Totem, and Na'Vi really utilise the Dynamite to a fair degree. But this is still very close to call. We know Blood Diamond, they only lost by 1 game in both their matches yesterday. So this is their time here today to make up for it.
Yeah, so Ring of Fire, the first map. Stu obviously was just banned a moment ago, but it's available now. So Stu almost certainly would be a strong brawler to play on here. Maybe a Leon sort of to go in with that, or maybe something like a Bella or Byron to keep the heals sort of flowing on this one. Or maybe they'll go with a thrower. I mean, a thrower could work because there is kind of a large area in there to cover them off and try and keep them out. You know, we've seen Yoshi from Clash playing Sprout on here before. You know, Barley is not beyond the realms of possibility. But we should also point out that, you know, both these teams have quite large brawler pools. So it's not like they're sort of limited on what they can play. Both of these have pulled out some very interesting comps in the past. You know, I think the fact that Dynamite is banned alludes to that. So the options are available. I mean, I think it goes without saying the fact that Brock is now on the table is 100% possibility. We could see him on this map. It's definitely a map that he can work on. Could just break away sort of that little L-shaped wall that's on the Ring of Fire and just remove that sort of brush area, and could be a big part for him. Just to get rid of the Stu as well in the mid, because Stu's going to be dashing about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, Stu's such a great brawler just in a variety of different maps, isn't he? He really, really is. And I'll be surprised, because of course he's not banned either. These competitions are going to be very weird, very dodgy, but this is what I like to see as well, because, it's a bit more experience for a lot of these teams leading up to the finals as well, in case we do get some really peculiar matchups. But seeing Ash banned once again, and especially with double Ash as well, I'm just not shocked in the slightest at all. But it's just, I still agree with you with the Dynamite. Like, maybe one matchup, potentially two, it'll be a useful ban, but it might also be at the same time something they're not too sure how to deal with, and they don't want to lose a set just because of that. But you know what? Who cares what I think? What do you guys think at home? Hashtag ESL Mobile to let us know on Twitter. If you think maybe Dynamite's going to be the right ban, or if you think it's going to go in the favour of Reply Totem, or you think that Blood Diamond will come out on top in this one. We're very interested on your thoughts and your opinions on the matter, because I think it'll be a spicy affair, this one. It won't surprise me if it went all the way to that 4th or 5th set.
Yeah, last time they faced each other, I believe it went the distance, didn't it? I will just double check that. I'm pretty sure it was on Playday 3, if memory serves correct. Yes, it was, and it did indeed go 3-2 to Reply Totem. So, I mean, we've managed to break the duck, maybe? I don't know. We managed to break the mold with Na'Vi taking down SK Gaming. So maybe that 3-2 mold that we've had for the last 3 play days, I think, where we've had 3-2s non-stop has possibly switched away. We could do with it because, we're approaching... Well, we are a full hour and 10 minutes behind, I think. Oh, no. We're only 30 minutes behind schedule right now. That's not too bad.
We're due to have a bit more, though. Absolutely due
these guys are certainly taking their time to get this one started, that's for sure. An Italian team and a Spanish team, just got to sort themselves out. Where's this one going to go? Where are you guys predicting this one to go at the moment? Oh, I tell you what, that's a pretty good split. 56% going the way of Reply Totem right now over Blood Diamonds. That surprises me with the amount of BDs in the chats that you ordinarily see when the Spaniards are playing. But, they looked a little shaky yesterday. They had a bit of a wobble. They lost to both free agents and SK back-to-back. They were both 5-setters, though. So it wasn't exactly like they got swept aside, but it was just a little bit of a wobble. But those 2 losses hurt them. Hurt their chances, because they could have been second right now with SK having their shaky moments today. Let's see how this one goes, though. This is going to be an absolute crucial game to keep either Blood Diamonds in the top 4 or for Reply Totem to give themselves a chance. And if you remember to spring, this is where they turn their fortunes in their favor.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an incredible matchup in itself. No surprise here, 2 bells in the center, and Mario having to deal with the Leon there in that left lane. I think I'll see, yes I do, okay, I do see the Sprout coming up from Brazier, which is not, I didn't really know that Brazier normally plays anything like the Sprout, because I thought he goes for a lot more on the aggressive borders. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Ali's been taken down there as the Rico has been cleaned up, as Mario just trying to destroy a lot of the debris there, which is going to be really helpful to stop any flanks coming out from Javi, or especially actually for Black Sea especially. He is the one who always makes those crucial flanks, but the things are now is already getting behind. Mario's just sitting there waiting, but by then Black Sea's already pushed up. Complete team wipe.
Absolutely. The second Black Sea got around the back, you knew they were in trouble. But Ali does the job, and that's going to be a real problem. Wow, look at Reply Totem. They're all on nothing from the spawn. Finally, they do get taken down, but Mario has done the job. Look at this. Soy de Bress is keeping Ali busy on the backside, and the hot zone still going the way of Reply Totem as Mario keeps himself on there. Soy de Bress trying to get rid of Ali in the back. He's still being a pain in their backside. Has finally been dealt with. And I got to be honest, with all that play, Blood Diamonds didn't gain a great deal from that.
Yeah, I was going to say, Black Sea's still down there, but if he took... Oh, he did get the trade. That was going to be vital, but Mori's already there anyway. The problem is, Ali has a slight advantage if Mori's missing a couple of his shots there, but it looks like all 3 of them are ready to make that push. Oh, this is going to be so close. Replyton trying to make it work. Mori's already super weak, but then again, if you look at the damage across the board, it's actually Blood Diamond who had to back away. Still 35% in front. Replyton know that we need to win this outright because it won't not come down to the time limit. But then again, Javi's just trying to play chicken with the objective there. Gets taken down. Replyton are going to take advantage of it. All three still there into the center. But in the end, though, it looks like Blood Diamond may come on. But it's going to be very tough to call here. Bracer just needs to stay alive, which he has done. Lovely stuff there from Replyton. Good start for them.
Yeah, that's the start they needed to sort of get themselves set back in there. And you felt it with Blood Diamonds, you know, they got them pinned, they managed to push them back to their spawn point. And they didn't really gain a great deal from holding the hot zone there. And obviously, this is the benefit that you have of having a Sprout in there. It gives you that cover that's not ordinarily there. So when Soydebress is able to throw down his super, get himself the cover he needed. Despite, I mean, look at this. Look at all these highlights. This is all Replyton being pushed. And then it just got in position. Replyton, so Soydebress is there. And that's it. Once that immovable object sort of got in position, they were always with a foot on the zone. Whereas Blood Diamonds were always kind of chasing it.
Yeah, agree. And I think with the Brock as well, they did utilise that a lot better. They know that Blacksy's got a few issues, and he did, you know, on a few occasions there. But Bray's a very good Sprout player as well. We've seen so much Sprout the last few players. I know we normally see it at the time again anyway, but not this often. It's definitely been something we have kept a very keen eye on as well. Yeah, Bracer, I didn't really know he would use the Sprout that often. I thought he'd go for something else a little bit different, maybe a Rico of his own instead, but it seems like he was able to deal with their Rico perfectly fine. The only mistake I would say, a key mistake as well, was when Javi was just playing chicken with the objective when he was super weak, trying to feed his teammates info, and he knew that he basically had to throw a coin flip to say if it gets cleaned up, then that's it. Then have to wait additional time in order to try and reclaim the objective if they made some kind of well-played execution in terms of the push. But the problem is that 5 seconds he could have saved, not, you know, making that team push. Instead, Bracer had to stay alive behind the Sprout, wasn't he? So, you know, these little things do make a big impact in the longevity of things.
Absolutely. The chat making an interesting point about who actually does choose the comp. And while I would love to say Inso chooses the comp, I would say he suggests the comp. I wouldn't say he chooses it. I would say the players are the ones that choose it, and he just simply makes the suggestions and points them in the right direction based on what he's watching as a third eye, effectively, or a fourth eye, technically. You know, from a spectator's angle, that obviously in the play, for example, Mari right now, he's going to be super focused on what's happening between the Javi and Blacksea. He's not going to be so much looking at maybe Ali at the moment, which Soydebress is doing a fantastic job at dealing with. And Replyton, you know, again, while Blood Diamonds have got them kind of surrounded in this really awkward position, they've done great to push them up. They didn't really get anything on the hot zone, and Totem just keep hold of it.
That was strange. Blacksea did a lot of work. I was mainly keeping an eye on him to see what little mischievous plays he was going to make along the way in the left-hand side. And when I look above and I see the, 60%, and I was like, what? Like, what happened? Like, Blacksea did so much work, but I suppose Ali there just couldn't capitalize, and neither could Javi in the end, which was a real shame considering the amount of work is done. But Brazer's still there, looking to go into the center. But Replyton still have a couple more chances to try and make this work, as long as they keep being patient. But the way Ali's playing with the Rico, it looks like they've decided to switch lanes now. Blacksea actually switching to the right, and Ali doing a good job just making full use out of that Rico there on the left lane.
Absolutely. So Blood Diamonds starting to stack up a decent amount here, but Mari strikes again, doesn't he? And continues to keep on that zone. Soydebress are also keeping them at bay. The Bell Byron combo that's been so heavy for so long. Back in full action here with the Brock backing it up. 94%. All they need to do is get a couple of feet on there. It's going to be very hard for Blood Diamonds to try and lock this one out now. All Totem have to do is step back, take a couple of shots, and then just walk onto that zone, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Javi's going to go down, gets caught in a hail of rockets, and Mari will close it out.
Yeah, great patience, good angles as well. Feel sorry for Blacksea a little bit. Did a lot of work at the very beginning with that start strategy of just going absolutely no fear and actually doing the damage. Gets behind him as well. Ali and Javi couldn't really take advantage of that. It seemed like they had their hands tied, just trying to stop them from getting out the objective. Do you know what? I wasn't even paying attention to the objective because I saw Blacksea make such an impact at the beginning. I didn't really think too much about the scoreline, but when I looked, I was pretty gobsmacked in all fairness. But shame no, Blood Diamond, there's some areas, of course, there was a lot of areas in improvement, but they didn't really play too bad. But looking at the damage dealt, though, doesn't surprise me too much here in terms of the map presence. Just under 38,000 damage, and looking very good for Reply Totem. They need to keep this up.
Yeah, Blood Diamond doing a good job at being a nuisance, but they just had no control of the zone. You know, Mari was kind of always on there on the bell, ever present against, I think it was Javi in the mid, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In total. So it means we move on to Shooting Star next, the bounty map. It's a map that I guess we're going to be looking at, obviously, with the Brock not being banned. Probably the Brock in there. Almost certainly a tick of or something like that, and maybe probably a Bell or a Byron to back it up. I think, you know, pretty similar comp to what we just saw. You know, Brock's, I would say, a must right now, and because it's got like that, there's two close walls around the mid. I think that's probably where the tick's going to be ever present.
Absolutely. Always having that tick bearer, just extra insurance, just to keep their distance as well. Yeah, it's going to be tough. That was... I'm just trying to think back to that last set. I'm just surprised how some of the things happened and why it happened anyway. I know that Ali had a few struggles at the time. I think that's why Black Sea and Ali switched lanes entirely. It's an improvement, but, you know, that improvement came a little bit too late. Javi definitely struggled in the centre, though. Like, he missed a lot of shots. He kind of pushed a little bit too... I wouldn't say pushed too deep, but it was just too much in range of his opponent's bell as well. And we saw it quite a few times, so I need to be a little bit cautious there and trying to really try and be a little bit more cautious on what he's doing in terms of his movement. But I think we will do anyway. That was just the first set. It's still early days as of yet. But, you know, seeing the tick here wouldn't surprise me at all in the slightest. But we need to see a little bit more from Blood Diamond, because Black Sea is still playing well, but sometimes needs to come out of his own comfort zone as well to help out with some of the other lanes, which you don't really want to see too much here.
Yeah, we've seen Black Sea being, you know, the star man for Blood Diamonds a couple of times, so I have no worry that it's going to sort of work out for him. There we go. Oh, it's actually, they've gone with the nanny. Of course, right? You know, I was talking about the wall, but, you know, the fact is both Brocks come in and go, nah, what wall? That's gone. So we're back to basically Purple Paradise right now.
Yeah, I think... Let's be real, if it was a normal day where Brock was banned, we definitely would have seen both two ticks. Absolutely, 100%. And do you know what? It's nice to see Brock being played on Shooting Star. I love seeing this brawler, especially on this map in particular. And already Mori taking down Javi. It really adds a lot of spice into this matchup, because we know how much of a stalemate it can be, but the Brock just really adds an extra level of aggression to really make this work. Woo-hoo. Already 5 stars ahead for Reply Totem, looking very solid.
Yeah, that's. I don't know what I think of Brock right now. I'm not a massive fan, but either way, it does open up opportunities for the Peep, because it's a relatively easy target for them to go for, which is what they're going for at the moment. You know, ordinarily we'd be looking so heavily on what the Pipers are doing. The Pipers at the moment, Soy Depressor came away with nothing there. Having to use that super in the end, it does remove a bunch of his own cover. That's a possibility for Blood Diamonds to try and pressure and push onto. But at the moment, with 43 seconds to go, it's currently Reply Totems to lose.
Certainly is. They need to try and get 2 takedowns without any deaths along the way, or 3, depending on who they take down. Of course, Marvin and Braze will be okay, but Mori needs to be very, very careful with the 5 and the blue there as well. The bounty's heavily on him. And Black Sea now just trying to do an extra damage. But Braze just made matters a little bit worse here, D-Man.
Yeah, the Peep coming in. Oh, it doesn't get Mari down. He wanted to get that one, but yeah, 14-2 at the moment. Soy Depressor popping off. And you know what? Hitting that homemade recipe once again. You know, when 2 stand next to each other. Oh, Soy Depressor. That was sexy. Absolutely demolition there. 18-2. Blood Diamonds. Oh, my word. They're reeling right now. They need to pick themselves up. I think their jaws are on the floor.
Yeah, so is mine, I think. You know, the rate they're going at. Gobs 3 games on the trot. And we saw as well, I thought 3X were just... when Reply Totem did play against 3X, I was like, okay, maybe 3X just was just getting outplayed. They haven't really got... They know that it's realistically potentially impossible to statistically even make it into the finals. But Blood Diamond are just following through the same issues, or maybe just carrying that momentum forward. And, you know, Reply Totem know they've easily got an equal chance just like anything else. And if they go 2-0 today, there's no reason why they can't.
No, absolutely. Yeah, this would be a great turnaround for them to get the tournament back in the swing of things. Obviously, they had troubles. And you know what? Insu came in, did a fantastic job. They took Clash, the only team, I think, still so far to take Clash to 5 sets. And match point at that. So it was very tight. But unfortunately, they did lose those 2 games. They lost a game yesterday as well. So this is needed. This is absolutely needed because, you know, if you look at the games that they're coming up, well, play day 7, they're up against Na'Vi, they're up against Mood, so chances for wins there. You look to play day 8, we could be seeing the decider. They only have 1 game in against free agents, so this is a game against Blood Diamonds that really could decide whether they can reach into that top 4. If they lose it here, it may well be curtains.
Yeah, I completely agree. Mirror matchup as well coming up here in this second game of the second set. Mori just already being a nuisance in the center. Some great shots with the Nani as well. Mori, God, he's very, very fearless. He was so weak, but just knew. Oh, that was beautiful as well. Mori just filling up the kill feed, continuing to get extra takedowns along the way. And Mori and Mari, they want more. Look at them go.
So this is what we're getting, because Brock's in here instead of the tick, right? There's not Brock is the easy target to go for with the peep, you know, just to get straight in there. And that consequently, like standing in the bush like that, it was so obvious that Mari's like, I know exactly where you are. It's just like big grin on his face as he sends that peep in there to finish it off. Oh, nice. That's going to be a nice return to sender. Ali just getting picked off there by Mari. Really nice. Reply Totem are on it right now. Let's see what this peep can do. Can it get onto Mari? No, it goes for a Totem wrestler and gets him. That's maybe the start of something. And Ali survives.
Oh, Mori has just been filling the kill feed. He's got the biggest bounty on his head, yet he's still trying to push into the front line here. Got to have some extra levels of caution here, though. He has been playing extremely well. He seems to be not bothered about it, but he will be letting it on as Ali's now just taking down Brazier. The aggression isn't coming out yet. Of course, they've taken heavy, heavy damage after that last engagement, but Mori's doing the right thing here. As Mari just in the right lane, still just holding his ground with the Brock. Brazier just trying to see what's going on, but this is important here. Mari feeding some info and already got that early frag.
Yeah, Ali taken low as well, and he is going to get picked off there. The peep will come through. It's Mari who's going for. Not going to happen. Tries to go for Soy de Bressa. Not going to happen. It gets Mari. Oh my God, it gave them the game. Oh my word!
I wasn't even paying attention to the end of it. I just made the assumption that Reply Totem had got it. So Blood Diamond have leveled things up here after all that. Mori just did so much. I feel sorry for him a little bit. He just filled the kill feed up like it was no tomorrow, and then that happened. Unbelievable.
So, oh my God! I had to check. I mean, obviously he had the 6 stars on him and the blue star. But I think they all got picked off. Like, Reply Totem had no reason to go aggressive at that moment. 0 reason. Look, 12-4. They're pushing forward. Why are they pushing forward? Like, where's he going? Why did he dive in? What are you thinking?
I was just watching that. You saw me. I was just like, okay, what is he playing at? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Honestly, no. That's Reply Totem BMing, and it absolutely F them in the butt.
Yeah.
Because they deserve that. They deserve that. You can't troll like that and you get slapped. And I love it. I love it. Blood Diamond, come on. I'm all for it now.
It's like what FA did, but they still luckily managed to score in the end, didn't they? But that was just, yeah, boys, you don't want to do that. You really don't. But I completely agree with you. That's exactly what happened. You saw the emojis flying out as well. Yeah.
I tell you what, if I'm in right now, I would be yelling at them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll be giving them the Ferguson hairdryer treatment to say, what on earth? That was 2-0. Done. Move on. Get things done. You know what? These guys complain about late games sometimes. It's 12:10, and they've just thrown a potential set away there.
This is going to be, if BD wins this set now, then yeah, it definitely is going to work their way, isn't it? I can't believe it. That's, you can't play, like, you should never beat them at all in the sliders, only unless it's an absolute guaranteed victory, like, you know, time limit or something like that. Not just pushing up that far in front and knowing that there's a very, very small opportunity or small window there where they have enough DPS to take you down. It's really, I hate seeing it. I really do. But Looks like we are going to go to another game here in this second set. It will be a mirror match
So
once
impressive.
again. Yeah, I saw that straight away. They realised they bodged up massively here. But let's see if hopefully they can close this set out like they should have done in the last game here.
You can't BM against a team this good and think you're gonna get away with it. And Blood Diamond, I tell you what, that is a momentum turner. Maybe let's see how they can maybe build on this one. It is Reply Totem that did manage to collect themselves that blue star. Of course, we're back in a mirror match as you would expect in this game. The Peep has been the difference maker. As going for Soy de Bressa once again, and it lands from Javi.
Maru taking down Black Sea in the end. Reply Totem coming up by 1. Do have to blue star coming up by 3 now. A lot better this time round. And for their sake, I really hope they take the set. If they don't, then yeah, there's going to be a little bit of talk going on straight afterwards in the Reply Totem in the Reply Totem camp. Mori taking down another nice lead here. Do not give it away like he did earlier on. But still, though, as long as they keep this up, they should be okay. But Javi's taking down Mori, which is huge because he had the biggest bounty. And Ali also cleaned up Maru there.
Blood Diamonds have the advantage. Totem have to push it now. They're the ones that are going to go looking for this one. Where's Mari going? Oh, Maru's in trouble. He's going to get caught out. The Peep comes in for him. And now, Blood Diamonds, I tell you what, Javi, he's got to be careful. Yeah, he's not maxed off on the hit points, and he has got a 5-star bounty on his head at the moment. Will be a focused target. Soy de Bressa and Javi both backing away. Ali, sorry, on the Piper. 15 seconds to go. Here we go. This is the go time. Reply Totem have to push it in. That Super's not finding anything. Soy de Bressa taking very low. The Peep comes in with the blue star still in favor. That kill goes Blood Diamond's way. The set may well be finishing them off. Here they go, pushing in for it, and Blood Diamonds take it. They even things up. 1-1, 1-1. It should never, ever, ever have happened.
Oh, it's so dumb. Yeah, I can't believe it. It's just ridiculous how that's happened. And do you know what's funny? If they lose this series out right now, that one little BM could actually cost them their place in the finals. It really could. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed in a way. Like, okay, if it's
I'm not
if
angry. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, it's like your parents. It's like we're not angry at
I'm
you.
angry.
We're just disappointed. You're angry. I'm disappointed. It's like the two worst feelings you want to be thrown at you. Sadly. But Blood Diamonds, they do come out on top, even with the 7 less takedowns, even with the 17,000 less damage there as well. Just absolute madness.
Yeah, so goes to show, kids, just finish the game. No BM required, no throws required. And Blood Diamonds, that
not
makes
wrong.
things interesting.
He's
That
not
makes things
wrong.
interesting. So center stage next. Let's get down to business because
Yeah.
I want to put that one out of my mind, and think of the fact that Reply Totem, may well have just, like you said it yourself, this could cost them a chance in the finals. That's one thing right there. It would have been 2-0 on the sets, into center stage, rolling through, give themselves this massive amount of cover. Not the case though.
No, not really. It's just ridiculous. Oh, dear me. Never mind. So, okay, it is all tied to piece. It could be in a lot worse spots. They need to pretend that it never even happened. But I'm hoping that doesn't destroy what mental fortitude they had coming into this matchup, knowing that they could have just clean swept this and just had it done and just crack on, get ready for next week's games here. Because I think if there was any team not to do it against, it's the ones who you're competing with in order to make it into the top 4.
Yeah.
Because they are directly in front of them right now. It's not like they're playing against 3X or Mood Gaming currently.
I mean, without BM on 3X and Mood Gaming, yeah, that's exactly it. So, center stage. All right, okay, let's move on. Let's reset. Let's have a mental reset. I need to have some sort of reset here. The bans were, let's just get them confirmed. It was Ash Dynamite and Ash Meg, both banned out, which obviously means the Poco is available. So yeah, you could have some sort of brawler setup. It also means that Max is, of course, available, which means we could see that speedy classic Max setup here, along with some sort of Rosa or something like that, and maybe a Sandy to just keep things guessing, or maybe a Not a Leon, probably just a Sandy, actually. Or maybe an Ems, actually, in there to counter it. There's a cat really desperately trying to get on my lap right now.
Yes. What would you do with that? I'm going to say something a bit different. Yeah, I was going to say we could get a bruiser in, like maybe a Rosa or something like that. You know, sometimes a Stu can work wonders. We've seen a Max quite a few times in the centre as well, just trying to, you know, of course, bait out a lot of his attacks. But, speaking of attacks, I think it sounds like he'll get attacked right now as we speak. But yeah, that's kind of my, point of view at the moment, my opinion in terms of like how things could go here. But it's going to be very, very tough. It depends early on, though, in terms of the style of play they're looking to work with at the moment. Oh, there he is.
This is my life. This is just my life.
It's not a bad life. It's not a bad life. It's reply totems at the
very
moment. It's getting a bit worse here, considering the predicament they're in at the moment.
Yeah, so this is Kurt. He wanted to get involved in the stream, it seems. Oh, I can see why. There's food out on the table. There we go. That's the reason. Anyway, back to the game. Yeah, back to the game at hand. With the Brock available, will that come into it? Well, possibility. But I still think with the Max being available, I think we're probably going to see that on both sides, and maybe see the classic comp that we've seen a number of times. It is center stage. It's a pretty big area in the mid that's available. It does, of course, have its downsides. We may see some throwers in there. We saw some great throwers coming out from SK earlier on, if you remember the double thrower comp that worked out wonders for them.
Yeah.
And let's see how it's going to work out, though. Here we go. Game underway. Has Reply Totem thrown it away, or will they get themselves back into this one? The Spike, the Gene also in there with the double Brocks.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to work for them. I think the Rico makes absolute perfect sense as well. Brazers has already had to push all the while, so has Maru as well. They're just going to put that straight in. Black Sea already. Wow. First goal within, 22 seconds? Something like that? That was ridiculous. What a beginning here for Blood Diamond.
Wow. I'm saying if they absolutely screwed themselves here, I don't know. I'm a little fearful for Totem here because I think they may have thrown that moment away, but the momentum definitely with Blood Diamond. They're a team that can take it. They've certainly woken up here. There's no doubt about it. Soyderbresser with a pass forward. Mari's not going to be able to do anything with that. Ali is going to fall, though, but with the Blood Diamonds, with the Javi there on the... Oh, Black Sea, what are you doing? He's way behind the lines. Oh! What is that goal? I need to see that again. I need to see that again. That's a 2-0, but what is that goal? I think it was a super pass, super shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was just ridiculous. I can't believe there was such a huge opening for that as well. Maybe they assumed that their teammate who was also taken down quite recently would get there on spawn before he even kicks it. But yeah, that's it. I still can't believe we're in this. We should not be talking. We should be talking about how Reply Totem should be on match point. Not.
So here we go. So Javi's broke away the middle bit there. So that's broken away. So that's what's opened it up. So now, okay, watch Javi to Baxi, and then I don't think the camera even catches it. Yeah, bam, bam, goal.
Yeah.
The camera can't even keep up with it. It goes that quick. 2-0. That's set point Blood Diamonds. Here we go.
Yeah, Blood Diamond taking a leaf out of the textbook from Clash there. Very, very solid. And the timing of it as well was perfect. I don't think they even anticipated something like that happening, but well, maybe they might have done, because that was a huge opening. Like, that was wider than anything I've ever seen in a while, especially in a Brawl Ball matchup. But we're going to go straight into the second game of this first set. No mucking around here, as we can see what they could do a little bit differently so far. I think we've got the same picks. Oh no, literally the Spike has come out instead.
Yeah, the mirror. So now they've switched the Spike in there, but Maru's already been taken down. Maru comes in, he's gone down. Javi can just get this one in. Soyderbresser, oh, he reads it like a book. And that's the first goal already. The Spaniards in football do not miss.
I can't believe what's going on. Yeah, they're just making a run around of Reply Totem here. This is just... I don't know if in terms of their mental state, they're still feeling it after earlier on. Maru's just trying to stay alive in the left-hand side, but they can't really complain because this is going to be a full mirror matchup. Maru takes an alley end, which is going to be huge for them just to keep themselves in this matchup. Black Sea tried to stay alive as long as he could, but that was so close. That was so close in itself, and still they're just trying to stay alive in the centre, waiting for that next fight on team wipe.
Yeah, well, they need to try and get somebody down here because there's pinned in there. It should be a goal for Totem here. He's whiffed it again. He's just, I think he was trying to pass it forward to Maru, and they're just not on the same page. And that's brought Blood Diamonds a real chance now to get back in this one. Oh my God, Totem should have scored that.
Yeah, they certainly should have done. Still, it's very back and forth. Maru just continuing to do work in that left lane. Black Sea's in the middle of all three of them. gets a trade, but at what cost though? They're just going to push it along, but doesn't get it in the end as Harry manages to save the day once again, keeping Blood Diamond in this lead.
Oh, he gets the double bounce. I think he was trying to get the shot off with the double bounce so there's the pass back to himself. But still, I mean, they are dominating Blood Diamonds, so they absolutely should get a goal. But they're running out of time here. Blood Diamonds basically on a complete spawn zerg trying to keep themselves in it. Finally, the ball, though, still miles away. They've got to get it in the net.
Oh, what I can say is Blood Diamond just put on a really good defense so far.
Okay, here we go. Maro's got it.
But Harry's not there to save the day anymore. He got cleaned up. Maro puts it in. It's going to be all tied up here. 20 seconds left remaining. And it's going to be very interesting overtime if it gets that far because of the pressure from the Totem coming out strong.
Well, this is all about who gets the first kill right now. Javi's taken low. He's in trouble. Has to back away. Whoever goes down first, this is almost certainly going to be their game. Ali is under pressure, but that's going to be Soydebressa going down. You can immediately see Maru hitting his super to try and force him away. The flank comes in, overtime comes out. They can't get another kill to back it up, though. So now the respawns have come back out. Maru taking incredibly low. Are they going to try and punt that ball forward? You can see the Cacto going down. That's going to get quickly turned out here. Javi's getting pressured in. Ali's in trouble. He's at no man's land here. He should fall down. And now Totem can push in. There's the super coming through. Maru go forward. Black Sea on the line. What can he do to defend this one? Oh, and he finds the angle in the corner. And Reply Totem take it 2-1. We're all square in the series.
It looked very bleak though for Reply Totem at the start though, didn't it? It really did. I thought that this is just going to be a 3-1. It seems like they couldn't recover from the state into their mindset coming into the next few sets. It was very worrying, but luckily Reply Totem shows on life on the server once again, especially during that second half. A completely different world entirely from what we saw in comparison. But I will say this, at least Reply Totem are trying to regain their composure once again. We know what happened earlier was just something which just should not have occurred, but at least that way Mario did a lot of work in that left lane as well. Definitely got a lot of support along the way, but with the overtime though, Maury just dodging and weaving away and just managed to find that opener down the right hand side. Beautiful stuff there.
Yeah, good dodging, great dodging. I think we're going to see exact same mirror match. I don't think there's going to be any changes from the team. You know, it worked out really well for Blood Diamonds at the start, but once everything was kind of removed, Reply Totem were the ones that sort of started to kick into that extra gear, and they kept Blood Diamonds basically on a spawn rotation for a very long time throughout that one. They were unable to get 3 players up. It was constantly sort of saving it left and right, put it back in the corner, trying to keep themselves alive. So they were kind of fighting it the whole way through, while obviously Totem were constantly building the supers. So that was the real problem. The start of the game is going to be very telling, I feel, here.
Yeah, it could dictate the pace and could even give us an early verdict of what's to come later on. Yeah, it's going to be very, very important. In terms of brawler picks, though, I wouldn't surprise me if they just stick with the same. If they did change, it would have to be a drastic change in itself. But I do feel like at least Reply Totem switching to their own spike rather than their previous brawler, it definitely made a big, big difference and a big impact towards how Blood Diamond were approaching that as well, because they were getting suffocated a lot for the majority of that matchup, and I mean a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no reason they stick to the same because, you know, for Blood Diamonds, they're going to be thinking, okay, they've gone with the mirror match and they've beaten us, so what do we change? What do we adjust? Do we go with something to maybe get on them? You know, the Blood Diamonds have definitely brought out Mortis before. I feel like it was Rafa, though, that normally played it. Rafa's not in the team right now, so whether they can make a player switch mid-map, I'm not too sure. I'm sure somebody else could play it, but I don't think that's going to be the case. It is going to be a Gene. No, tell a lie, it is the same. It is okay. So, oh no, the Bell switch. The Bell switch coming in for the Spike for Blood Diamonds, and it's already paying dividends.
And it will give him an edge in overtime if it gets that far here. So let's see if it's going to work out for them. Not a huge edge, but enough to maybe turn the tide depending on these circumstances later on, depending on what scenario they put themselves in. But it does mean that Reply Totem, all 3 of them on the defense, but Brazier gives himself some breathing room, gets that 1 player down, and Javi's just hiding in the left-hand side, realises that Mori, he is still there, and now does take him down. Beautiful stuff from Black Sea, making use of his bell.
Yeah, Black Sea is landing some cracking shots. And now we're seeing Totem being pinned in here. We're waiting for Javi to just remove the mid wall. There we go. That's going to pop it over the top. That's what they were looking for, waiting to get that super so he could do a good remove it in the first place. Pass comes in. That's going to be 1 cleared out. Pass to Ali, and in the goal it goes. Dunk, dunk.
Nicely done.
Back heel, effectively.
Nicely done. Yeah, technically it was, wasn't it? I was thinking that a little bit myself. Is now really lead going in favour of Blood Diamond, but with the bell, it's going to be tough. Brazier finds an opening though, managed to get through the bushes there on the right-hand side to keep Blacksea at bay here. But look at it, still takes him down here, doesn't he? Mari has taken down Alibo, so it's going to be a 2v2 for the centre.
Yeah, but if he can land those rockets, and he does, Javi will manage to get it through. Mari's in trouble. Going to get pinned in the corner. How is he still alive? Finally goes down. And now the spawn rotations begin. Blacksea just gets himself back in position. Needs to go over to that right-hand side. He's been keeping Soiderbresser in check. Ali needs to just pass the ball away. Goes down to Maru, and Reply Totem can try and push this one. There's no cover to stop them, so it's simply a case of can they defend? Can they land the shots? No. Surely Totem score now.
Surely, yeah, this should be it here. Just push it. Oh, look how far. They had taken way too much. It's just going to be a matter of time. Blacksea just going right in the open with the respawn immunity. Made it work. The trade comes out. There's only one of them left, though. Mori's going to try and go for it. He's just baiting out a couple of attacks before he passes it in. Nicely done there from Reply Totem, tying things up.
I'll tell you what, if that rocket would have landed, Blacksea is doing magnificent work. And with this now going away, once all the cover goes away, I gotta be honest, I feel Blood Diamonds have the advantage here. Soiderbresser is really struggling right now. With that cover gone, he's not gonna have the range to be able to deal with these. Maru's on nothing already. He gets taken down by Ali already. This is Blood Diamonds gonna be taking the set. There's nothing they can do. And they're just gonna stand on the line and pop it in the net. Blood Diamonds go 2-1 up.
Deary me, yeah, what a change of circumstances here. 2-1 in favour of Blood Diamond, as you rightly mentioned, going to the fourth set. And I'm also going to have a quick but early gander and find out where we're going to be playing. I think it is going to be on Hot Potato, believe it or not. And remember, was it the Dynamite which was banned earlier on? I think it was.
Yes.
So it does mean Reply Totem are already behind a little bit because they rely on Dynamite quite a lot.
I mean, rely, I'm not sure about rely, but definitely use a lot. Now, look at our Hot Potato. Obviously, we've had the Rico's being used here. The Brock's probably going to be used. And you know what? We may even see the Bell used. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll see what goes out because, you know, this composition could kind of work on a lot of maps. Now, you can see Totem, in the end, did have more kills, but the damage was definitely flowing Blood Diamond's way, as well as the healing on Reply Totems. But Blood Diamonds, they got that quick 2-0 in the first game, which really set things up. I love the adjustment, the Bell switching out from the spike. They read into it very well, saying, you know what, Reply Totem, they went for that mirror match. How can we counter it? This is what we're going to do. And it worked wonderfully because, honestly, with the Bell, he was just destroying poor Spike.
And that's funny bit with the Dynamite ban. We were even talking about it this early on, and we were like, well, it may happen in one matchup, maybe two. But I think you're right, though. Maybe rely is not the right word. I think it's in terms of the value they get it a little bit more compared to some of the other brawlers they do normally use. But again, what we're going to see on this map, we're definitely going to probably see a Rico at some stage, maybe from both sides. May even see a Bell. Edgar's kind of been, you know, rarely thrown in the mix anymore, but it really does depend on who you're up against. But sometimes we have seen the Stu, but the Brock, of course, we did see quite a few Brocks in the previous matchup here, so that won't be a surprise either. This is the thing, Steve, with the Brock in the mix, it's even more tough because the Rico won't get as much value with his projectiles, will he, if the Brock is used in a decent manner with his utility?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Edgar, and we have seen it on Hot Potato a few times. Sometimes to great success, sometimes to absolute failure. It's definitely one that can work, though. Let's see how it works out. Maybe a Barley as well could throw in the mix as well to see if that works out. It is going to be the Brock Bell. I can see in there on the Rico. So, yeah, pretty much, as we said, straight back to where we were on in Bounty.
Yep, complete mirror matchup here. It wouldn't have been right not seeing a Rico and a Bell in this matchup anyway. Maybe not the Bell sometimes, this really does depend a bit. But Reply Totem looking very strong to begin with. Going to be able to do a nice layer of damage onto the safe of Blood Diamond, just taking the edge off it down to 84%. But Mari wants a little bit more, it seems like here, but she's going to be perfectly fine. Oh my God, what a takedown there on Javi from Maru. He's going to be laughing at that, laughing to the bank, you could say, just doing a lot more damage there, coming back, playing it safe, already down to 75%.
Yeah, Javi's struggling actually with Maru at the moment. Maru, you know, injury or not, he is doing some work. You know, most of that 70% damage sort of going down there. Finally, Javi gets him down. Now, can Ali do the same on the other side? Maru's going to get focused on, does manage to get that super down, but they're still chasing this game at the moment. Maru doing a great job in the middle of keeping Blacksea in control. Finally, Ali, though, pops off that super and gets him down, but they haven't really got a great deal of damage done yet as they keep on pushing. But with a lot of that right side now removed, you can see Maru's realized, okay, I need to go over the left side. So where he was winning out is now going to go against him.
Now, this is over time to return fire and get that objective under control. And the problem is they've left it a little bit too late here, as they're still behind by 21%. Javi, good moves on Maru there just to keep him at bay. Brazer's taking a lot of damage as well. This is a heavy advantage for Blood Diamond if they want to take it. They need to take it now, though. They can't really afford to hesitate. And this is the perfect time for them to bring the damage as much as possible, but still now at 10%. But slowly but surely, they are really getting that safe dwindling down in terms of percentage.
Blood Diamonds are doing a great job at juggling aggro, keeping them basically down to 2 on the spawn, which is where they've got all that damage from, because they were constantly getting one person down here and there. They've done it again. They've got Soy Depressor down. It gives them that man advantage again. Maru should get pushed off. Yes, he will. Maru goes down. Blood Diamond's going to be taking this one.
They certainly are. What a shame. Reply Totem came out swinging at the very beginning. Great teamwork across the board. Maru, especially in that right lane. Just
tell you what, they can rush it. They can rush it.
They can try, but the problem is it's going to be way too late at this point. Ali's already down there on that bottom safe, and that's going to be match point for Blood Diamonds. But I feel like we're going to have a few match points along the way.
Yeah. Wow. How are we at this stage, right? How are we at this stage of match point for Blood Diamonds? We should not be here. Reply Totem. I want you to get that in your brains and look at yourselves and thinking this is where we threw the finals. It's a possibility because Blood Diamonds, top 4 and they're looking very good right now.
Yeah, it's something they want to think about, but it's definitely going to be haunting them for a while. Yeah, I agree. I don't want to bring it up too much because I feel bad that I've slated them so much. I think I must have slated them in a
no.
minute segment.
No. You're in a $45,000 tournament. You don't BM. You just win. You focus on the game and don't bring that stuff that you play in pugs, playing whatever with your mates. You don't bring that into a professional tournament. You are being paid to be here. You are winning prize money. And absolutely, that is something that should not exist in your mind when you're in these games.
Yeah, actually, do you know what? I was mentioning it earlier, saying that if there's like a time limit barrier or something like that where it's literally mathematically impossible, fair enough. But yeah, you're right though. Having the mindset just to go straight into it and not even consider it as an option and giving you a game every time, yeah, I completely agree, because we wouldn't be here. We could have actually finished up back in the ball game, because Blood Diamond would have, not that they would have run out of steam, but definitely wouldn't have had any kind of momentum going into that third set. So yeah, I do entirely agree with that. And it looks like we'll be back with the mirror matchup here, as Reply Totem looked very good to begin with at the last game, but Blood Diamond were able to put a lot more pressure on, and let's see if they can do it back to back.
So the difference here is this is where Reply Totem, they did really well, because Maru on the right hand side had really good work against Javi with that cover being there. He's obviously been able to use the bouncy castle, etc., and keep his health back, and that's where he was getting the damage down. But you can see what's happened this time. Blood Diamonds have said, no, we're having none of that. They quickly remove all the cover. That's how they gained control last time, and it opens up Javi to now push forward. Blacksea's opened up. You can see he's done the same thing, and that's immediately give Blood Diamond an advantage over Totem. So that one advantage that Totem had in the last game has already been removed.
Oh, dear me, Blacksea just doing work. We know that Javi was playing the bell in the first set, but ever since Blacksea's got it, he's just been doing absolute wonders with it so far. Reply Totem say, it's just getting worse and worse here, Lee. Look at that, down to 69%. And don't get me wrong, they've got a minute 20 left, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, they've managed to get out of the spawn here, and they've got the 3 alive. So now if they can get a pick, maybe early on here, try and work something, you can see Blacksea's been taken down. They're kind of split targets. That's the target they needed. They get themselves a double, and now Totem can get some serious damage down here. Mari's going to try and push them forward, but Javi has managed to hold strong on that right channel, and that's been enough. Real nice slow down there. Blacksea's going to push on through Maru. Oh my god, just decimated Blacksea there, and Reply Totem, they've got a lifeline, but Maru is hanging on to it.
He certainly is, doing such a good job in that left lane, finally taken down by Ali. They've still got room now. They've put his Brazers already very weak from the last engagement, and the safe still dwindling. But even look, though, it's only 14% so far. As long as Mori hits his shots against Blacksea, he could be... Oh, he's taken down straight after. The super comes out as well, just to make it worse. 30 seconds left, and still though, Blacksy just doing work with the bell. Ali just sneaking behind the left lane every single time, and Javi is just taking Embrace as well. Deary me.
BD, BD, BD. That's all I can say right now, because this is a deserved deficit. It's not over yet. 10 seconds. Let's see what Totem can do. Can they get the damage down? No. Javi pops Mori down. Soy Depressor will fall, and Javi romps through. And Blood Diamonds will close out a game that really should not be going their way. Reply Totem had it in the palm of their hands to take it 2-0 and threw it away themselves. I mean, choke, throw, whatever you want to call it, it was totally their fault. And they need to seriously look at this, because that may have just cost them a place in the finals.
Yeah, and a big chunk of change as well along the way. That's another thing to take into consideration, especially like if you're a full-time player as well. It's
Look, this is a team that's going to the World Championships. You can't, like, are you, like, get it in their heads now. Like, yes, it may have cost you here, but do not go and think about doing that at the World Championships, because it's gonna slap you hard.
It certainly is. And do you know what? Okay, well, I could talk about the stats here. Like, it's got 15 less takedowns and 42,000 less damage, but you got to think about it now. In that third set, if they won that 2-0, if you remember rightly, in that third set, especially in the first game, Reply Totem started that set very deflated, very demoralized.
Yeah.
They definitely weren't in a mindset at all. And that was still very close and neck and neck. They could have easily won this in a clean sweep 3-0 by any means. It was so clear as day.
Absolutely. I mean, they were out of it. Like, Reply Totem were just steamrolling like they did with 3X. They ran over 3X. They ran over them in Ring of Fire, and it looked like it was going to do the same in Shooting Star, and then it all just went wrong. Anyway, I've harped on enough about this. I think my point has been made.
Yeah, no, it definitely has. But it's because we're quite old school as well. You know, we've seen it happen before. We don't want it to happen against other players as well. But it already has been, which is a shame. But yeah, it's just one of those things. But we've still got 2 more matches left to go. We've still got Blood Diamond versus Mood Gaming coming up next. And to finish the evening, we have 3X also against Mood Gaming. So guys, don't go anywhere, as we're back in just a few moments.
Oh, Piper.
Piper.
That's Piper.
Nice emoji.
It's a streak right now. It's a run.
Rico, maybe? Actually, I don't know.
What is the... I don't know that one.
Maybe Gale? Gale. Oh, it's Gale.
Gale?
Ah, Gale. Okay.
Oh my, that was hard.
That's Frank?
Frank?
Frank. This is Frank.
Yeah, Frank.
Yeah, it's Frank.
Daryl. This is Daryl.
Daryl? Should be Daryl. Daryl's barrels.
Oh, that real.
Damn it.
Oh my god. The killer minecart madness?
What?
I don't know. What is this? Is that Carly, maybe?
8-bit, maybe? Actually, I have no idea.
Oh my god. These were hard. Like, some of them were really confusing.
Carl, oh, okay. Actually, yeah, the pickaxe makes sense.
I suppose I'm the first, maybe. Like, I'm born to win, you know? Like, that's a bit cringe, but... yeah, it's just because of Navi, like, it means born to win, but... maybe first or second?
Actually, I think I only missed 2, so pretty good, actually.
I mean, quite good, I guess. I got all of them.
maybe I've been lucky, or just have to get the same tier list that I use. So always join Pedro's stream and copy it.
That you guys need to study harder the game and learn the emojis related to the brawlers.
I keep reaching, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is ESL Mobile Challenge, and we are getting into some serious cutthroat competition, I think it's safe to say, Ark. That game aside, we're now moving on to Blood Diamond's second match of the night, and it is up against Mood Gaming, and this is a real chance for Blood Diamonds to solidify their position.
It really is. Ironically, before you guys went into cast, I said I'm very jealous of this matchup. It's going to be a great one, and that didn't fail to disappoint. I was watching from the sidelines, and that was a good watch. Blood Diamond, of course, Rubber, Blacksy, and Javi up again, and you know they struggled at the beginning of that, and I thought it was going to be a straight up easy blast there for Reply Totem, but they're back again against arguably, you know, I think on paper an easier opposition. Mood did pick up a win yesterday, it's got to be said. They have got their first win now, and that was up against Navi. So Navi are no easy feat. So Gugu, OP, Rolex, and DD looking to continue that same win streak today.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be a turnaround. Can they keep that momentum flowing? Would definitely be something that Blood Diamonds certainly wouldn't want now with the position that they are in after a fantastic win there. You know, the revenge match, I guess you could say, against Reply Tournament. Either way, the ban's coming through. Now, this makes sense to me. Ash and Mortis banned out. That is totally targeted at OPE. And Bell and Byron being banned out for Mood. Which unfortunately means that Brock is available once again.
yeah, but I guess the fact that they had it in the previous series as well means that the kind of Blood Diamond might have the advantage in that respect. They've kind of already been getting warmed up to it. Yeah, I was going to say, I said a win streak. It's not really a streak at the moment for Mood. Will we have to get this win today? But there's definitely work to be done. Factory Rush, Power Up players up next dry season. Double Switch and center stage are the maps and modes. So, okay. what kind of mood are we going to see today? Because, you know, have they taken that win from yesterday? Have they absorbed it? Have they gained that confidence that they were lacking in the early part of the season? Again, you know, on a 7-1, it's not great for them right now. I think they really are banking on everyone else doing poorly and themselves just not missing the mark right now. And Blood Diamond, they are fierce competition, it's got to be said.
Well, I mean, the fact is, can they play without Mortis? I think that feels to be. You know, we were talking about. I do remember someone in chat saying he's going to be the good old troll comment of he's going to be the world champion in 2022. Keep your eyes on it. But I did kind of point out, it's like, yeah, that's great. A one-trick pony can do well on one brawler, but you have to deliver on multiple brawlers in multiple comps.
Yeah, I remember that distinctly because I fully agree with you when you said it. You know, Mortis is a powerful thing to have, but you know, even just in the sense that one single balance change can eradicate it as well. Not even just a targeted ban, but just simply a change of metas. And yeah, you've got to be always able to be versatile in Brawl Stars. And I think the meta is such that at the moment we do have a really diverse meta. It's a lot of brawlers available. So, you know, how are Mood going to approach this one today with that very directed ban there? And again, the Brock in play, and one that Blood Diamond have been a bit warmed up to. You know, going into our first map and mode then for Ring of Fire and Hot Zone. I mean, actually, just double check that is the correct one as well. Yeah, I was looking at the reply to it. Blood Diamond against Mood. Yeah, so Siege Factory Rush. Long range is going to be the flavor of this one, I feel, coming out of the gates. Again, you know, Leon is a great thing to have. The little bit of cover that you do have surely is going to get eradicated quickly by the Brocks.
So let's see, as you say, the Brocks are most likely going to be a key here. And there they are, obviously on both sides, along with the double Pipers. And is it the double Rico? I didn't even catch. Yes, it is the double Ricos as well.
Already, look at that. OP just forcing back to the left-hand side, and OP now can utilize the wall, but Laxi coming in to try and help out that lane side. And meanwhile, I think Edie and Javi both very low on the right-hand side. It's going to be a first push for Mood, and I think rightly so, they came out the gates really nicely here, but how can they make this push count? Gugu really needs his super in this instance to be able to break this mid on this push.
Well, okay, let's see. It is only going to be a level 1, so just a small bot, but there is a lot to back it up with. They didn't choose to, well, they didn't have a choice to break away the mid because, well, frankly, the Brock player had been killed. So he wasn't able to back it up. So, but yes, removing cover is going to be the key here. That's why we're seeing Gugu doing just that. And trying to recover off as much as they can. Black Sea struggling against OP right now. You know, I think maybe being a little unfair about calling him a one-trick pony. We know he can play other stuff. But at the moment, he's in a real tight one. Black Sea, we know, is fantastic with it. Gugu coming out on top against Ali. Gugu having to back away. And Black Sea does eventually take OP down. We're going to be tied here at 3-3.
Wow, this is a real opportunity here for Blood Diamond if they can keep this control. Now that OP is coming back in, he's going to pop the bouncy castle there as well to give him the edge. But Blacksy comes in with a very quick super to the draw. A nice rocket fuel as well from the mid there onto Gugu. So actually, you know, I'm seeing Mood struggling to retake this control. The bolts as well are in favor of Blood Diamond at the moment, but now with that left-hand side line cleared up from OPE, maybe they can start to turn this one around.
Man, it's like watching a Pythagoras competition with watching these two Rico players back and forward, everybody knowing the exact angle that they can pop each other off on. It's really impressive to watch with Black Sea and OP at the moment. Black Sea coming out on top once again, and that's going to give them Bolt advantage. They have them in control, so the final bot will be going Diamond's way, and this is a real chance here with only 24% damage done already for Mood. This is a problem. They have to defend.
Yeah, nice early break there from Javi, but ultimately they've got to be alive for this push. They need to make sure, just to ensure it going through, and it's a lot of early damage coming in from Mood. It's got to be said, the bot is already shredded down, but there's a little bit of connection here. It'll be a wondrous thing for Black Sea on the left-hand side to come with these shots, and yeah, that is going to be it. Blood Diamond will take the first game.
Yep, solid work in the end. It was all about that tie, wasn't it? Blood Diamonds just managed to push out quick enough. Mood were unable to capitalize. I mean, let's face it, it was only a level 1 bot to start things off, so they didn't really have a huge bolt control from the off. So nice turnaround. Blood Diamond take the first game.
And in all honesty, there's very little that they can do in terms of the brawler comps here with that Bell ban in play, and of course the Mortis with the Brocks available here. Again, this map is very, very open, and there's you want to have the Brock. You definitely do. You want to be able to have that rocket fuel to be able to break those walls and really get things kicked off. And of course, to break open that mid area. We saw a little bit of Lou, which again was a brawl which has been way out of the meta for a long time yesterday. I think it was Clash that brought that one in. I just don't see what you can really bring in. You could bring in the ice block as a good deterrent of the Piper shot every now and again, but again, I just don't see them shifting away from this idea that much, realistically. I mean, the Rikas were doing great work on the side lanes. That was a really, really close battle between Blacksy there and OPE. More often than not, though, it's got to be said that it did favor the Blood Diamond side, as Blacksy did seem to win a lot of those battles.
Yeah, and with obviously the Mortis taken away, we know that that can't be switched to. I would ordinarily say a Sprout, but Sprout doesn't fit really in this sort of battle because he's just going to get decimated by a Brock, I would assume. Starting things off, Gugu's done a great job, managed to get one down. Can he get the double tap onto Blacksy? No, can't make it work, and ends up having to remove his own cover. Leaping forward though, aggressive stuff, and it is a tide to start things off in the first level.
Surprised to see the shot didn't follow there, because obviously they knew where Google was going to land, but maybe he'd exacerbated them all before the landing there on the side of Blacksy. But either way, 5 bolts now, 6. A nice pickup as well.
Nice.
2 going to be banked from the mid. So a really, really good amount of control coming through from Mood. Blacksy did not connect there as much as he would like. OP is going to survive on here, and that's going to be a great thing in terms of continuing the same level of control. And it's just going to break the left-hand side, but having weak on the right. So, yeah, not looking good so far for Blood Diamond.
Yeah, really nice control. As soon as they took that 1 kill on Zahavi, they just pincered across. You saw DD moving across and just getting absolute control. 13, I tell you what, this is a beefy bot coming out. Yes, Blood Diamonds are going to get hold of mid now and try and bank some bolts to try and back it up, but they got a lot of work to do, and the fact they've just taken down that mid has actually just sped up the bot for Mood. I'm not too sure about that one, Javi.
Yeah, I mean, the shots were coming from Alice's J quite nicely in advance. It's going to connect. There's going to be definitely some damage. There wasn't anyone from Mood behind that push, and that could prove costly. There's 7 bolts available in the pocket already for Blood Diamond, but they need some more. They've got to just get a couple in this round, and then we'll get a push off the back of it. At the moment, Gugu's going to be banking 2, though, in favor of Mood at the same time, and that's a good start. Another one from the mid, and favorable spawns continuing on with OPE there in the mid as well. So pressure is mounting here. I think Blood Diamond should get a push out of this, but it is going to be close. Yeah, that's a good clear up. They will get some good value off the back of that now.
Yeah, and you can see DD really wants to get these, but he's going to have to push around the side. They do deal the damage, but no bots coming out for them, and it's going to be a level 10 for Blood Diamonds here. The final push. They have to get 51%, as you can see, and he can run straight down the middle. They're doing a good amount of damage to back it up, though. They're going to have to get on there. The super damage coming through. The bot will go down in a second, but it's going to be done, and Blood Diamonds will pick up the first set.
Very nicely done, and some great timings there from Blood Diamond. Great resolve. They were behind more often than not in the rounds, but then with some good defenses and some good control taken back later, which is a hard thing to do in Siege off the back of a push. Able to suffice through that one, and again, Mood had some great moments, but just not quite sealing the deal at the end of the day there in Siege.
And you said it yourself. I mean, it was a level 13 bot, the second bot that went through, but Mood didn't really back it up, which was the surprising part. If they'd have maybe been in a position to back it up and sort of follow them through, I think they could have, zeroed it right there and then, but they didn't get the chance to back it up. And for maybe, I don't know. I think maybe, we were looking at that point when Brock broke open the wall, and perhaps that kind of caught Mood off guard, because ordinarily would have had to path around the side, and then they'd have been able to path around and follow it and back it up. But as it was, it just charged straight up mid, and it maybe caught them off the hop, because I think they were respawning at the time.
Wow, I mean, either way, Blood Diamond now got a great opportunity ahead of them. It's still early days, it is just the first set, but again, I'm sure going into this, they felt like Reply Totem was going to be the harder of the games, and now, with the momentum going into the second set, Hot Zone Parallel Plays is up next, and, this is where the Mortars could have been a good shout as well, for Mood to consider. It's a great brawl. I think now Stu's kind of taking more of the lead in hitting that kind of role, going in and dashing and then getting on the offensive side of things. But again, if you are just joining the bands, where Ash and Mortis on the side of Blood Diamond and Bell and Byron on the side of Mood. And again, that mortar spam very targeted from Blood Diamond towards Mood. Bell, no mids, which is I think is a great brawler to have in the mid here. So it's going to be opening things up quite considering. Byron as well has his moments. We might even see some Sprout come into play here, maybe some Stu as well, because of the bans that are in play. Leon as well, I think is going to be a must really. But we are seeing a bit of a shift. It's got to be said, Gale coming into the mix now seems to be a staple on parallel players, and it's an interesting thing. We haven't seen barely any of Gale up until now, but it does seem to be something that just seems to work in parallel players more than not.
Yeah, absolutely, especially on parallel players, because you can just knock them off the point and then sort of get the damage down at the same time. And even the pro players, they're trying to guess the emojis, and they finally got the Gale down. It took them a bit of work. I gotta be honest, when I first saw it, I was like, it's Gale. I got it before them. I'm taking that with me. But okay, so the Brocs do come out. There's the Leon. The Amber was the one I was about to mention. That is on the left-hand side, and it's doing a great job at pursuing the Leon, but it's not going to work out. So Leon both sides, and the Spike actually coming through from Blood Diamonds.
Yeah, Brox will be quite key here as well to break over this left-hand side, but the Amber will do as much as the same. Gugu trying to pressurize Blacksy here, and Alice is going to pop the rocket fuel and does connect nicely, gets the super for his troubles as well, but Gugu comes back in again and clears up the side of things and going to survive on with very little HP, healing now. Very close matchup, it's going to be said, but as soon as this left-hand zone is captured, then Mood can start to go on the aggressive.
Absolutely, Blood Diamonds pushing down. They could really get control of the zone here. Yes, wow. Look at that. That is a full wipe, and that's going to give them a big percentage now. And Mood have to gather up. They have to get all spawns together. They're getting a good run onto Ali there. They're really nice from Gugu to try and flame him down there, but they haven't cleared Blakesy off the zone yet. OP's going to push in. Still can't deal with him. Blakesy's still on the zone. They haven't dealt with him. They pushed out. They got the damage done, but they haven't backed it up. What are they thinking?
That's a lot of capture points for their favor they're going as well. I would like to send a bit of a benefit from Alice and Stray there, though, or a little bit of a break, something to allow the Leon to really get the upper hand in the event of the opposition coming back in fast towards the zone. But that is a good amount of value and a good amount of insurance here, as now Alias and Stray can start to just delay the onset of this push coming forward. Nice sneaky play there from Blacks as well, and his survivability in this match has been fantastic to watch.
How is he still alive? He's still in there, stealthing around, dodging in and out. He's going to get Gugu down as well. Blacksy absolutely legendary on this Leon. We've seen him multiple times on the Leon doing absolute work. 91% encountered. They have got the North locked out, so they're not going to be gaining anything from Harvey sitting there, but he's been that defensive nuisance. And now Blacksy once again caught in a crossfire this time. A chance for Mood here to get some points on the table.
Yeah, I love the fact they're going with the Sprout, with the Spike here, as well, because it's such a difficult thing to shake with the life plant going down. Just serves to heal when it goes down. The push coming from the left, though, is not as calculated as you might think here from BD. They'll be a little bit careful.
This is a strong chance.
30 seconds left, and now Mood are realistically pushing this very hard. So there is time enough for a comeback here if Blood Diamond don't get their act together here.
Yeah, Blacksy's having a problem. He's not been able to get out. So finally, Mood are doubled it up nicely. But Blacksy's got himself one. Just going to hide himself around the corner. In comes Ali from the range. There's the range shot landing. And that should be confirmed for Blood Diamonds there. 96% and counting. That will get locked in. But Mood made a good comeback there.
Very nice comeback, actually. It really could have been a turnaround moment. And, those are the moments where we see it a lot happening actually in Siege, where it's a little bit more as needed. But you've got to be basically prioritizing the takedowns in those situations, because it's very clearly going to be a voice between your opposition that we got to take care of this. If we lose this, we lose the game. And you see a much better approach in handling that. And when there's just so little left, your kind of instinct is to rush it, and that only serves to make your opposition more powerful. They're able to hit more shots, get more supers. Those are the key turning points, and I think that was an opportunity that Mood could have maybe been able to bring this one back.
Yeah, it was very close. Once they got the three pushed up into the northern point, I think if they'd have been able to contain Blacksy, which is very hard to do because Leon could obviously hit that in Viz, that's how he managed to get past him. But they very nearly could contain him. Gugu was doing a very good job at keeping him tracked along with OP, so they were doubling up effectively on him every time he showed himself, and that's what they're going to have to do again. I don't expect too many changes to come through. The spike worked wonderfully well for Blood Diamonds to defend that northern side. And really kept them off that point for a very long time.
think that's actually the one pick that I think Mood could adopt themselves here in terms of a change, because Amber was good. I just think that Spike has such a better defensive capability, and you can kind of be at the will of the Leon if you're not careful playing the Amber here. It can break up a lot of the side lane as well, but then the Brock is doing that anyway, so they are going to bring in the Spike, and it's the wise choice. And already the lollipop drop taken very quickly care of by DD there as he breaks open the wall and just goes straight to eradicate that gadget early on.
And this is the problem now. Blacksea that was basically maintaining that little middle 2 barrels and basically using that as his cover is going to have a problem against Gugu, because Gugu can just throw over the top of it. However, Ali comes in, lands that rocket. He's not really in a situation to be able to go for it, though. We'll try and take OP down, but pretty even so far.
Yeah, Mood looking a lot better now as defensive, and again, that's another lollipop drop taken very quickly care of. Mood are prioritizing. They're using the rocket fuels and just making those all count and eradicating his Leon gadgets as quickly as possible. Look at Blacksea, who's on the hunt. Jukes very nice. He gets to take down OP as well. Pulse him as a hill. Gugu now is in a bit of a spot. He's got to, hide behind the live plant, but even that's not enough for Blacksea. And Alias, Shay, and Blacksea now are getting very, very close on this bottom left-hand side.
Oh, that combo as well. Gugu actually ahead of the curve there, but you can see he's running into this one. Does get a good damage down to Ali. DD's just sound south as well, trying to keep the punishment down. Gugu goes pushing for it, but Blacksea goes aggressive, and I think that caught him off guard. And DD goes down. They're going to trade back and forward, but it's Blacksea that's holding the southern point, and the northern point is held by Mood, but you can see it's Blood Diamonds at the moment that have the advantage, and they're just going to back it up. They're just going to send all 3 down south.
Blacksea is honestly just so good at juking these shots. He's just unshakable. Everything that he does is just unpredictable, and that's what you need in a hot zone. That is what gave, in my opinion, Blood Diamond the win. Just his survivability there. This could not shake him in both games, dodging and weaving and doing his thing. But again, on the defensive, a lot has to be said as well. You got to stay firm. You got to get that good balance. You got to have a solid pair of hands on the defense, and that's what we saw there from Harry most of the time. Alice Shea just great control of the mid, but yeah, I mean, Blacksea for me just getting those offensive capture points in early on.
Yeah, not much Gugu can do. Blacksea sort of gets the kill, dashes in the bush, hits the invis, dashes, comes straight around the back, and Gugu knew that was the moment, and then, of course, got on hold of it, and then Javi in the end closing it out, and gives them a quick 2-0. So, Blood Diamonds move on 2 sets up against Mood Gaming. I don't think we really expected too much else. Mood have put up a decent fight so far. But as you can see in terms of stats, the stats don't really lie. The healing actually in favor of Mood, but other than that, it was all Blood Diamond's way. That Leon working very well for them. We move on. Apologies. We're moving on to dry season. I'm moving things on. I'm done talking about that. So dry season's up next. Okay, so we're kind of back to what do we expect? It's pretty standard, right? Dry season, with Brock enabled, we're definitely having a Brock in there, probably a Nanny, and almost certainly a Bella or a Piper to sort of go with it.
I think it's going to be interesting with Brock in play, because Leon would normally be the go-to as well, but with the ability to break such things open, we saw in the last game how much Mood were very much aware to get rid of that lollipop drop and eradicate it as quickly as possible here. I think if you're going to bring on a Leon, you've got to have that place back a little bit, like we saw Clash doing very successfully well yesterday. And just again, with the tick as well as a potential option here, you've got to be careful if you're going to be playing that Leon with the gadget side of things. So yeah, the long ranges, the Brock's Bell coming out to play as well for Gugu, and the Piper actually going to come out to play for Alice Shea.
Yeah, so just smallest of differences in terms of skins, at least. That's about the only difference. But DD, you saw Gugu try to go for the star at the start, got completely caught out. They're going aggressive, but I'm not sure it's paying off for them at the moment. They got themselves one down. The lollipop drop goes in. Blood Diamonds do respect it a little bit, backing away. They will take the lollipop out, but they had to back away. They still hold the lead.
I was literally about to praise the positioning, because it was far better for Blood Diamond to have it where they did, away from the wall, and you saw on the outside Mood got quickly taken care of. But then Blacksea placed a second down, and that went down instantly. So that's the final one right there. If that goes down, no more lollipop drops for Blood Diamond, and they would like to have had them because they're behind now. They need to have everything going for them. A break of the wall there as well could just open things up a little bit should they find themselves in the back foot. But to be honest, Mood have got no reason to push this now. They can stay back. They can just let the push come towards them, and they got the lead. They got the high ground in that respect. 2-star lead and that blue star in favor of Mood.
Well, we'll see. OP doing a great job at keeping them off guard. I feel that a stealthy Blacksea is going to be the difference teller here. You can see him. He's already off for the bushes. Where's he going to go? Is he going to be able to get around the side? Because both Gugu and OP are there. They're going to be well aware of this one. Ready away. That's already a hit onto OP, but he immediately gets away. And Blacksea, that's a really nice crossfire coming out from Gugu to lock it down 8-4 in their favor. Blood Diamond's chasing this one and is not working out well, but they can see Mood are pinned.
All Blacksea now is the Invisible Hill coming in. Has Google got super here? I don't think he does, but I think OP found him early. Gets the takedown for his troubles as well, and I can't see Mood losing this now, especially not as OP is going on the aggressive and does clear up with 5 stars on his head towards the end. Very nicely done. Mood are not done yet.
Not done, but 15-4. First game picked up by them here on Dry Season. I mean, in terms of changes, maybe the Leon change. I'm not too sure. Maybe pull a Bell out of there or a Byron or something like that to get the heals maybe in there. Because as you saw with the lollipop drops, they were getting focused constantly. The Leon lollipop drops, they really didn't have any effect for Blood Diamonds, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can be so careful. You know, again, a lot of teams scrimming and just having the Brock ban in play, but you kind of got to practice with it as well. And yeah, definitely not as much value from that gadget at all in that game. And I think that we would have seen more from Blood Diamond had they not replaced that one down and had it, you know, just eradicated instantly. And moved much more resourceful in that same way and had some to hide behind on the defensive side. So, but I think you're right. Little to really consider in terms of adaptations. But Alex is going to stay firm with the Piper, despite, you know, Bell, you know, being, I think, a potential option here on the bans. Let me just double check. You know, yeah, Mood banned the Bell there. So yeah, just the Piper's coming out there. Gugu very low as well. Able to probably just sneak away from here. But I'd like to see a bit more from Blacksea this game. He didn't really get much value in the last one.
Oh, yes, of course. Bell and Byron both banned out, actually. So ignore what I've been talking about. I mean, that's normal. Most people ignore me. Lollipop drop stuck in the corner this time. Keeping it safe, keeping it clean. This time, Blood Diamonds can benefit Totem. They're going to push on. The lollipop drop on their own for Mood will get immediately removed. That did not work out. They try and get Blacksea down, and he has to back away from this one. The lollipop will finally be dealt with.
These are the small mistakes that I see. You Mood placed that way too close to the wall. Brock can actually take that lollipop drop down by shooting the other side of the wall. That's how wide the area spread is now. So you see how Blood Diamond have got this a little bit further back for that very reason. These small mistakes can cost you in the later game. So Mood are going to be a little bit more cautious on the way that they're playing this one out. And that mid wall now completely taken care of. So the spawn is not a safe place to be anymore, as again, Gugu's having to really fight hard to get these shots to land.
That lollipop drop was basically in the open. I don't even know what he was thinking there. That was completely in the open. I was like, okay, I think he was meant to put it in the corner, maybe misclicked it, I don't know. But either way, 2-1, Blood Diamonds got themselves that blue star lead. And they've just backed away from this one, realizing a lot of the cover gone down. Lollipop dealt with. Now it's on Mood to try and chase this one.
DD connected pretty well for the most part there onto Blacksea, but those jukes coming into play now. Low on HP, Javi's in trouble here. The lead is with Blood Diamond at the moment, but if Javi goes down, that will all change. He has the blue star and also 4 in his head, so he has got a lot of fight. Oh, he's done it though. That was a very close call there. Very much went on the aggressive when they needed to on Blacksea, yeah, with him is a hill safe and sound. Oh, a bit close towards the end though. Javi was in trouble.
Yeah, so 10-1, the score this time around. Mood picking this one up pretty much cleaner than last time out, keeping their lollipops a little more safer as well. But they were the ones being the aggressors. They were the ones that were removing a lot of the cover from poor old Mood, so they didn't really have too many places to hide. They had to go on the aggressive, and it does often work out that way. If you be in the defensive, you're generally going to catch some shots, and that's the one Javi caught just there.
Yeah, that for me was the key, really. Blood Diamond really went to town on the cover, and that was what they didn't do and failed to do in the first game. So with much more attention to that side of things, you know, breaking it with the Piper or having the Brock to super on top of it, it made a big difference. Again, I always say in Dry Season, the cover, the spawn, really, you can be very much at home. It's kind of rare to see, you know, when a spawn can quite do that in a lot of instances in Brawl Stars. But in Dry Season, you can let the opposition come to you and be quite comfortable. But if that cover is gone, you've got nowhere left to hide. So if Blood Diamond do that same thing again, then they have had a cracker of a day. But they've got to get those early supers in. They've got to get that value in. And I think on the other side of things, Mood have got to favor a bit more the positioning of that lollipop drop, because again, that was a bit of a miss for me.
Yeah, it's ironic that Blood Diamonds had done the same before, and they realized their error of their ways, and they started sticking it in corners and away from the everything. Let's see if they do make any changes. Probably going to be a mirror's gain. I suspect it will be. Yes, it is. And it is going to be a simple case of, can they catch something early? Blacksea under pressure from OP already, but Ali will catch a shot on him.
Sees, with a Piper there invisible, that's a dangerous thing, and almost called DD off guard for that very reason there as well. Blacksea just trying to shoot this one out of OP to get his super. It's actually going to be OP gets the Invisi Hill first. He's taking shots, and he's actually going to take the blue star there because he couldn't really do much anyway. So kind of made sense to go in for that and just to get that early lead, that early pressure. ESL coming in now though. Oh, quick! Took care of the lollipop drop. Yeah, drop there to just try and protect his behind. But yeah, that's going to be one less for Mood.
Yeah, he did manage to dodge out the homemade recipe. That's the kill they were looking for. So OP managing to get the blue star away, gets himself the kill onto Blacksea, and now also going in for that lollipop drop. They realize where it is. They're trying to get on towards it, but it's a great position to tuck it in that corner. Blacksea just sort of eating a couple of shots. Finally, they're going to take away some of the wall, and eventually they get the lollipop taken away. And Blood Diamonds didn't really benefit from that. While they were putting so much focus on the lollipop, they should have really tried to pincer in on the right side.
Well, Blood Diamond are going to need to get either Gugu and DD taken care of, or just the one takedown of OPE, but he has got the Invisible Heal to hand as a bit of a saving grace. Well, that's one down in favor of Blood Diamond. If they can get one more kill anyone, and they will take this lead now. ESL breaking the mid, leaving just that left-hand side bit of cover for Mood to be able to work with, but the aggression's starting to shift a little bit here. Again, this is a really important game because ultimately Mood could cling on, but if Blood Diamond do get this in the bag, then they seal the deal here. They're on match point here. Let's see the final seconds approach, whether Blood Diamond can take this.
Blood Diamonds have to get a kill. They have to push for it. It's on them. That's the super coming out from DD. So that's Javi really low at the moment. Opie's going to push in. He gets Blacksea down. That is a great move from him. The Javi goes down and Mood will take it and get themselves their first set of the series.
Not over yet. So again, Mood just keep us hanging on at the moment, don't they? Well, okay. Well, we might have a bit of a fight on our hands now if Mood start to work off the back of that, and they played it very well. Again, I think the push came much too late on the Blood Diamond side. They need to get a bit more aggression and get a bit more positioning.
That's the kill they were looking for. So OP managing to get the blue star away. The homemade recipe. Got a replay of my own voice. I love it. Just hear myself. That's what I actually do all day long, really. I just sit there talking to myself, recording myself. Anyway, 9-8 the score. Mood Gaming getting the kills this time around. A much better performance in the third map than it was in the second one. And overall, they just played it well. Blood Diamond struggled to secure a kill for a large portion of the time there. It does mean we move on arc over to double swoosh.
Yeah, and again, with this mortar span in play, this may have been a moment that Mood would like to have pulled it out the pocket. Get those final moment dashes in and get the steal. We've seen that a lot actually recently, this week especially. Steals happening left, right, and center. So that's going to be a key factor here as well. The bail out of the mix too is a big lane aggressor that's out of the way too. You see a lot of Gene coming out in that respect as well. I'm going to look back at the bans to see, there's the Ash, Mortis, Byron, and Bell. So Spike, I think, is a solid shout here. Sandy could be a good option as well. Double Swoosh is always one of those maps where, again, like I remember you saying yesterday as well, how effective the Amber can be in eradicating a lot of that brush there as well. And again, Tara's, I do love to see some aggressive Tara plays that we have seen already today. Whether we will or not, I'm not too sure, but there's definitely, despite the ban, still a lot of options at play.
Yeah, and Brock's gonna be played, isn't he? It's just like I don't see any way around it. Like Brock is just on every single map. We may even see him on Brawl Ball next. I don't know, on Center Stage. I think we will actually. I think that's a possibility. possibility for for Jeans, for Stews, for Max. Like all of these are available. Just to remind you guys of the bans, it was Ash Mortis banned out for Blood Diamonds and Bell Byron banned out for Mood. So yeah, I mean, ordinarily we would be talking about that, but the fact that Brock exists right now, which he hasn't, then he's generally banned out, is going to change, I feel, the way this is played, which is why we're seeing pretty much the same comps throughout every single map.
We don't see the Pipers at all. We can see the B. No, sorry, there's Jeans on the side of Mood. I was thinking that Piper could be a valid option here, realistically, with the bans that are in play, because this map is going to get broken up very, very quickly. OPE coming in nicely there with the healing puffs to Google, and that's going to put Alice out of position. Oh, lovely pull there from OPE, and that's going to bring Gem straight to the side of Mood to start things off.
Yeah, nice start. Gets himself the 4. Blacksea has managed to deal with Gugu, and he's going to try and get around the side onto OP, and actually almost caught him off guard there. Managing to put the damage down. They've got to get Blacksea flushed out here because he's causing a real problem on this right-hand side. OP goes down. Gugu goes down once again, and Mood at the moment completely pinned out of position.
Yeah, Gugu's going to have to try to take this lane back. Blacksea has been a right pest there on the left-hand side. Alice J in a much better spot now. Got some gems to show for it as well. Now tied up. 4 gems aside. And Blacksea's going to win the left-hand side lane as well. So he can stay in position, heal up. And Javi as well, letting that rocket, just the rocket fuel there to keep the aggression on the right-hand side. And now Blood Diamond are looking far, far better. They got the control back and they are banking gems like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a potential pull here, and just looking at what they're doing, they can see it's Gugu really trying to get control of this left channel. There's the pull I was looking for. How'd they get OP? No, he survives out of it. Blacksea gets taken down, and that was a miscommunication. They really should have dealt the damage and got OP down.
It had been a lovely thing to have, but now OP's in a great spot with the magic hand as well. The only saving grace is a little bit of cover, but Didi can have one super there and get rid of that very, very early on. This bit of wall as well is a problem that they've got to take care of. Ideally, having is to break that and take away some of the cover. OP very low there. That's going to force things back, especially with Didi being as low as he is. This is a golden opportunity now for Blood Diamond to start the fight back.
Got to try and get that one more gem, but they can't afford to get near it at the moment. Blacksea just gets the hit onto Gugu. And now it's going to buy the time, but OP's going looking for it. I'm not too sure this is the right time to go aggressive. You're in a 2v3. There's the gem looking for it. Blacksea, the sacrificial lamb, just punts himself forward. And Ali and Javi can now just back away into the corner, into the bushes. That safety net, but 10 seconds remaining. OP looking to try and get the magic pull. The pull that can turn it around, but Blacksea's flamethrower goes to work. He collects everything and everybody in the meantime.
Javi needs a couple here, doesn't have to outstay as well from the magic hand coming into play. It's just not over yet, honestly. Let's see what happens.
Oh, one more gem.
Tied up now. Let's see if Javi can just try to edge forward to get this gem, but even then they've still got to contest the mid. Blacksea's got to start to put some lane pressure here. If they get Gugu, could go in their favor. Oh, the pull from OP's there. It's still tied up though.
12-12, and the gem's going to go the way of Mood again and start the counter once again. Now, it's all on Blacksea, I feel, here. Could there be a big pull from Ali? Doesn't have the super available just yet. He needs to get some damage down. The flame's going down. That's going to catch one. Oh, it's not quite enough onto the backside of OP. Just about dodges it. 3 seconds to go. They have to push. The magic hand from OP. Oh, it doesn't work out. They get the gems down. Blacksea's done it again.
The gem actually was brought towards them to cancel the countdown with the magic hand, and now Blood Diamond should be able to tie this one up. The takedown is there from Blacksea on the left-hand side, and they've done it. Oh my goodness me. Ooh. I have not seen that for a very long time.
Back and forward, back and forward. Oh my word. I know, for a moment, I thought Mood had stole it. I thought they'd stole it really well. But honestly, Blacksea on that Amber was a monster on the left-hand side. Gugu really not able to deal with him, bless him on the spike.
I would love to see the moment that magic hand pulled the gem for him, to see whether, if he hadn't gone for it, whether there would have been enough time, because it might have actually. Is this the moment here? I think it was actually. There's the gem. He would have picked it up anyway, probably, but still, even so, what a scrap. What a way to start things up on Double Swoosh, and wow. Match point, and a thoroughly deserved one for Blood Diamond. They had to fight for it. Mood were not going to give it to them easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's just talk changes. I think the spike changes are probably a given here because Amber was just dominating that left-hand side. However, we could potentially see a Leon coming back in this one.
It's a possibility. I mean, again, I didn't feel like with the Brock pick in play that the Amber was going to get the most value, but Blacksea made it work. And with the pop of the gadget and the additional speed coming very much into play a lot of the time to really win that lane, yeah, on the spike side of things, Mood was struggling. So in terms of the comps, I mean, again, I think the Brocks are here to stay. I don't see them going anywhere at all. And so many of these bans are really quite viable, you know, so I think they're all really, really solid to have. You know, the Bell and the Byron and the Ash and the Mortis, all realistically brawlers that could have been played in this map. I think you could go with the Piper. I've seen SK do that when the Brock's in play. Sometimes they break open everything very early on, give that lane size to Piper. I don't know whether everyone's thinking it at the moment, but also, you know, maybe grip kind of some really long range brawlers that can break everything open quickly. Could have that little bit of a range advantage if they were able to be daring enough to go in with it.
We'll see what they're going to come out with. Oh, what a game. Blood Diamonds, this could secure them. I think, does it secure them second place? I think it may well put them into second place ahead of SK Gaming after SK's lost to Na'Vi earlier on today. They did go 1-1 in the end. Yeah, I mean, it is going to be the Amber once again. The Crow coming out. So we haven't seen him for a while. Has been banned out by Clash recently. But it was Blacksea that absolutely dominated. But DD did the same on the right channel. So see if they can get the punishment here as Blacksea drops a quick torch to clear away that bush and just take away Gugu's area.
Lovely ball there. Obi goes down finally. Nicely done because they couldn't get into the second care of last time with a lot of the pools. So Blood Diamond clearly communicating a lot better. But I've got to say, Gugu is a very accomplished Crow. He knows how to play. It goes down there a bit overly aggressive, in my opinion. But he knows his angles and he knows how to use the terrain to his advantage. So now with the mid control in favor of Mood, this is their chance. This is the time to tie things up here. They do not want to be going home today with a loss.
No, that's for sure. Mood definitely looking much improved. Obviously, their win yesterday over Na'Vi. And we're looking to sort of fall away from this one, but they've managed to turn their fortunes, picking up that last set, and certainly looking a bit more confident now as they gain the gem lead. Blacksea slowly regaining control. Has to get forward here, but Gugu's doing a great job of keeping the punishment down. Goes aggressive. Blacksea's going to get punished around the side, and Gugu gets in and gets Ali down. And that's the gem drops that they needed. They get themselves the 10 gems, and now Blood Diamonds have to chase.
I like this change, and it's working out perfectly well, but the gems are split. If Ali has to take a pull on Gugu, they can reset this if they can make that count, but no one there ready to help him do it. So as the advance comes in, it brings a bit too little too late. There's plenty of maneuvering ability still available. The magic hand was nowhere near.
Yeah, completely missed it. Gugu and Opie just ran away from that one. Gugu giving the cover as well. So the change worked out. You know, we were talking about the Crow. We were wondering whether it's going to be, but just needed that one big play from Gugu, and it turned the entire tide.
I'm still staying firm. I still think they can bring in this Piper. They just got to be breaking everything open quickly. Both sides stubborn to do it, but it would give the edge. Having that range in this map, I remember seeing SK do it, and it was so night and day. It turned everything around. At the moment, you see the Amber is going to struggle against this Crow, and I don't see now Gugu swaying away from it. He's waited a long time to bring out this Crow pick, and I remember seeing him in the qualifiers of the BSC just absolutely tearing it up with the Crow. It's all anyone talked about for the entire weekend. So I think that it's a brawler that he knows. He knows it so intimately well. He got some great value, got the snatch there as well. So you've got to be able to outrange that. If I just don't see them shifting away from the Crow now, and that's something that Blood Diamond are going to have to consider greatly.
Yeah, will they stick with the Amber? Will they change things over? What can they counter the Crow with? Because the Crow certainly worked out well. It was that little opportunity offered. The first time around, it was the magic hand. This time, it was the swoop just jumping on in there and working out wonders. Now, I tell you what, for Blood Diamond, right? They're sitting on match point again. Have been for a while, but this is a chance to go 2-2 for Mood. You know, they took SK Gaming the distance. You know, they went all 5 sets with them. So this is not beyond the realms of possibilities.
It's really not. It is not at all. And they just got to just focus on this next game. Get through gem grab. That is all that is on Mood's minds at the moment. And again, you know, surprised to see it kind of not be tied up by Blood Diamond so far, because they started so well. They fought tirelessly in that first game, and now they just look a bit weak and weary. Let's see how this one is going to fare. Brock, the Gene, and the Sprout for Gugu. I'm surprised he shifted away from it, actually, but Yeah, okay. Interesting.
So we'll see. Maybe expecting and reading into the change of the spike. So realizing the change around. Oh, DD picking up the gems. That's not ideal. Yeah, and he's going to get pinned already. Ali, ooh, just managed to find him, but he's got to be careful of OP coming back in for that one. OP throws the super down in the end and actually catches OP off guard, and that gives Blood Diamond massive control.
I was surprised that Alice J got out of that situation. I thought he was going to be surely taken down faster, but actually it's going to favor Blood Diamond here to have Blacksy then pick those gems up and have them all in the same pocket, and no sign of a gem split there then. Magic Hand is available to Blacksy as well. Should OP go for this gem, he can bring it in closer to him, Cuckoo with the wall. Not going to get the most value from it, in all honesty. I mean, it's a little bit of something, but it's not a great deal of anything at the same time. Let's see if everyone using a lot of those magic puffs as well on the Blacksy now, and Alice J trying to pinch out Cuckoo. Nicely done, actually, and Javi should pick this up.
Blacksy's on nothing at the moment, but OP even worse. Gets cornered, pinned down, and that's the count started as Blood Diamonds will just try and hedge this one off. Look at Ali being so aggressive. Throws the super onto them. Maxed on with Javi's rockets, and that is going to be Blood Diamonds securing it. They will take it 3-1. A much-deserved win overall, but you know what, Mood? They put up a great fight.
They really did, and honestly, I felt the Sprout, they were doing so well with the Crow. They should have kept that, in my opinion, but nonetheless, I think they did well under the circumstances. Again, Blood Diamond coming straight off that victory today, and they looked very, very good in the early game. This is the best chance, really, realistically, that Mood had, and they just didn't quite get the combo on the final moments. But what a great day for Blood Diamond. They're going to be now on like a 7-4?
Yeah, I believe so. That's going to put them tied. I think, are they tied on wins with SK, or maybe one win behind SK? I'm not too sure. We'll have to look at the end of the day. But either way, it has been a good day for Blood Diamonds with 2 wins in the bag. Will make up for yesterday's losses as well. So definitely something they needed. But overall, you know, Mood, honestly, they put in a good challenge there, I feel. Despite the loss, despite the 3-1, something that they should carry forward into the next game against 3X.
Well, you'd hope so if you predicted that Moo were going to win that game. That's all I can say, Demon. There was one person that did predict that. So, yeah, I really hope for my sake that they wash off that loss and come back refreshed, because they're not done yet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think our picks have gone completely out of the window this week. There's no doubt about it. We're all over. Well, let's see. I think I only got 4 yesterday. You got 2 yesterday. It's not been good, but it has been entertaining, that's for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after the break for the final match of the evening. It'll be 3X versus Mood.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Brawl Challenge. We've had a full day of excitement, upsets, dodgy games as well, and it's just been an absolute bundle of joy, hasn't it, Ark? And we've got one more match left remaining here this week, and it will be the likes of 3X and almost got them, Mood Gaming, who literally just played against Blood Diamond. And you know, their performance wasn't too bad. We had some few games with a bit of a whitewash. Some weren't too bad, especially that last bounty matchup. But okay, I predicted 3X here, but I really feel like Mood Gaming seems to be a little bit more with it this time around in comparison. We'll see though, we'll see, because 3X did have some strong opponents earlier on.
This is the fun part, Levo. This is where we get to, like, you know, hack it out together, and like, you know, again, I'm biased for Mood, you're biased for 3X, and we're going to see how it went down. One thing's for sure is that BBG, Storm, Doc, and Kakamu did struggle today, and they I mean, to say they struggled, I think is actually kind of putting it lightly. They got absolutely stomped by Reply Totem in that 3-0 that we saw. So, but Mood have just come off the back of that loss to Blood Diamond. So both of these two teams today haven't had the best of times, as they haven't had throughout the majority of this season. Again, they've really struggled to get wins on the board. But I don't know. I just feel like, I know I'm biased because of the predictions, but I just feel like Mood were able to put a bit more of a fight up against Blood Diamond than we saw 3X putting up a fight against Reply Totem.
Yeah, it shows how neutral I am as well. I predicted 3X, but Mood Gaming just looked 10 times better. We're just going to go into these maps. Will be Center Stage, Nuts and Bounce, Parallel Plays, Shooting Stars, and Gen 4. Do you know, I like these maps. I really do. I enjoy watching them as well, and to see how it's going to go between these two teams. And with the Banzo, okay, we have the Byron and the Spike there for Mood, and the Stu and Meg for 3X. And I must say, though, you know, it's definitely one of the most anticlimactic matchups, just due to the fact that these two teams can't qualify anymore. But you've got to remember, Dima made a very valid point earlier on. It's the fact that there is a big prize pool here. There's still a chunk of change between 7th and 8th if it does get to that point, or maybe even try and catch up to, you know, a higher placement if they're lucky, depending on how they ride things out those last couple of play days. So it's not like they're completely out. It's just the fact that it's all about the chunk of change, the pride as well, and just get as much experience as you can in a tournament setting. We'll have to see here, but yeah, it is very unlikely.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, you want to fight until the very end, you know, and there's a lot of movement happening around here as well. You know, Reply Totem, if they keep going this way, they might end up, you know, very much along that same levels of trying to fight it out on the bottom. You know, I've got to say, though, that Poco not being banned does mean that despite the Byron and Spike on the side of Mood, we might see some Poco Ash come out to play on this one. And I think that's the better, you know, brawler pairing to have a lot of the time. And often, I think we haven't had much Poco today at all, actually, now I think about it.
No,
we saw a little bit between FA and SK earlier. But we've seen Poco being consistently banned a ton. We saw it against Navi and SK as well. And we know how that one went in SK lost. Yeah. But surprised not to see it with the Max and the Rosa for both sides, as well as the Ems. The mirror matchup is going to be the case. And I think this is a solid comp to have instead of the stage, I've got to be honest.
But when the Brock's not banned, he definitely appears on our screens, doesn't he? Very often. Oh, okay, the Rosa the Super should be dribblers. Lovely stuff there from Rolex. Mood Gaming not mucking around at all. This seems to be trying to close the night early if they can, but it all depends on the circumstances here. Of course, you know, he needs to build up that super again with the Rosa if he wants to try and get away with it for the second time. But anyone's on the back foot here. The M's doing a good job. Stop Rob just making sure to do as much damage as possible. But Rosa just trying to go over alive. Finally does. Dark is able to stay alive as well, which means that Dini's the last one left standing. And that was a little bit of a blunder in itself. But saying that, though, he pushed out anyway, and he's actually done themselves a favour. There's been quite a few mistakes back and forth, and yeah, very peculiar indeed.
Very much the slow and steady wins the race. The start goes in continuously here. Someone should be able to finalize this one. Yet nothing that anyone can do about it. So that's going to be tied up in terms of the goal line score. And 1 minute 20 remaining on the clock. The Let's Go very important now coming in for Mood, but the counter there with the unfriendly Bush is slow down from the Rosa. This one's going to be battle of the right-hand side between Rolex and Dark. Actually, Dark just goes straight ahead of the aggressive. Didn't see that one coming, got to be honest. Allows Rolex to get the snatch for the ball, though, but what can he do in this position?
Well, he could just drop the ball and just go straight in, all guns blazing, but instead of with his fist, but doesn't get to in the end. Gugu, look at that, 84 HP. Rolex stops Rob in his tracks. BBG's is still there, though. He's on the sneak away. He's going to get him. Oh, that was so close. He almost got away with that. Literally half a second would have definitely made a difference, but having Rolex with the ball, especially with the Rosa, is going to be a nice way for Mood Gaming to secure that defense.
Speed coming in now, but I don't like the positioning, I've got to say. A Dark coming in here, going to find Gugu off guard. Rolex getting absolutely punched between Storm and BBG. Steely is just, best place to put the ball, but still, is it going to be enough? Dark has got that super, the pass is there. He can walk this in, surely no knockback available with the M's, and that is going to be 3x taking the first game.
I would say both teams made good use of the Rosie Silver, not just because I've just watched them twice dribble it in with the super, but it's just overall in terms of good defense as well, and just having a nice tankier option there just to secure that just in case, because it really did wonders for both these teams, and I kind of felt like Mood Gaming were going to come out on top. That was a very, very quick goal to begin with. I was hoping for 3x that them weren't going to be lifeless for the entirety of this series, but they both do realise, there is still a chunk of change at stake here, even if they're out of the running in terms of qualifying for the ESL MENA Brawl Challenge Finals. But we'll say this though, nice to see a much better performance from 3x.
Definitely, starting things off well, but I think this is going to be quite a close one, I've got to say. It was very evenly matched for the most part in that game, and I mean, this is, I've got to say, probably one of the few maps where, despite Brock not being banned, I probably wouldn't advise to play it either. Like, it's going to really struggle against this tankiness of the Rosa. I mean, the Poco could come out as an option here, but I do like the pairings of the M's, the Rosa, and the Max, got to be honest. I think that, I mean, if you clash, you bring out Shelly. They're not afraid to. They're not afraid to ban it as well for some reason, but they're quite bold like that. I think that in this kind of instance, I don't necessarily advise swapping away from this comp, but those that are daring enough to try and really heavily counter it, or go with some wall breaker idea in the mid and have a B ready as well. Again, I don't need any reason to not recommend a B in Brawl Ball. There are some ideas, but they are daring ideas. That's the thing, and I think this is the safer bet. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see another mirror matchup coming up. Yeah, I think there's maybe one change if we're lucky. That's probably going to be about it. The only person who probably will make that change, if they didn't make any drastic changes, 3x have the room to do it now, haven't they? Because obviously they won one, they can take the risk, but it depends how they feel if they just want to close it out and just get it over and done with, because it's the last thing they pretty much won. And yeah, it's very hard to decide. Like, don't get me wrong, like if you switch from Rosa to something else, then at least as the lane, especially during the late game, they'll be able to make something of it. But I think at this point they do need a Rosa, especially with that kind of composition as well. And they both teams made very good use of the Rosa. It was nice to see, because sometimes, when one team's playing the Rosa and one team isn't, the Rosa doesn't really get much value, does it? Because with those range comps or the high fire rate comps, it's very, very difficult for the Rosa to choose her opportunity to then make that push. But because they're both playing it, then they're going to make full use of it. Of course, it makes perfect sense here. And I was just talking about it. Looks at it here. Okay, so they've gone for the Poco double tank comp. Okay, that makes perfect sense here. As now Gugu's looking to see if they can try and end it quick, as we were obviously saying. But the thing is, though, for the Max, at least he can get out of range quickly. And with the M's, she will be a bit of a nuisance. But not if Rolex does that. BBG just walked straight past him. Oh my God, what a blunder. That is a blunder and a half. That was way out of position there for Mood, and yeah, that's going to be a costly thing. And now they've got to be able to come back and fight this one hard. Gugu's going to break the mid, but no value there from anyone else. Going to be able to get some good shots into Dark, but at the same time, it's got to keep trying to land these shots better, because he didn't hit anyone twice there. Rolex is the last saving grace, but the slowdown coming into play, the knockback as well. The ball is loose, but somehow Rolex is still going here. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. I don't mind a Poco. With the two tanks and the Poco, it's a nice little composition to have, but it just depends on how much damage BBGs and Storm can do before they seriously become on the aggressive. And look at that, Dark is just trying to get around him. He could get away with it, but sadly for him, but Relic's just got to the ball in time, takes down that Poco afterwards as Diddy was taken down, and Storm should be able to finish this up. Yes, he will. And Gugu with the spinner Rooney, just because why not? Because he wasn't going to get there in time with the Frank. And yeah, very good victory there from 3x. I thought it was going to be the same thing, but opposite ends. Like, I thought Mood Gaming were going to be the ones smashing things out. I mean, there's a lot of smashing going on. I mean, the map was completely destroyed, but that was their undoing. The Frank literally undid the comp. As soon as everything was down, you can see just BBG is able to get so much value off the Max, and that's the exact opposite of what you want to have. I mean, if you're feeding BBGs, then you've got a lot of speed to the M's to go with the Super. You got a lot of speed to go and combine with the Rosa as well, and it just helped the comp. It didn't help Mood at all.
No, I think, well, this is the problem you see with the 2 tanks and a Poco, isn't it? It's just the fact that you need to get in range consistently, and it's a lot of work for BBGs and Rob. You've got to remember that, yes, sure, fair enough, they've got all the tools they need to deal with it, but they need to really be proactive with it and really be on par with things. But I think the first goal for BBGs gave him that breathing room to say, okay, they can take a couple more risks in terms of their movement if they want to. And they did, didn't they? It was a very clean start from 3X. It's the first clean start I've seen in quite a long time this season, I would have to say.
Quite
but
a while,
I'm glad they are making progress, though. A bit late, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I second that for sure. It's definitely nice to see 3X looking a lot stronger. I mean, it was this matchup, which I think, looking back, that 3X actually won, wasn't it? It was the one win that they had was against Mood. So as far as that last scoreline, I'm just looking for my notes to try to remember what the actual scoreline was. But 3X definitely looking a lot better than what we've seen from them today. Again, they looked so demoralized playing against Reply Totem. So they clearly had some conversations. It was a 3-0 actually. It was a convincing win against Mood, and that's back and played A3. So you know, as far as history is concerned, then that should then, it looks like it could actually present itself again. But again, Brawl, though, with the Max doing play and the Rosa, it can be unpredictable in that sense. There's not really much to do with control more than it is just kind of go in and fist it out in the middle there, with the Rosas being able to go at it. But yeah, going in next to Siege Nuts and Bolts to be a much different story, and this will be now putting 3X to the test and a chance for Mood to come back. And you know, the Mortis isn't banned this time, and you know, we knew what that can do on the side of Mood. So
yeah, they were looking for a Mike Tyson punch out, and instead they just got methodically done in that second game. That's probably the best way to describe it here, but we know what Brawl, and especially what that map, what it can be like anyway. So let's talk a little bit about the second map here coming up next. So it is going to be, as you rightly said, Nuts and Bolts for Siege. So obviously a lot more room, and in terms of what they want to do in terms of brawler picks, we'll have to have a bit of a gander here. As I could see that as soon as I saw the pull, I knew it was coming out with a buzz straight away. And both designers come up with the double thrower here. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup in itself. But Selena Dark has already taken a lot of damage, but so has Didi and Gugu on the back line. Rolex looking to see if he can push up a bit more, but decides not to here. Very aggressive here from Stop Rob. Nicely done. And that is still going to be the siege bot, though, in the hands of Mood Gaming.
Going down there is not great for Mood, because he's done a little bit more to duke that one out. Remember as well, as I mentioned, the Mortis, that OP has actually been subbed out for Alex, so that makes a lot more sense having him on the buzz instead. I like the barley on both sides. I think it's a great thing to have, and in the eventuality of the Sprout being able to really get a good solid defense with those walls, you're going to be able to still get the value and the damage that you want over the top of the lake with the barley. So Mood now going to bank the first bolt off the mid if you can avoid these shots coming through. And very aggressive play there from Rolex. Punished for it though, but Dark is still incredibly low at the moment and struggling to get back in the game. And that last call almost saw his demise there. But the positioning power still with Mood, despite it being a 3 versus 2, is starting to shut a lot of this opportunity down for 3X.
The problem is, especially with both of these compositions as well, if you've got center control, I think it's very OP to a certain extent, because you still have to push into a lot of these attacks, a lot of these projectiles, and it's just really annoying. And this is the problem they're going to have. The only thing I will say, though, is 3X have still got a 1 bolt lead going into this last and final bot here. They've already done enough damage as it is, so they can't get too separated here. And I'm a little bit worried, but Dark has actually taken down 2 in the end. And this is their way now to try and make this work. They can go all in at the end. If they can do it, taking down Relics will be huge, just due to the fact that now they're going to consistently have that numbers disadvantage until this last siege occurs. So we need to try and collect as many bolts as possible. BBG takes down another, and it looks like now Mood Gaming are just going to have to prepare for the defense. And the worst thing is, with these 2 throwers, they can just go absolutely all in, all they like here, and 3X are in a very good spot.
Yeah, Mood had that one, honestly. I mean, they lost the control so quickly at the back of it, and some overly aggressive plays. Let's see how they defend. The sticky syrup going down. Gugu, Rolex going in there with a nice takedown. This could be shredded here. Now Dark coming with some shots over the top. Storm as well, though. And they've got to consider that, and that isn't enough damage yet. 3X take that one, and rightly so. You know, Mood had so much control, a great amount of pushes, but then the third and final moment where it matters most, they kind of threw it.
I think the worst thing is as well, when you've got that center control as the throwing, the main thing is you can just pre-fire the entire time and force them to work at a disadvantage every time. It's very, very frustrating. No matter how much map awareness your opponents have, it's very difficult to break. It's one of the, I wouldn't say one of the most difficult setups to break, but we've seen it time and time again, and it's quite rare that you see both teams coming up with both the buzz and the double throws. Normally you'll see one thrower nowadays. We know that a couple of weeks ago we saw it a little bit more differently. Sometimes we don't have any throws at all with buzz. It's interesting in itself, but of course if they only had one thrower they could have broke that setup a little bit earlier, but you can see the struggles which 3X were going through. But fair play to them, took a lot of patience, a lot of discipline. They had to give up a lot of bolts and a bot down the line, but they did manage to make it work. And of course having the final bot is extremely huge, because then you can just go all in attack and then not have to worry about the consequences afterwards. But so far looking very good. 3X is continuing where they left off in that first set.
Predictions are looking good, Lethal. They are looking good at the minute, especially the way that 3X are playing it. I mean, again, like I felt like that was a potential turning point really for me. They had to get off the mark in Siege, and now they're going to do a lot more to stay in the thick of this. Now, potentially here, 3X could easily go 2 sets ahead. So they're going to have to think this one through greatly. Again, you know, I mean, I still think just break everything open. I know it's just kind of like my go-to at the minute. I just like the idea of just, you know, a lot of these comps depend on walls. Ultimately, you know, if you've got the range advantage over the buzz, and they'll try to utilize a lot of those walls against you. And I just think if you go in and break everything up and you've got the range of the Griff again, I think it's a very underutilized for the present moment in time in the meta. You know, you can eradicate what these throwers want to do, and the control, you know, is a key factor here. I think that, you know, Mood for the most part had it in the bag as far as I was concerned. I think that they were starting with those throwers with a great more amount of control than 3X. But again, that final push, so important to have. It's equally as important as the first, but in that third and final moment, you can fully commit. You know, as long as you're alive for the bot push and you're, you know, not far behind it, you can pretty much come in and do whatever's needed if the bot doesn't do it first.
You know what? You love destruction, don't you? Like, if you want, we can create a community-based tournament, just Purple Paradise only, because it seems like that's the...
Wall breakers only.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or something like that. That would just be ridiculous in itself. Make it happen. No, let's not. Let's go straight into this next.
Never seen it. Never seen it.
You never know. You never know. Oh, again, the Griffs has come out here on the side of DD. Just having a quick look. Looks like they're sticking with the double throws on 3X, but with the Griffs, I do like that option. Just a bit more aggression here to try and work around those throwers. And Stop Rob now has taken down Rolex, but I was talking about the Griffs there earlier on, but DD's already been taken down, and Goog has to sit back, and looks like the bot's early in favor of 3X.
I don't really understand why they're bringing in Griff without anything else to support it. That's the thing, because ultimately the more, I mean, you can clip the left-hand side and leave the right side to Rolex, but you're bringing in Buzz still, and you're bringing in a thrower, so you're not kind of matching the same idea. You ideally want to bring in like a B or a heavy hitter alongside that's going to have the range to utilize here, but this is not going to be a good defense at all. Gugu's going to be there, actually Stop's just going to go and take care of him. Look at this. A one push to start things off, and it's already a great deal of damage dealt. And yeah, a lot of work to be done for Mood here. They've got to pick themselves up, or this could be going 2 sets away from them very quickly.
And you know how I spoke about how hard it is to have 2 throwers as when you've got center control? Well, 3X are the ones with center control at the moment. But saying that though, they did give it out quite early on. Mood Gaming are going to be pretty pleased about that. I think it's 4 bolts to 1 now once it's all been collected, so it doesn't mean that 3X will have that 3 bolt lead coming into this. But remember though, is the fact that Mood Gaming haven't got 2 throwers anymore. They've only got 1, so it should be a little bit easier for them to try and reclaim center control if they can after this defense. But the problem is, one of them has already been taken down. So BBG's has managed to rejoin the rest of the pack. There's also just been a little bit of a nuisance here, just Gugu making sure to keep them as delayed as possible as they're collecting these bolts. And now Stop Rob is actually pushed into the right lanes. Actually, he may take out the buzzer. That'd be huge if he does, and he has done.
Wow.
But he needs to survive. He has to recover.
That one shot from Dark went such a long way in keeping Rolex in the mix there. Also into Stop in the mix. DD now can't do anything about this. And yeah, this is not looking good. Not looking good at all. That one shot from Dark went such a long way in gaining back that control here. And yeah, this one's done. The bots even need to connect, and Mood know it. Like there's no way back from this now. They're going to be going 2 sets down, and 3X are looking very, very good. At least leaving today with 1 win.
Yeah, they certainly will do indeed. Chance 0. Mood Gaming realise that. That's going to be done for here. Looking very solid. 3X now, 2-0 in the series. It's, yeah, I still find it weird because, like I said, I had a very neutral perspective before this match even started, and assuming that Mood Gaming would play their cards right a little bit here, play a little bit better, and maybe put on a decent performance from the start of the first game. But yeah, a little bit stranger, even with the Griffs. I thought they would be able to make a little bit more of a statement this time around.
Yeah, I just think that with the grip idea, I mean, I just think you got to commit with it. I think that if you're going to have wall breakers in play, then kind of having just one side broken up, just break everything open. I mean, again, it's a great way to counter the buzz, and you don't even necessarily need to bring in the buzz. It's a great thing to have to get in that first bolt, but if you're just going straight on the aggressive and breaking everything open, then you can even take a bot push and still come back pretty much okay off the back of it. But, a great deal of damage, more on the side of 3x. The kills, though, notably much better off on their side with 10 more. A load more, almost double the heals of Mood there as well. And yeah, I mean, everything's lining up for Frix to take this. But Parallel Plays is up next for Hot Zone, so there's still the chance. Then my predictions could still be safe. If Frix take this first game, then I think that opportunity might be dwindling in just a little bit here. But yeah, 3x looking very strong.
Yeah, loving the optimism, mate. You keep telling yourself that. Yeah, I think the stars are aligned for 3x already. But you're right, though. We have it. The problem is it's very late at night, isn't it? Especially on their side of Europe. You're like 2 hours ahead now. So I think 3x just really want to just try and end it and just get it all done and over with. So at least that way, but secure the win, potentially their placement because of the gap between themselves and the rest of the pack. But also maybe able to help themselves against overtake a reply totem. We have to depend, we just have to see after that little blunder earlier on. So yeah, a little bit of a shame. Oh, a big blunder, shall we say? A big blunder is with the BM in earlier on. Let's have a look at the third set though. Let's cast our eyes onto that. So it will be Parallel Plays Hot Zone. We know how hectic it can be. Shooting Star will be the full set if we do get to it, and we know it depends on if. Well, actually, no, the Brocs are available, aren't they, for that one? So we probably see the Brocs over the ticks depending on the circumstances, and then Gem Fort to finish things up. So yeah, 3x are looking very good. I kind of feel like they were at a little disadvantage of comps, even in that last game with the Gris, because I think the Gris would have worked out a lot better as they still won that. And yeah, severely worried for Mood Gaming here.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace here is they banned Spike. I think Spike's a great brawler to have on the defensive here on Parallel Plays. I think Leon is going to come out. I think Brock's going to come out for sure. We saw that in the previous matchup with Blood Diamond and Mood, I think. Or was it maybe prior to that? I'm not too sure. But either way, it's a good pairing here. The Bell is still available here, though. And we haven't really seen much of it really come out. And not really too much of a reason to. I thought maybe we might see a little bit maybe in Siege, but didn't come out to play. But yeah, so Stu and Meg, Byron and Spike were the bans. Stu and Meg on the side of 3x and the Byron and the Spike on the side of Mood. Stu would have been great to have, I think, as well, in the eventuality that you really want to go on the aggressive in that zone. But let's see what they bring out. Regardless, the Amber alongside the Leon and the Brock for 3x, the Leon, the Brock, and the Amber as well on the side of Mood. So the mirror matchup and the gadgets all look pretty much the same as well. So this one is going to come down to just control, skill, and aggression.
Certainly is. Stop Rob already being a pain. Already almost cleaning up here. Both of us are okay. Mood Gaming almost a team wipe already. And okay, it is a team wipe. That was confirmed there. And that was just already a ridiculous start here from 3x. This is looking very solid for them. Rolex is already just coming out guns blazing in the left lane to try and pile on some pressure onto Dark, but it looks like BBG's is there to give a helping hand. Got to be careful though. Gugu and Didi are both on that right-hand side. Does manage to get the flank onto him, but if Rob trades, yes he does, as BBG's actually gets him in the end, as Dark has been taken down, but Rolex just taking advantage, just getting as much objective done as possible, just trying to overtake 3x, which they have done here, but now this is where 3x really need to make their move and get on a good counter-attack going.
Nice takedown from Rolex. I was expecting a little bit of a later Invis heal myself, but ultimately got the job done and the takedown was there, so fair play to him. Storm as well, though, with the help of Dark, will take care of it now. Gugu coming in now and couldn't find Storm. He would love to have got Storm up there. He was very low, but the angle was not there. Let's see now, as I think Rolex will need to do a bit of work to get that super back. Yeah, he's now going to have to land a lot of these shots, but Didi in the meantime just capping the zone for the top right-hand side, and finds Stop Rob as well, despite the Invis heals. So some information off the back of that. BBG's as well. Trying to hold down this left-hand side as best he can. Rolex, though, would love to get a super off on this one. Good break from Didi, but I do feel the pinch coming in here from 3x.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, though. Mood Gaming putting a great defense, but you can see 3x just trying to slowly crawl across. Now they've got to be careful. Relic's already coming straight in with the Leon as well. Does take him out there, and it's still going to be a 2v2 scenario. Will Rob be able to stay alive? Yes, he does, but he needs to stay alive a little bit longer. Just give him the objective. Let him have it for now. And he's doing exactly that and just turning the tides and going to the opposite side of the map. But Dark is debating what he should do. It looks like he's going to prioritise his own objective instead. 112 HP, and look at that. Storm did a great job just trying to stay alive as long as possible, but Dark still hasn't really recovered from that last engagement. Takes him down, still able to stay alive here. This is just ridiculous in itself.
So we're going in, gets one for his trolls, but Relic's still alive here, and that surely is going to be a mood taking this game. And despite a really aggressive start, 3X starting to bring this one back and just a few ticks away, just a 1%. Surely not. Surely not. 3X could not come back from this. I refuse to accept it. Let's see what happens here as the takedowns come down, and that's going to be enough. It's a little tiptoe in the zone from DD there, that's all it took.
I know, babe. I saw the time ticking. I was like, yeah, no chance. But yeah, I was like, just move your amber to your objective. What are you doing? But yeah, it's fine. It's right. Like I said, it's getting quite late now, so of course, a few slip-ups might happen along the way. Good start from 3X, but I will say Mood Gaming put on a very solid defense, especially towards the end. Even though a lot of their shots weren't hitting or missed on the odd occasion, they were definitely showing a lot of flair there, just making sure to stand their ground, just keep them at bay. It's all about map presence. Sometimes it's not always about getting a huge chunk of damage done or getting a huge amount of value. Just knowing and showing that you are there and you are going to stand your ground without making any kind of changes to your position is all it needs really, because it was increasing their percentage overall. So it's looking very good indeed. But we'll see if there's going to be changes along the way. I'll be interested to see if there's going to be any brawler changes either. I can't. With both of these teams, in terms of their style, they don't really favour the range comes in these kind of matchups, do they? They do prefer something a bit more aggressive with some decent fire rate, and that's exactly what we got there. So if we did see a change, maybe just to one if we're lucky, but it really does depend here, because I think they all got a lot of value from the brawlers they were using anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Amber's a pretty good choice here considering the spike bans in play from Mood, and Stu as well from the side of 3X. Pretty solid ideas to ban out there. Still the Bell option. I don't know whether it's going to be the best of ideas, but again, having some range might not go amiss. Or the Mark as well could definitely help out to have. And the Lollipop drop from the Leon, you can get some value here, and Brock to be able to break everything open, then Bell to come in to have a bit more of a say in things as well. Could be an option, but I think pretty much, yeah, going to see more or less the mirror, I think, more or less. Definitely still the Brock, definitely still the Leon. I mean, a lot of those plays that you saw in that game, and we saw already previously today, came from the survivability of the Leon. So I definitely wouldn't recommend that anyone take that particular Brock at the mix. And when Brock's not banned and it's not Brawl Ball, then I think you kind of got to play Brock as well. So it just leaves the Amber as a question mark for me. Yeah, I think that 3X had a great start, but Mood were able to still keep the pace up and then start to come back. I think 3X have got to get on the zone earlier, and they've got to shut down Mood better if they're going to start to tie this one up and get onto match point. There is the bell.
Yeah, it was tough. Yeah, you're right. I was talking whether if they even need the range. They don't normally favour the range, but decided to go for the belt over the Amber anyway, which may do dues actually here. Depends. BBG's is based on to hit his shots, and that's already not a good start. Okay, that is definitely not a good start already. Both of them taken down. Rob can't afford to. He was taking complete teamwork. This is actually a replica, but the opposite end of the spectrum here. It's Mood Gaming getting the team up earlier on, and it's now 3X have to try and make a comeback here, but an element of caution is needed. But what's the point of having range if you've got people like Rolex just in your face the entire time?
Yeah, again, having that Leon on that zone is a real nuisance. The Invisible Hill can come into play, and you can keep the aggression rolling in. It's very, very difficult to shake this out. Rolex going in again, and drops the Lollipop drop there. Not too sure about that myself, but DD does get the takedown as well, and the aggression can continue on with the help of Gugu. So Mood could definitely take this set now. 3X definitely don't seem as comfortable as they once were in Brawl now as we are in Hot Zone. So I'm still keeping this reverse sweep dream alive for Mood, and they look like they might be able to take at least one set back. In this instance, if they keep this up, ultimately a lot of work to be done now for 3X to be able to do anything about this.
Yeah, Stop Rob trying to make something happen here. The magic has come out a little bit, but I don't know about the spell pick. Like, I agree it should work on paper, but the problem is, look at the fire rate for both Amber and Rolex. It's just not Amber Rolex, sorry, from Rolex. And of course you can see up there Gugu. It was just ridiculous in itself. Didn't really give Bell a chance, and I think that was the whole point of Mood Gaming strategy. Knew that they had a bit more range on board, so just had to rely on just some fast nitpicking coordination, making sure the Bell doesn't have any room to make that kind of create some dents in the armor or any kind of openings, and didn't really give him any chance at all. Like you saw from there, constantly Bell was in the front of the fire in most of those engagements. And also, so just to add to the tally, numbers advantage, Mood Gaming had it the entirety. The respawn cycle was just a mess.
Yeah, it really was. On the left-hand side again, you know, just constant pressure from Mood, and they were going far more on the aggressive on that bottom left-hand side zone than we saw really Frix getting any much of a touch on the top right. So, and the damage tells that same story as do the number of kills, 10 more on the side of Mood, and a little bit more in terms of the heals, but not the most amount in all honesty. But again, you know, that could also be a sign that they were going more on the aggressive and just taking a few deaths here and there along the way. But okay, well, now this gets really interesting because Shooting Star is up next for Bounty, and you know, if Mood play this right and they just keep a slow and careful pace, they start to value their lives a bit better, and you know, we could be going all the way. I think that, you know, from how 3X came out playing, I thought this was going to be 3-0 done and dusted, I'll be honest. But this is Mood's best chance now. But yeah, comps-wise, you know, it's that same old story, really, isn't it? Shooting Star, the Tick, the Nanny, and the Piper for both sides. And is that the same different star powers on the Piper though? We're gonna have no snappy sniping on one of the sides there. So look to see how the bushes are utilized. I couldn't quite remember which side it was. I think it was 3X that are running ambush, I believe. But pay attention to that one because it will pack a bit more of a punch when you're running ambush. So.
I am pretty surprised though, because the Brock isn't banned, and I would have thought they would have used the Brock instead of the Tick, but it looks like they're going to stick with the Ticks anyway, which is just interesting in itself. Rolex is trying to find his groove here. Missed a couple of shots, but did hit some earlier on as DD has to pull back. Gugu's also taken the front of that as well in the right lane, but not going to make a massive difference. But Rolex is really overextending here. I don't know what he was doing. He was trying to find 2 more shots on to stop Rob, but even that was going to be unlikely in itself, as again, Rolex is on the back line. We'll find him though. That's Rolex taken down twice on the trot, and 1-star lead comes into fruition here for 3X.
Who going really aggressive here. Maybe just surely, yeah, he'll pick the pick up there for sure. Tick ahead taken care of by Storm on the left-hand side as well, and 4 stars lead in favor of 3X here, looking by far the more calculated, I would say, so far. Definitely some mistakes on the side of Mood. Rolex going down a couple of times, and nice homemade recipe there as well from Dark connecting onto Gugu. Yeah, and at the moment it's 3X that can hold this position as long as they're hitting a couple of shots here and don't retreat too fast. Storm surely not far away from a peep coming in here, or 1 shot away, I think now. Rolex is in trouble here on the left-hand side as well as Dark Storm coming in. This one is going to be match point now for 3X, and I think rightly so. Mood made a lot of early mistakes there, and they came back to bite.
It certainly did. It was just clear as day, wasn't it? Just a couple of overextensions, one which was definitely debatable. There was just no reason for it at all. And the only thing we can say now is same comps, or we can see a Brock instead of a Tick. I think it's going to be one of the key questions here as well, because I do like the more, you know me, I like more the aggro approach here to really force the mistake rather than wait for it to happen. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see who was going to go for it really. Will Mood Gaming take that risk? Will 3X decide to change it up just to freak him out a little bit? Or are they just going to stick to the guns here? It wouldn't really surprise me if they did stick. It's very tough to call. Maybe it's just more of an SK thing, or maybe another team who just enjoys playing with the Brock instead of the Tick.
You're absolutely right. I think that's a really good observation in terms of adaptations there, and definitely I think that let's see. I mean, if you bring out a Tick against the Brock, then you might end up struggling a little bit. I feel like, I don't know, but do I want to think that 3X are the team? I think that 3X are the team that might choose to keep the Tick, maybe. But either way, we've seen a little bit of ideas floated around with Max and Pams. I don't think we're going to see that here. I think it's going to be much the same again. Tick on the side of 3X and on the side of Mood as well. So the same all over again. But again, I'm looking at the star powers, and there's definitely an ambush on the side, on the right-hand side there. So I think it's on the side of Mood Gaming. So trying to utilize the bush there, shooting for Rolex. But I prefer Stabby side for myself.
Okay, Blue Star goes in favour of 3X. Already trouble for Mood Gaming this early on, but it's all good though. Still got 90 seconds left to play with. We've seen some interesting matchups here. Sometimes it goes all the way without any takedowns. Sometimes there's been quite a few, but these two teams in general have just been very aggressive. As now Rolex just coming in with the Piper once again, but needs to have an element of caution this time around, because a couple of overextensions here did cost him. And I'm sure he doesn't want to do that again, but he has learned from his mistakes here. Just biding his time at the moment. Just waiting for Stop Rob to peek out if he can here, but there might be too much damage on the right-hand lane as the Nani does stay alive, as Gugu manages to back away long enough here, but there's already a lot of damage there. But the problem is, you can see 3X are just very tempted to make that push. They're not going to, but it doesn't matter. Gugu's already overextended. Rolex looking to try and get stopped up if he can, but not going to happen, and Rolex is extremely weak.
I don't know why Gugu keeps doing this. He keeps going far too aggressive on the right-hand side and gets caught out of position. BBG's playing tick. You can't do that. When there's a tick there, the mine's going to go down. You've got nowhere to run. Keep coming in as well there for 3X, and it's trying to find potentially Rolex. No strip to hand. Didn't find it in the bush. We're going to be able to come back around, and he did not pop the last hurrah fast enough, which I assume he's running there. So a bit of a miss yet again for Mood, as 3X now are picking up the pace. Peep coming out now, though, for Gugu. They've got to make this one count.
They certainly do. 20 seconds left, but you've got to remember, even if they take him down, it would mean that 3X still have that blue start, but it doesn't. So here it comes. It looks like they're okay in terms of HP, so they can make this push work, but they need to do it now, as Gugu's already taken a lot of damage. 5 seconds left. Need to be a little bit quicker than that if they can, though, but it's too late. Stormweb's already taken down Rolex. That's going to make matters worse entirely, and they only needed 1 match point to sort that out and seal the deal, and there we have it. 3X takes down the likes of Mood Gaming 3-1.
Very comfortable, very comfortable. Again, there was a lot of mistakes on the Mood side. Rolex was missing a lot of shots. Gugu went for the heap towards the end on another Nani, which is obviously going to return to sender you. But I mean, you know, it was already, for me, 3X that were playing it better from the outset, and again, that out positioning there, taken so quickly care of by Dark, and yeah, good connecting peeps as well. You know, 3X deserved it. What can you say? They were playing it better and didn't seem to ever lose their composure. So yeah, I mean, congratulations. They deserve the win, in my opinion.
Oh, do you know what? A lot of channel points were lost as well. 90% actually voted for Mood Gaming. I just had a little quick gander as well. That's absolute madness. You can see there, you know, not a huge amount happened. It was a very methodical approach. 3X is picking them apart, as there was the odd mistake or two, which definitely created an impact at the later stage of these matchups. And the damage is nearly double the damage, which is something you don't normally see, even though, of course, we weren't expecting a huge amount of damage across the board anyway. But yeah, 3X, at least they add, you know, a nice little W to the tally once more.
Yeah, going to get to 2 wins now, and they both have been to Mood. So
yeah. That's it. No more W's. Let's put it that way.
Well, it's going to end today at least with a win. You know, again, there was a bit of a steam wreck, a steam roller earlier today against Reply Totem, but they will end on a high. And yeah, Mood had not the greatest of seasons, it's got to be said. A little glimmer yesterday. I was hoping that win, there's a big win over Navi yesterday as well, it's got to be said. Or, you know, 3-1, you know, against them is not an easy feat. So I thought that Mood might be coming back a bit more revitalized today. Didn't happen, and again, I felt like 3X was playing better a lot of the time, playing better Brawl choices along the way as well. So yeah, I think they deserved it today, and no chance realistically of being able to come back in terms of the top 4, but they can definitely cause a stir along the way still.
It depends if they just want to annoy some other people, just be a real pain, and and if they enjoy that, then it's a mobile challenge there for them, isn't it? They've still got 2 more player days to ruin some people's chances, and it's possible though, because Mood Gaming do have that element of skill to be able to do it. Upset wise, it'll be difficult, and 3X definitely do though, because we've seen them cause a bit of a ruckus in the past. It just depends on if they fancy it or not. But we've got to remember, at the same time, Mood Game can still take over 3X in terms of standings to get a little bit more change to come out from this season. So we'll just have to see. But I think the first thing we need to see, though, is the match summary. Just to look at the results today, because we've had some great matches. We've had a huge upset, one we didn't expect in the slightest, which I'm going to mention right away, and that is going to be Na'Vi taking down SK Gaming. And SK only won 1 game out of all 3 of those sets, which is just ridiculous in itself. Na'Vi put up a good fight against Clash earlier on. SK took out their frustration on poor FA, but I will say this, that score does not reflect what occurred in that matchup. Every set literally went to the wire. And yeah, we do have to talk about match 5. That was a huge blunder there from Reply Totem. Probably cost them their spot in the finals as well. But D-Man confirmed that as well, especially being brutally honest. But he was absolutely 100% right, though. You know, you've got to leave it behind. Only do it when you're statistically at an advantage, and it's mathematically impossible for you to lose, but you know, these things happen. But Domino, they could be happy with that. A 2-0 sweep for them, and 3X adding a W to the tally. So that's the summary, and we're going to have a little look at the casting predictions, because I'll be honest, I've not actually been keeping up with what's been going on. So it looks like me and D-Man are the ones getting 6 out of 7, and yourself and the audience with 5. Not too shabby. You know, you can't complain there.
Yeah. Could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. But now I think I've lost my lead now. I have to look back on the good day that I had to see how it worked out. But yeah, I think I've slipped off. I'm washed. Lepo, I'm washed out, mate.
I know, unbelievable. You're meant to be the best analyst here. You can't predict a match. How dare you? But yeah, it's just something you wouldn't predict. Like Na'Vi, like I'd love to ask you, like, what are your biggest moments of today? Like, because for me, especially just while we're waiting for the standings to appear before our very eyes, I have to say that Na'Vi, 3-0 and SK, did not expect that. A Clash, I wouldn't have even, actually, to be fair, I wouldn't have even expected it from Clash because they did 3-0 SK very, very early on in the season. But from Na'Vi, not a chance. Definitely not something I had in mind.
Yeah, and it was, again, a convincing win. It was a 3-0.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've seen and discussed a lot about the prospect of SK and how they're faring at the minute. A lot of 3-2s appearing, but you know, 3-0s are kind of still a rarity to see. So I got to say, they did not look themselves today. It was quite clear to see for me that in that early game. For me, the highlight was the Reply Totem Blood Diamond game. I've got to be honest. I mean, I wasn't casting it, but I was watching it, and you know, I mean,
it was even harder casting it, trust me. It was probably even worse for Reply Totem missing it as well.
The chat was livid as well. I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, if you're going to jump in as Piper in Bounty, you've got to make sure that you're still in the air when the timer's at 0. It's just as simple as that. You can't take a risk, not when there's nannies around. Shooting Star has nanny. Peep is a guaranteed kill if you hit it. And that jump in from Solid Breza, you know, is just taking a gamble. It was literally taking a gamble, hoping the Peep wasn't going to connect. The Peep connected. He got obviously landed with a second left, taken down instantly, and that was the catalyst for Blood Diamond. They came back. They showed their worth. They started to fight back. They were struggling prior to that. I saw Javi in the mid. Definitely had a bit of an issue there in the early outset, and they brought it back. I was pleased to see it because, again, it's just like the perfect instance of karma.
Karma is definitely the key word there. Absolutely, like 100,000%. And I used to tell all my past teams, I do not want you BMing unless you know full well 100% it's mathematically impossible. The reason why I didn't mind BM because it throws their mentality off in terms of your opponent. So I can understand that to an extent. Yeah, off the server it's great. On the server, you know, it makes sure it's mathematically impossible, but we saw it weren't. We know there's could say, oh, it's only a few tenths of a second, but you saw there, that's all it takes. That's literally all it takes. And Blood Diamond, I think today, I'm glad that they managed to win their 2 wins today as well, because we know they lost by 1 game in both their matches yesterday, which was just a real shame. But guess what? We have standings. We're going to show it to you right away, guys, at home, just to see exactly what is going on. And we can see Clash, they're doing all right. They're doing okay. 10-0, you know, nothing to shake home about here. SK in second place as well. Still gatekeeping the top 2 spots. Been very impressed by Blood Diamond, but it's all the rage here for Na'Vi, FA, and still Reply Totem. The problem is, though, the fate for Reply Totem is in Na'Vi's and FA's hands here, depending on their matchups. And I do still feel sorry for them, but at the same time, I don't, considering what we saw here. And we've already mentioned already, 3x move gaming, pretty much impossible mathematically to try and qualify, but it can definitely be a bit of a hurdle or some kind of obstacle for some of these teams here.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you say AC Milan Clash, right. Yeah, I think double digits is not bad.
It's all right. It's all right.
In the earliest possible moment to obtain it, yeah. AC Milan Clash still out in front by a long shot. But yeah, despite that loss today, SK still in number 2. But Blood Diamond are, for me, a team that are just growing and thriving up as the season progresses. So and they could be even higher. I mean, again, like you mentioned yesterday, just coming ever so slightly shy on both of their games. So you know, that could have gone such a different way for them. Imagine if they'd won both of those, yeah, and that 3-2 that we saw yesterday. Oh, that could have been a big difference. Yeah.
Nicely there. Great seed as well. It's yeah, again, totally agree. It's I think it's very important as well, but at the same time, if it's between Blood Diamond and SK for second and third, I would assume, based on seeding, they're going to match each other in the winners' semis no matter what, as the first MENA of the day in the ESL Mobile Challenge final. So I suppose either way, it doesn't matter too much, but it's still nice to have that guarantee, isn't it? Kind of being in that comfort zone, really. But I'm sure if BD qualify anyway, they're going to be fine, and everyone can just spam BD in chat and for days, and then it'll be fine in the world. It will be fantastic. But guys at home, sorry, that's all we got time for here today. But one thing we'll say, thank you to Ark, as always. Thank you to D-Man. Thank you to everyone in the production at ESL. Not only that, thank you to you guys at home for watching, and we'll be back same time, same place next Tuesday and Wednesday.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all, all like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall